Hello and welcome to this amazing recovery story with our actual mindset resident coach, Gemma Hanley. Hey, Gemma.
Hello.
Hey. In today's conversation, we're going to talk about your journey with chronic fatigue syndrome and freaking illness and the ups and downs of what you went through and where you're at now. It's been an unbelievable one, actually. And it's been some time. I've known you for, I think, almost a decade, close to 10 years. And I know your journey started before then, but yeah, I'd love to go back and just paint a picture for people. Obviously, right now, you're a mindset coach. You help people all around the world. You help people in our program every single week inside the program too. But let's go back to Gemma Hanley before she had chronic fatigue syndrome. And just in a minute or so, what were you doing? Who were you?
Oh my gosh, it's taken me right back and made me emotional. Yeah, the memory that just flashed up when you said it's probably been a decade since we've known each other. I can just so clearly remember sitting in the car out the front of my GP. I must have finally had a diagnosis of chronic fatigue to have been in touch with you. And we were on the phone and I was just bawling my eyes out because I had no idea what to do or what my way forward was. But
do you want to speak to that just for a second before we move into before? You're talking about the call that you had to enroll in the CFS Health Recovery Program, yeah?
yeah.
Yeah, so I'm getting
Yeah.
flashbacks. I was talking to a young woman who was very distressed and really lost, but extremely distressed. And I remember that phone call vividly because I think you actually asked me the question, am I going to die? You were in such a bad way and your health was deteriorating, especially physically. And I remember saying, am I going to get better from this? I could feel you shaking through the phone, just like, I don't know what's going to happen. And I had no idea that you'd just been to the GP.
I was just about to go in.
Oh, you're about to go into the doctors. Yeah. And so you're having this call to join the program. And, I remember reassuring and just saying, you're not going to die. I know you might feel like it right now. And a lot of people do experience that feeling of like, what's happening? But it was such a long journey that you went on. And there were so many layers to it. But just to paint a picture right now for people who are listening, they're listening to a healthy, vibrant woman who is living her life with direction and intention and inspiration. But, at that point, almost 10 years ago, you were in a really bad way. That phone call was crazy because I remember how distressed you were. And yeah, it's so cool now to see you years on just healthy and living again and doing so many different things compared to what you were doing before you got sick in the first place. So yeah, if we can go back just briefly before that, what were you doing?
Yeah, lots of different things. So I don't remember a time where I ever felt well. The diagnosis of chronic fatigue for me almost felt like relief because there'd been probably at least 10 years of just bouncing around with this massive long list of all these different symptoms of chronic illness and disease in the body and no answers and money just going out.
How much do you reckon you spent all up on your health over the years?
I know for a fact it's more than $50,000, but I would say easily close to six figures.
Crazy. And this is common. So many people are on that merry-go-round.
So disheartening and frustrating. I'd never felt well, and it was a slow decline over the years. And so part of what was contributing to that was I was showing up in the world as this woman that believed it was weak and unintelligent to feel emotions. And the better I was at pushing all of that down, the more stronger, more intelligent, more successful, more lovable, more desirable I was. Because if I had needs or emotions, I was inconvenient and too much, basically. Part of the patterns I developed around that as well was just so much striving, so much overachieving, so much perfectionism, goalposts that were always moving. I would go as far as to say almost a complete absence of self-recognition or self-celebration. And I was doing incredible things. In high school, After school would finish, I would walk to the library and study for 2 or 3 hours after school, not because I was told to do that. That's just what I did. And then I can remember during my exam period in year 12, all of the walls were just covered with A4 permanent marker notes because I was very visual. And then I got the enter I needed, which is like the score in Victoria.
So in Australia, we have a score out of 100. It's different to England and Europe. So what did you get out of 100? Was it like 90 plus?
I can tell you exactly what I got. I got 85.25.
That's like top 5%, I think. It's a hard score to get. If you get above 75, you're pretty damn happy. You know what I mean? Above 80, you're like super smart. I'm not going to tell you my enter score. When I had chronic fatigue syndrome, I could barely go to school. My goal was to get to school 1 hour a day. I was so lucky I had great parents, but our goal was just to pass VCE. You know, the craziest thing, I passed by 1 point. Actually, I think it's a damn good effort. The fact that I studied 1 hour for the entire year, because that's all the energy and focus I could do at the time. And I got 34 or 33.3%. And I think the fail line is 30%. And when we got the paper, I remember I went home and I literally celebrated. I was like high-fiving my parents, jumping up and down and hugging, because coming from how sick I was, the fact that I was able to get through VCE was huge.
I think it's just so important that that story is out there, because look at where you are now as well. Society can project to us what has to happen for us to be successful and get to where we want to go.
Totally. And I'm so grateful, actually, because obviously we work with a lot of kids and a lot of high achieving kids like you were as well. And I always say to them, because they all worry about VCE, they're all like, oh my God, I need to get the right underscore. And I say, listen, you can do anything you want. You don't need the underscore that you think you need. I know guys who failed school and then did the back way to get back into law at university. It just took a couple years longer, you know, and I actually failed English. This is hilarious. My Japanese exchange student at the time, Yuya, who's actually now works for our company, which was pretty cool. He got a better English score than I did. And English was his second language. But here's the coolest part about this. 10 years later, I wrote a book and I got published, and it sold thousands of copies all around the world. And that's why I say to people, just because you failed something, it doesn't mean you're going to fail at life. This is where passion comes in, and interests and hobbies and things that you genuinely care about. Things will help you shine through.
And just to add one last piece to that, I got the enter. I went to uni. I acquired a HECS debt, and I don't even work in that field.
Yeah, exactly.
That's not the picture of success to me. There's nothing wrong with it either. But, you know, in hindsight, probably would have chosen differently. So yeah, went to uni, studied, did the double degree for 3 years, and then realized this is just going to destroy me. This is so dry. This is not for me, law in particular. And so I ended up shifting all of my law units into my business degree, and I finished that up. And then I went and studied real estate, and then I sold residential property for a little bit. And then as my health declined more, I then took on a role working as an executive assistant for business owners and CEOs in the construction industry. And that was the last role that I had before I realized this health thing cannot be skipped over. I cannot keep looking at it as this thing that is just in the way of my goals and dreams. And my body was shutting down and giving me no choice. I was blacking out from panic attacks. I was so depressed. And physically, I would get to the top of the stairs at the office at work, and I wouldn't know if I was going to make it through the morning, let alone the day. I was just so exhausted and so fatigued.
Wow. It's like your body was just trying to tell you this isn't your path.
A big part of my philosophy is the body is just speaking to us. It doesn't have the English language, so it's using emotions and symptoms. And the enormous lesson and initiation into life that I got was my health is the way. It is showing me the way. It is asking me to be more of myself and less of all of these projections or stories or societal standards, materialistic visions of life that if I check internally, they're not mine and they don't ring true for me.
Wow, this is powerful because I have a lot of conversations with corporate people or people in corporate. I've got friends who love corporate and they're in it and that suits them so good. And then I
Mm,
speak to other people who reach out to me, obviously, and need help. And the common thing is, well, I was told I should do this. My parents said I have to go to
mhm.
university, I have to get this good job and be a doctor, I have to be a lawyer to be successful. And it doesn't light them up and it can cause problems. So, what happened? The last job you had, you were an executive assistant, you were still in corporate, you're working hard, you're getting sicker and sicker. And I guess it sounds like it came to that holding point of something needs to change. When did you realize
Mm.
that it was possibly chronic fatigue syndrome? Was it an exclusion of other diagnoses to get to the point of realizing that chronic fatigue syndrome was what it was?
Yeah, my boyfriend at the time, I was sitting by the pool at his family beach house, and one of his aunties was there, and I was too tired to go out and do all the fun things that him and all of his friends and sisters were doing. And I started chatting to this lady, and I think she takes blood in the clinics at a GP office. I think she might have worked at that GP office that
That
I was
you
at
were
the front of when I was speaking to you on the phone. And she was just talking to me, and oh gosh, it's coming back to me now. So, two things. One thing is she was like, you need to put your health history in a document because you're seeing all of these specialists that don't have the full picture or aren't able to help you, but also you're having to regurgitate everything every time. And that's exhausting in and of itself. So that was the first tip she gave me. And then she knew that because she'd asked me, what's going on for you? And I was like, well, this, and then this, and then this. I have issues with my gut and my heart and hormones and fatigue and brain fog and muscle aches and headaches and insomnia and anxiety and depression and just the longest list. And she said to me, have you heard of chronic fatigue? It sounds like you have that. And I can remember someone at work telling me about a family member. This would have been over like the Christmas break. So we're on holidays. But before that, had told me about a family member that had chronic fatigue and couldn't get up from bed and go to the bathroom. And I was just like, come on, give me a break.
Shit.
That is not a thing. So it's an interesting one because I haven't met many people that didn't know what chronic fatigue was or didn't know someone. I didn't know anyone who'd had it. And so she said to me, I want you to go and see this GP, which was why I was booked in there to go and see her. And then in addition to that, I just started doing some research online. And I can remember in my worst ever crash, I was just up the entire night. I couldn't sleep. I'd barely eaten or drunk anything for days.
Mm.
So exhausted, but could not fall asleep. I was sitting on the couch just Googling. And
Yeah.
I must have typed in like the hashtag chronic fatigue on Instagram. And that's how I found you.
Wow.
And then maybe I found some more resources, but that was really my into understanding what might have been going on. And hence why I was excited when I got the diagnosis, not from an identity perspective, more from a like, oh my gosh, finally, I know what I'm working with.
You took a pretty big hit. You went from full work mode. You were the identity of what you thought success was, but totally loathing it at the same time and exhausted and in pain and horrendous gut problems and sleep problems and anxiety and depression. What was the most challenging thing initially about chronic fatigue syndrome? Was it the
Mm.
symptoms? Was it the unknown? Was it the identity or the loss of identity of going from
Yeah,
corporate?
you're taking me back. One of the reasons I'm laughing, I can remember sitting on the couch in front of you in a coaching session back when the clinic was in Melbourne, and you saying to me, you're quite high functioning though. And me just thinking, I am such a facade. Because I just felt like I was none of that. And I just entered the program and was just getting an understanding of the principles, which is leading into my answer. That was a really actually important moment for me to have you reflect that back to me and it not be what I was feeling inside. Yeah. And so acceptance was huge. So much acceptance. And it was a loss of identity because I was living independently. I was living this corporate lifestyle. I was living in an apartment in my favorite suburb. And I felt like I was building a life and acquiring status and moving in this certain direction. And all of a sudden, I was faced with this very clean, clear decision. Do you want to feel well? Or do you want to keep pushing down this path that is not feeling high functioning whatsoever? If this is the existence of life, I really don't know that I want it. But the health option for me, what part of that looked like was, yeah, well, okay, you're not going to be able to work, which means you're going to be financially dependent on someone or something else. You can't live independently anymore either. I can remember that night that I was telling you about. I was literally crawling on the ground to get to the kitchen to just get some food because I knew that's what my body needed, even though the thought of eating also had me feeling like I was just going to be sick. And acceptance was a huge piece of that. I was going to the farmers markets every weekend. I was going to yoga a lot. I had definitely started opening to some of these ways of life as well. But for the most part, I could no longer do the things that had lit me up inside or that I thought were important to me. And a big part of that is I actually had to make the decision to move overseas to China and live with my dad because he was able to care for me and financially support me. And that meant the relationship I was in just couldn't coexist with that choice. Letting go of my location, letting go of my job, but also my dad and I didn't have much of a relationship at all. Before that, we might have spoken a couple of times a year, very shortly, and maybe seen each other once a year. But I also, again, in my heart of hearts, I knew that that relationship and healing that was going to be a really big part of my recovery as well.
Wow. I think acceptance and loss of identity go hand in hand, or loss of identity and acceptance go hand in hand. And I think it's so hard to get to that point of acceptance for so many people because they're still holding on to the past identity that once was to what is a now. And I feel that the gap, if you want to close that gap, you kind of need to bring the two together and accept what is going on so you can move forwards. And you did that greatly when you joined the program. I remember you weren't half-assed, and that's not surprising with the person that you are. You just took it by the horns and you're like, all right, what have I got to do? And one of the things I remember through our coaching sessions, you let go of a relationship because it just wasn't serving you. You moved to China, which was extremely difficult. You didn't have a relationship with your dad. And then thirdly, you really had to build up from ground zero again, which for me excites me because I know from zero there's a lot of potential. I've seen so many sick patients in my time with working with all these people over the last decade. And the lower capacity you are means the more potential you have for improvement, because zero is the lowest standing point and then 100's full potential. So it used to excite me when I'd see people like you come in the door and I'd be like, yeah, let's go. Let's start where you're at and we'll build up, because there is so much potential for you ahead of time. And it's hard for you in the moment because you're like, how? But you just put one foot in front of the other and you do the right things over time. Tell us 3 things you worked on at the start of your recovery when you're in such a low capacity state.
So one of the first things, and this is probably an important piece that I didn't share too, was I actually went even further backwards after I let go of all of those things, to the point where I don't think I had days where I couldn't get out of bed eventually and move to the couch, but I definitely couldn't leave the house. And on the days where I could leave the house to begin with, I was in a wheelchair and dad would be pushing me. And some days, even just the stimulation of a bumpy path or being beside a road that was too noisy was too much.
Yeah.
And so one of the things that I worked on was really just being so open, as well as accepting where I was at, to trying things that felt scary as well. So I don't know if I can go and sit on the couch today, or I don't know if I can go out in the wheelchair today, but being okay with finding out, because not doing it meant that nothing was going to change. And another thing that was huge for me around this, I can remember in China, shopping for food is very different. And there was like a big store that I guess you could liken to Costco, maybe.
Yes.
And my dad used to be pushing me in the wheelchair and pushing the grocery trolley at the same time. And it was a day where it would have been really easy for me to just be like, no, you go do it. I'll be here. I just have to rest. And I can still remember he pulled a plastic bag to put some lemons in. And there was a hole in the bottom of the bag and the lemons just kept coming out. And I was watching him just looking so confused, but I could see exactly what was going on.
Yeah.
And then there was another moment where we came back up from the car and we'd come out of the lift and he had me in the wheelchair at the top of the stairs and he turned around to open the door and I just go and pretended that the wheelchair was going down the stairs and that it rolled, and he turned around and was freaking out, and then we laughed about it. So like moments that in the thick of how hard life is, I was so depressed and so anxious, but just participating with what was available to feel like joy or what was available to move the needle forward, even just the smallest percentage. Yeah, I bang on nonstop about a curious mindset, because the conclusive mindset here would be like, there's nothing I can do, nothing's changing. All I can do is lay here and rest. Whereas the curious is, okay, well, when could this start to look different, or how could this start to look different, and what can I ask for to support me in that process? So that would be one thing. Something else at those very, very early stages was allowing myself to stabilize. And so really learning how to receive rest, how to receive help, how to receive support, how to be the learner, how to not even be in comfort with not doing or achieving with that as my identity, but to sit in the discomfort of that was really, really important. And then a third thing I would say is I always started my day with content that was aligned with where I wanted to go. So in those earlier stages, I would listen to or watch a TED Talk every single morning. I made like this big colorful vision board that was in my room. I had a whiteboard in my room that had quotes that were relevant for me at that time, or mantras that would bring me back into what I was focusing on and hold me accountable to who I said I wanted to be becoming more of. That was really huge for me too, because I was spending a lot of time resting and in bed, and I could have either been looking at the ceiling or a screen, or I could look at that content, and that's what I chose to do.
Exactly. Choice. And you were really deconditioned back then. People who are listening probably don't realize how deconditioned you were. So it was certainly a holistic approach on everything. It wasn't just one thing. Gemma, you wrote an amazing post to all our members in our exclusive group the other month, and I reshared it recently because it was so powerful. And it says this: patience is the fast route. Every time you rush or race to be ahead, you actually slow the entire process down. The more patient I am, the faster I see my results. And I love that. Can you tell us, why do you think that is? Why do you think patience is the fast route? Every time you rush or race ahead, you actually slow the entire process down.
Yeah. It's just such a relevant statement, even for you and I sitting here. When we're anything other than the patience, and patience doesn't have to mean slow, by the way. It's more of that acceptance. It's more of that being in touch with the facts of reality of what is happening. And the opposite of that is a false narrative. It's trying to control things, manipulate things, saying they should be different to what they are. And when we're telling the story, this shouldn't be happening, this shouldn't be this hard, it should be different from what it is, we're missing the lessons that life, or whatever it is that you believe in, whether it's God, universe, source, spirit, missing the exact lessons we need to journey through to get exactly what it is that we want.
Also, it's making your current reality harder. It hasn't happened yet. Why isn't it happening? It's making your current reality just so much harder. And what a great saying. Patience is the fast route. Every time you rush or race ahead, you actually slow the entire process down. And I feel like you had that throughout the entire journey at CFS Health in the program. You nailed that straight away. I didn't have to coach you on that one bit. Maybe it took a few months to click, but you never had to have a coaching session for me to say, Gemma, come on, you got to be more patient. Like, you would remind yourself to stay on track. And I truly believe that that's what helped you move forwards over time, was this, you never got stuck. Yes, there were stuck moments which you got help and support with, but you were never going to be stuck for years and years and years on end in the same cycle, because you were just like, well, it's going to take as long as it's going to take. I'm just going to show up and do whatever's necessary for me to get there.
Yeah, one of the things that I held throughout recovery too was I could be back feeling healthy and vibrant in 3 months, and it could take longer than that too. So I was very open. It wasn't like I was closed and invested in this having to be this long journey. It was like,
Yes.
this could be right around the corner. And if it takes a bit longer than that, that's totally okay too,
Yeah.
because
Yeah.
this is like a blip in my lifespan.
Yes. I love that. I love that because so many people do preset the tone that it's going to take a long time. And we're going to be very careful what narrative we're believing here. Because if you believe it's going to take a long time, and we see this when people join our program, oh, it's going to take 5 years, or it's going to take a long time, it's going to take as long as it took for me to get ill. Well, already you're presetting the stage of what the reality will be. And you're making it way harder. I love the idea that you said it's just open. It could be 3 months, or it could be longer. It doesn't really matter.
Mm-hmm.
It's still going to show up regardless. And I think that's why we have such a big emphasis on not putting time on your recovery. It's important.
I think in all aspects of life, recovery and beyond, it's one of the things that can hold us back the most and restrict us the most.
Yeah, because you're kind of just beating yourself up every time you're not where you want to be. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Believing you're wrong or life is wrong.
Life is wrong. Yeah. One of our members said the other day, she's recovered now, and she did a success story. Kathy Kniff, her husband came on the call and said, you can't eat a elephant in one bite. The way to eat an elephant is just one bite at a time. And that's really what she did. And I was like, oh, that's so good. It's so true. And I feel like that's what you did too. Everything, your nutrition. I know you went on a massive gut health journey to focus on healing your gut, your mindset, everything, movement, reconditioning your body.
Yeah. And one of the things I can reflect back as I'm listening to you say that is I didn't try and do it all at once. I just let my body show me and reveal to me what's the first piece that is in the highest state of crisis that I can love on and respond to first. Because some of the things I did in later stages of recovery in no way would have been possible for me at the start, and would have actually caused me and my body more stress and disharmony and dysfunction if I tried to do all of those things.
Yes, yes, amazing. And I think that is just so spot on. You don't need to freaking do everything. Even in the program, I mean, it's way more comprehensive than what it was when you joined the program, early 2000s. so old,
so 90.
Yeah, so 90s. We're 3.0 now, so we've upgraded hugely, and you're a huge component of the program as well, which is really cool in and of itself if you think about it. You've got your own mindset lesson sessions in there for everyone who benefited majorly from it, whether it's dealing with hard emotions or reframing negative thoughts or the patience game or just getting unstuck on a coaching call. There's so many blockages where we just get in our own way. And I love that saying, the problem's not usually the problem. We think in our minds, oh, this is it. I just need to fix this. And it's like, well, is it actually the problem? Yeah, it's very interesting. What would you say for you? I know it was back in the heyday. What were the 3 most helpful things in the program that you got? I know you utilized the community a lot. You did lots of coaching calls. But for you, what were the top 3 things that helped you with your recovery?
Easily nailing the baseline. And not just at any one time, just deeply, deeply, deeply understanding that philosophy and that concept, because that could then be picked up and moved around in all different stages of recovery. Definitely the community, knowing that I wasn't in it alone, knowing that I wasn't going crazy, being able to see people ahead of me, but then also being able to see people that were at earlier stages where I used to be that would reflect back to me maybe pieces that I'd forgotten in terms of how far I'd come as well. And I have a number of really beautiful relationships in my life still today. That's been really beautiful. And then for me, one of the biggest things too has been this opportunity to give back and contribute and be part of the team that continues to help others that are really, really struggling. And where I started, I was just so lost. I had no idea. And what the program gave me personally was the map. I don't even want to think about where I would have been or where I would even be now if I hadn't have had that map, because you don't have the cognitive function or the ability to strategically research and problem solve and do all of those things. So to have that packaged up, and this is another huge part, especially with living with my dad, a resource for people that genuinely are interested in supporting you to be like, just watch this. My sister watched with me, my dad watched with me.
Wow. I didn't know that. You're
Mm.
going to make me cry. Shit. Oh, God. It's so nice that you had people in your life that cared about it enough to watch some videos, and what a weight off your shoulders to not have to explain anything anymore. You just get on with it and show some resources to the people that support you.
Yeah. And so I just want to add, for anybody listening to this, to just completely clarify, I did not have perfect, amazing relationships with my family.
No, it was actually the opposite from memory.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah. And so it wasn't easy for me to have that happening, but I continued to open to, well, what would it look like for me to be able to ask for these things, for me to be able to have these things without an expectation or just in the capacity it's able to be given. I just think it's very easy for a lot of us to hear somebody else's story. And it's fair, right? Because this conversation might be an hour long or something. Instagram at most is a 90-second reel. You're not getting the full picture. So it is
No.
fair that you draw your own lines and are making assumptions without realizing it. But yeah, it was not as simple as me immediately having these perfect, supportive, understanding family members immediately around me.
Nope, it was the opposite.
As
We
part
did
of the
coaching
process.
sessions on that. I remember vividly we did some real breakthrough sessions just on that alone. And I'm so glad you raised that, because this is a 40-minute interview, maybe roughly. There's 40 hours worth of stuff we could be talking about. And this is why it's so frustrating when someone sends us a message or writes in our free Facebook group, like, how do I do this? I'll do my best to answer it if I can. And we also have 5 hours of training just on this one topic you're asking about. So it's very hard for me to give you a 30-second comment answer than you actually doing the work and getting the right help. Gemma, before we wrap up, why mindset? Why did you choose mindset as a vocation and a career after you got better?
Even before I was diagnosed with chronic fatigue, but I had all of these health issues, I'd already started moving towards the alternative health space. And I mentioned before I was going to farmers markets and yoga, and that was my first few steps into that. And I just became so obsessed with nutrition, like the actual science and bioavailability and all of that side of food. And I thought for sure I'd be a nutritionist or a naturopath. And they were the courses I was researching
I
when I was
remember.
in the program.
Yep, you were
Yeah,
asking me
on my
questions.
vision
Toby,
board.
which nutrition coaching program should I choose? Yeah.
One of the reasons why mindset is emotional well-being, emotional pain. My inner world, my nervous system was by far the hardest part of my recovery and what felt like the most impossible. Suicidal thoughts, blacking out from panic attacks, just so much noise in my head. And one of the hardest things in recovery for me was the guilt. So the guilt I felt that these other people in my life weren't having to support me or having to compromise or having to make changes to accommodate me and my needs because I was dependent. It was the most profound and impactful part of my recovery. And then when I started researching and I did my first training, I went into that training thinking, I'm not anxious anymore. I'm not depressed anymore. So there mustn't be much more for me to learn. And I was just blown away. And I'm just obsessed with human psychology, behavioral patterns, motivations behind choices. It just intrigues me to no end. So that's why, because there's this insatiable curiosity in that space. And so even when I'm not working, I'm curious about it and interested in it.
Yeah. And it's a lifelong thing. I think we can get into this pigeonhole of like, all right, once I'm motivated, I'm sorted. Or like you said, once I don't have anxiety and depression anymore, I'm sorted. And it's like you find out that life continues and stuff comes up all the time that you need to work on and deal with. But
Yeah.
you do such an incredible job at CFS Health and outside as well. And I'm so glad you finally chose your path.
Yeah. Feels like different lifetimes, to the point that I just don't even know that person anymore. I can't identify with her, and I can't even remember. This has been a really powerful conversation because it's taken me back into those memories, and I just get to feel so certain and so sure of who I am and what I need and what I want, and that all of that's possible. It's been incredible.
So
Best thing that ever happened to me.
yeah, that's right. And it's so special just to witness this today. Obviously, I see it all the time now with you, but yeah, it's just cool to hear your backstory. And it sounds like you didn't really choose that first path and it wasn't where you really truly want to go. And it's just so cool to see you choose this path for you. And it feels so good. And I think that's just so perfect and empowering. I want you to leave some wisdom for everyone today with their mindset. The first thing is there's lots of people who are either just in the program now, they've just joined and they've still got uncertainty and they're still questioning, like, is it going to work? Is it going to happen? And then there's lots of people who really want to enroll in our program. They've been watching this for 10 years. Some people they've just found us yesterday and they're like, oh, maybe I should do the program. Maybe I shouldn't. What would you say to those people who are wondering about enrolling in the program?
I would ask the question, what would it look like, or what would it be like to trust yourself? I still to this day make big investments in my personal development and my growth. And one of the things that I ask myself is, how expensive is it for me? And I'm not just talking about money here. Like, how expensive is it for me? What are all the costs? What are all the things I will not access and I will not be able to have if I choose to keep doing things the way that I've always done them? And to speak into that feeling of, gosh, is this going to happen for me? Is this possible for me? Why isn't this working? I thought I'd be further along by now. That is so normal and so common. Every time I, to this day, still step out of my comfort zone and intentionally go to another level and put myself in a domain of something I haven't achieved before, I will have those questions and those thoughts because my nervous system and my neurology does not yet have the evidence and the imprint that that's possible for me. I wouldn't be outside of my comfort zone if I knew it was possible. Also, a little invitation to relax into, and this comes back to patience being the fast route, acceptance, trusting, not needing to know. Can you trust the process and can you allow it to unfold? It's very challenging and was very challenging for me back at the start when my sense of safety and certainty and security came from me controlling everything, micromanaging everything, gripping everything, which was the exact thing
Opposite.
that was creating the illness in the first place.
No truer words. No truer words. And it's funny, I just got off a game plan call with a member who's been with us for more than 6 months. And I said, what's your biggest win since you joined the program? She goes, I don't need to know all the answers anymore.
Yeah. That is so liberating.
There's a bunch of people on the call and we were all just celebrating for her because, and you could feel it. And she actually shared openly with everyone because it was so powerful that she shared how she got to that place. And she was so empowered. And I was like, wow, look how far you've come from this person who was so stressed out, gripping on to any answer and control that you had. Now you don't even care. It's like, yeah, I'm doing recovery. I'm doing me. I'm getting better. And I don't need to know all the answers. I'm just going to focus on the next step. And she was so chill and healthy because of that, that it was just really cool to see viscerally in the moment. But I absolutely love that. And I love that question, what's the cost? It's something that I was talking to a friend about the other day. What's the cost physically, emotionally, spiritually, and financially if you stay where you're at? And I'm not just talking about chronic fatigue syndrome recovery, I'm talking about life too. There's going to be decisions that you're going to have to make to invest in people, things, places. Sometimes it's coaches, programs, that are going to help you get to where you want to get to, but what's the cost if you don't do it? Because I love the fact that you said that we all have doubt. I love the saying, new level, new devil.
Yeah. Yeah. And the thing that is going to move us forward in a significant way is going to feel scary.
Totally. Otherwise, we'd be already there. And thanks for sharing that. Just lastly, just for anyone suffering, big or small, young or old, what's just your one bit of wisdom? I know you do coaching calls every month, and there's literally hundreds of hours worth of content from you in our program. So it's hard to nail it down in a minute or two. But just now for you, what's one bit of advice or wisdom you'd like to share with everyone before we wrap up today's call?
Yeah. 2 questions. And these are my favorite, and I still use these every single day. Ask yourself, what do I need right now? Not what do I have to do, not what should I do, not what needs to be done, not what do other people need from me. What do I need right now? And then ask yourself, how can I give that to myself today? Even if it's just a snippet of it. So maybe you feel like you need to go and just have half a day where you can just chill out and lay in nature or lay in bed and chill out, right? But the reality is you've got 10 minutes. Give yourself the 10 minutes. And when the resistance to giving yourself what you need comes up, get curious about that, because that is only revealing to you where the most potent and powerful healing can take place. So what do I need right now? How can I give that to myself today?
And then if resistance comes up, be curious about that resistance and see where is that place of resistance coming from within you that maybe you could resolve or overcome. Brilliant. Expect nothing less from you, Gemma. Always really gold information. And just a disclaimer for anyone listening, what Gemma shared today is literally a snippet of what could be shared over a 30-hour interview. I've witnessed Gemma's recovery as she went through the program many years ago, but we also are aware that we want to keep these short and punchy for everyone so they can listen and break it down. Thank you all for listening, Gemma. Thanks for being amazing. Thanks for choosing you all those years ago. And it's just so awesome just to see you evolving and sharing and doing what you're doing. It's just absolutely amazing.
Thank you. Thanks for creating a platform for the story.
My pleasure. It's well received. Thanks everyone for listening, and we'll see you soon. Au revoir. You were just saying you're 65. What did you get diagnosed with? You were saying, what were you saying?
So I was diagnosed with non-atypical chronic fatigue. They had done some MRIs and tests. The neurologist did some tests on my brain, and they did all kinds of weird things and said, well, there's a difference in the pattern from the 2 sides of the brain, but other than that, we can't really find anything wrong with you. But the symptoms sound like this new yuppie disease that's going around that they call chronic fatigue. Your life as you know it is never going to be the same, because you're probably going to have to quit work and quit doing everything you know how to do because we have nothing to give you. So you'll basically just be bedbound for the rest of your life. And I was having these sleep seizures, which were like an 18-hour can't get out of bed, can't open my eyes kind of a deal. And that's why I went to the neurologist, and he just labeled them sleep seizures. The sleep seizures, they started being less and less. They were shorter and shorter, but the recovery from them was longer and longer. So I'd be tired. At the beginning, I'd sleep for 18 hours and be tired for maybe 4 or 5 hours, and then I'd be fine the next day. But then they started where they were like 10 hours, but then I'd be tired for 2 days. And then it would take me maybe 3 more days before I could really do things again. I had to hold my head up. If I was sitting, I was like so exhausted. I couldn't sleep. I couldn't do anything. I might sleep in the morning from 5 till 6 or something like that. And then I was like just complete insomnia for such a long period of time. So yeah, I had to take time off work. It was really brutal.
It sounds like you were having these huge bouts of exhaustion when you were doing those big sleeping sessions, but then on the other end, maybe a year or 2 later, it kind of reversed. And we see this in chronic fatigue syndrome where there's like that sleep irritability. What year was this in?
So this was in 2000. So I was just coming up on my 42nd birthday. I was born in 58. So yeah, I was just coming up on my 42nd birthday. So I told my family, I said, I'm really sick. They don't know what's wrong with me. They think it's chronic fatigue. They don't know anything about it. I was crying. I was very upset. Sorry if I get emotional because going back there, I don't
It's a long,
do that.
no, it's a long time ago as well. The story gets better, obviously, but I do remember chronic fatigue syndrome was labeled yuppie flu at its origin. So that would have been so hard back then because there was no YouTube, there was no Google. I don't even think back then.
There was Google, but it wasn't like it is today.
It wasn't, yeah. It was like a.
I mean, my stepdaughter, Kim, she said, Uncle Greg's going to this acupuncture guy for some of his problems. So why don't you give him a try? And when I went to see him, he said I'd have to come 3 or 4 times a week for half-hour treatments for acupuncture. So that's what I did. And that's what rolled me through the rest of my life until I found you, was acupuncture. And I use it all the time. I use it a lot. What it did was it never recovered me, but it got me functioning. The commitment was huge and the dollars were huge, but the journey never ended because every time I stopped acupuncture, I gradually got sick again. So then I heard of you on Facebook. Actually, I found you on Facebook, and I had been through 2 pretty severe crashes, one in 2015 that took me down for quite a while. I saw doctors, there wasn't much help. I just kind of listened to my body, tried to eat really well, tried to get rest. I got onto trazodone to sleep, all kinds of things.
Before you joined the program, what were your 3 biggest struggles?
Cognitive function, brain fog. Physically, I wasn't capable of doing very much at all. Like, I was pretty much couch bound. I lost the desire to cook. I didn't know what to eat anymore. My husband has been really good in helping me out with all of that. But yeah, I just kind of laid around and just stopped everything. And then I found your program. And wow, it just opened my eyes. When your cognitive function is working, and even though you're sleeping, you're not getting the rest your body needs, and you're not fueling your body properly because you're too tired to eat and all that kind of stuff, and feeling like you're going insane, you woke me up amazingly. Like, the things you said in the baseline, that was the big key for me. There was the baseline.
Yeah, it sounds like for like 20 years, that's what was missing. It just sounded like that's the thing that was missing for you, because once you got that, then you were able to stabilize and weren't having these ups and downs as much.
Yeah. And even when I first joined your program, like, it was really hard for me to read through material, even on Facebook. There was so much, and I was just so tired all the time. It was mentally hard. So I would pick and choose my battles. Even with the calls, I would come on the calls, but I wouldn't speak. I would just sit in the background because, to tell you the truth, a lot of times it was just overwhelming me. So I would go away and I'd say, I won't do a call for a couple of days, and let's just see what this baseline is all about and stuff. And I'd talk to Danny about it. He's a pretty smart guy. We've only been together going on 7 years now. He lived with somebody previously who had brain damage. And so he took care of her for a while. So he was pretty smart in the ways of helping. He's got his fingers in 1,000 pies, and he makes herbal remedies and stuff like that. So he was really helpful, and he was super supportive. He still is to this day, super supportive.
You know, when you joined the program, you were pushing and crashing, you'd been struggling for 20 years. The doctors said you had yuppie flu. You tried a bunch of alternative therapies, and you found that acupuncture was really useful for you, which is really good. What changed for you when you did join the program? Because just watching you from the outside, it was like a little girl kind of was born again. There was a spark that I noticed in you that was really prevalent. Maybe not straight away, but I just noticed a youngness in you.
The baseline, that was for me the biggest key. And yeah, he says work in the program. Come
in the screen and say hello, because I feel like you deserve a mention. Hi, this is so impromptu. I appreciate you jumping on. Have a seat for a sec. Danny, you said that following the program, what about it helped the most, do you think, from an outside perspective?
I'm a process kind of guy. I've been a professional troubleshooter basically my entire working career, which has been extensive, as you can tell by looking at me. Everything from you turn on a light switch and the light doesn't come on, to a truck full of parts pulling one end of the factory and there's no completed stuff coming out the other end. And I've kind of always looked at diseases, and specifically this thing with the chronic fatigue is the same way. There's things your body will and won't do. for whatever reason, and you got to work within that, but there's always room to improve in there somewhere. And her getting hooked up with you in your program and get that baseline identified, that kind of put a fine point on it, and then working the steps from there to improve. You do a little bit and you look at the result. If it's good, great, keep going a little more. If that didn't work out good, okay, back up to the baseline again and you pick another one, and you just work it that way. And it's a proven process that works in 99%.
So true. It doesn't happen overnight. Did you notice a change for her? Because I noticed it, and I'm sure you did, but like when she was in the program and obviously all the members get to talk to each other, there was this sense of enthusiasm. And what did you notice as a mental change in her attitude towards life and maybe towards you in the relationship that might have been different?
She got back to the way that she was when we first got together. She spent about a year kind of circling the drain, way more down days than up. And of course, okay, fine, you got to do what you got to do. But once she got into your program and got started going, yeah, I observed the same things that you did. She came back, to me, she came back alive, and she was back to the girl that I met and fell in love with 6-7 years ago.
Wow. What was that like for you when that started to happen?
Oh, it was wonderful. I had my girl back. And at that point, I was still doing pretty good physically and all that. I was competing in Taekwondo, and I got her into it. She was doing it too. But when COVID hit, that piece of it was too much for her. We were a little worried about her getting sick. It didn't happen, but we were worried about that. And then all the restrictions, having to wear a mask in school and all of that. She couldn't breathe. She couldn't function with that extra layer of difficulty.
I don't think many people could, to be honest. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it was terrible. Sure. She got past that point, and yeah, it was after that when you got in the program.
We moved, and that's what
Yeah, she was doing really well, but she spent 3 weeks working 10, 12 hours a day packing up our house while I was working. And she made it all the way through the move, and the next day,
February the 5th, I think it was, of 2022 when I crashed the last time.
And it wasn't long after that when you got on the program.
Yeah, I got on your program in March.
How did you find the program? I can't even remember.
I saw your program a couple of times. I don't know how. I mean, I saw it on Facebook. Every once in a while you put on Facebook something about CFS health. I kept eyeing that even before I crashed. I knew with my history that it's not going to take anything. Obviously, this move crashed me again. The crash I had in 2015 took me 2 years, almost 3 years to recover from. You got me into Taekwondo in 2017. And I was okay then, but slowly I got bad again. I knew with my history that this is never going to end. It's just going to keep happening over and over. Obviously, I'm somehow establishing some sort of baseline, and then I'm kind of struggling along, and then I feel really good for just a little while. Then boom, I'm back down. And this has been going on for 25 years. So I can go to acupuncture again, and it's still going to cost a lot of money, but it's not going to fix anything. It's a Band-Aid. But I wanted to get better from the inside out, from the bottom up. I think you were younger when I saw your stuff first. You're still a baby.
Still a baby. It's unbelievable, really, the amount of progress you've made. Someone who's gone from couch-bound, who couldn't put words together and couldn't even maybe process half the information in the program.
Yeah, at the beginning, my brain fog was huge then. And I don't know what I was running on. I had no batteries. It was pure will. I have a lot of will.
Yeah, you sound like you do. One of the things that a past member said once to me, which I thought was brilliant, her advice to anyone out there was, in a time where you don't have any energy, you've got to give it all your energy in terms of recovery. I'd love you to share, what did you do, especially in those harder stages? Because you made progress pretty quick, actually, in relative terms, especially if you've been suffering for 20 years. Within 6 months, you were noticing changes and you were just like, it's happening and I'm doing this and it's happening. But at that first, maybe 3 months in the program, you mentioned one thing, that you got support from Danny, your husband. He was able to kind of tell you what he was interpreting based off what you thought it was too. So you got that support. But what other things did you do in the initial stages when you couldn't watch a whole video or you felt like the coaching call was too much at the time?
When the coaching call was too much, sometimes I'd just go away and I'd think about it. I'd look at your videos. That's what helped me. I would go and I'd watch a video, and maybe I'd watch 5 minutes, and then I'd be, okay, that's too much. I'd find another one. Maybe that's a little less information. And I'd watch that one and I'd be like, oh, and I started writing sticky notes.
I love that. Hey, let's read that out.
It was one of your themes for the month, and this one really stuck with me. Movement was one of my themes that I wanted to do. It's just coming to fruition now, my exercising. Set an alarm, make a plan, and be accountable. And that goes for a whole lot of things in my life. It's not just that one thing, but I struggled with the physical aspect of it. I got my cognitive function back, and I started getting my memory. My memory was so bad. When I first met Danny, it was so bad. I mean, I couldn't remember. If somebody told me something 2 seconds later, I forgot what they said. I was able to actually enjoy getting up and moving without exercise, because I tried exercise over and over again.
No, you weren't ready back then at the start. You had to start easy. One of the things in the program is we talk about, before you even think about movement, let's get your daily function going. And I remember you used to sit outside from memory, but I remember you posting a video or a photo of you outside with your chair on your veranda, and just being outdoors was one of the things that you're working on and building up to. That was brilliant, because that's where you were at. You didn't need to do movement. You weren't ready to do a movement program at that stage, because you were in stage one. We needed to restore energy first. Building your daily function was the right move, and you were doing the right things at the right time.
And that was huge. And I mean, the baseline, I found it like, I was really going back to being a little girl again. Like you said, I was like, you got to crawl before you walk, and you got to walk before you run. So I can't exercise. And for me, this is really hard, because I've been an athlete my whole life. The last thing I was involved in was Taekwondo, and I made it all the way to my black belts. But I had to quit because it was too much for me. Soon after that, the crash came. So for me, the baseline was really fun. Believe it or not, I might be a little psychotic, but...
But I think the key is here, and this is a game changer, is you made it a game. It was a game for you. Like, you treated it like a fun game. It wasn't like, oh, I can only do this much and I can't do Taekwondo. It was like, all right, screw all that. That's been and done. All right. And I'm going to put my lens on for this right now in this moment. What can I do? Well, the game is to go and enjoy the sunshine on the deck.
Yeah, that was a huge one for me, getting outside, because previously, in my previous crashes, I just stayed in the house, and it's what I got used to. I'll just lay here until I start feeling better, and then I'll get out and do something. But with the baseline, it was small things like getting my eating in order. I have a really strict diet, so it was like, what can I keep on hand that's going to be easy for me to eat, and then fuel my body so that I can have more energy and do more things. And then I'd run into Danny and say, hey, I had this thing. Look, I didn't get bloated or whatever. And I'd be all excited about it. It's like, I was getting a shower, I kid you not, like once a week. I just didn't have the energy to stand under the water. And like, I have long hair, and I didn't have the energy to stand under the water and do this, because it was just too much. The thought of washing my hair, it killed me. I just wasn't capable of getting a shower. And now I'm pretty much getting a shower every day, which is huge for me, because I haven't done that in a long time.
Hair's looking very clean and fresh there.
Yeah, I had to wash it because I was in the garden.
I want to go back to two things you mentioned before. You mentioned food and energy, working within the foods that worked for you, just basically getting good nutrition into your system regularly, every few hours to support your system. But then you mentioned something that probably most people will overlook here, and you mentioned the word celebrate. You would go to Danny and go, babe, look, I did it. It's working. And you did that a lot. You did that in the program, which was great, but it's great that you were able to do it outside the program with Danny as well. I think that's really powerful. Celebrating the small wins as well. Like, they don't have to be huge. And I think that's something that you got from the program initially, was you do celebrate these tiny little things. Stop looking at the freaking mountain and celebrate the next step. Yeah. And you did such a great
job. One, thank you. The other one, which I sometimes slip on, but which makes a big impact on me, is getting to bed on time. Sometimes we'll be watching a really interesting movie, and I make sure that I'm in bed at 10:30 and the lights are out. And sometimes I let it go till 11 o'clock, and I suffer for it, because A, I don't fall asleep as easily, and then B, I don't sleep well, and C, I wake up too early. And then the next day I'm kind of tired, and I'm like, don't do that again. So I have an alarm that I set now, and the alarm goes off, and we both get in and get ready for bed. And take our pills because, we take pills. But yeah, the sleep is huge. If I don't sleep well, cognitively the next day, I'm slow. I don't get brain fog anymore, though. I'm so grateful for that. And that to me is the best feeling on earth because I lived with it for almost 20 years, even maybe a little longer because it's only been now that I don't get it. I account that to getting the rest, sticking to the baseline. I still stick to that baseline. It's up here now, but I stick to it. And then just recently, in the last couple of weeks, I've been slowly going back to exercising. I started off with just a 60-second plank.
Nice.
And I did that every day for about a week. And then I had wall push-ups. And so I'm getting rid of my little flabbies that I could develop. They were quite a lot worse, but getting rid of that. And I don't do it all at once. I go do my plank and then I go do something else. And then I'll sit there and I'll be like, I'm going to go do my squats now. I've just recently incorporated my curls and my triceps with it. I was a personal trainer, so I'm teaching myself like a beginner.
And what you're doing is micro sessions, and you're basically doing appropriate retraining of your muscles. You're not overtraining. You mentioned that your baseline is up here now, and I think that's important to mention is that I consider you as a normal, healthy, functioning human being. Now, that's who you are. That's what you are. And so what people don't realize is that baseline is never fixed. It's something that's progressional over time that you build up. Your capacity, your strength and stamina over time. You might get a cold or a flu, and that's going to pull you back a couple of weeks. And that's what happens with healthy people too. That's really important to notice. What advice would you give to someone who's just started the program, who is maybe just feeling a little bit overwhelmed and isolated when they start something new? They're excited, but then they realize that they have to do the work. What would your advice be, even though you've given some great, just through your story about making it a game and it's fun, looking forward to things, food and energy, celebrate the small wins, and getting your sleep routine sorted as well. They were huge things for you.
Take a big breath. Take the pressure off yourself. I mean, that's huge. Take the pressure off. We're used to having all this, and so now we're down here. So treat yourself like a little baby, like a newborn. Forget about everything you used to know because that's no longer available to you yet. It's a yet thing. It's like, it's going to come back, but in the meantime, you're just going to become a much better person for it. Don't feel guilty about feeling so ill because what you're doing is you're learning stuff that a lot of people don't ever get to learn. And that's how to treat yourself well and to be kind to yourself and do things that make you feel good. And in turn, everybody around you feels good. Slow, slow, slow. Don't be in a hurry. Little tiny pieces, bite-sized pieces, Danny says.
Yeah, and that's really what it was. I love the word yet. We use it a lot. I use it a lot. I don't know if you remember that someone will say, I can't do this and I can't do that. And I say, yet. You know what I mean? Because if you say it without it, you're making it definitive. But if you say it with yet, it's saying, well, yeah, this is the current reality, but it's not necessarily the end destination reality.
You're going to get there. You got to just take your time to get there, but you're going to get there. It's like a diet. You gain all this weight and you got to lose it. And it took you a long time to put all that weight on. So now it's going to take you a long time to take it off. And you have to do it right. You can't go buy magic pills and stuff. You got to really get to the root cause of the problem and sort through it little piece by little piece.
Yeah, I think one of the biggest problems is people don't believe it's possible for them.
Because when you're down there like that, I wouldn't have thought so either when I was sick.
How did you change that belief? Was it partly just seeing other people in the program getting better? Was it just chipping away and just like slowly noticing improvements over time?
All of that. I was committed too. I was committed. When I did this, I was really committed. I was like, I'm doing this. I don't expect to be better tomorrow. And I know I feel more for others than I do for myself usually. I like to help people. You know, I just went to Florida to help a girlfriend there for 2 weeks. I went and she became disabled. So I went and straightened out her whole house and sorted it out so that it could be functional for her. I would have never thought that possible a year ago.
What's that like to be able to do that for someone?
Makes me want to cry. It's wonderful to help somebody else. You know, you help me, I pay it forward. It's because of the program, Toby. I could not have got here without you. And I remember all the lessons. And the biggest one I'll never forget is the guilt workshop. I recommend everybody watch that workshop. I don't know if I still have access to it, but if I did, I'd watch it again. You learn a lot. And you've taught me to learn. You've taught me to pay attention and to listen to my body. I mean, I always was good at that, but sometimes we're stubborn and we self-sabotage. I think everybody has all of that in them. So stop feeling guilty and just stick with the basics.
Yeah. We're going to wrap up in a second. This has just been so brilliant. What can someone do who just can't commit yet? How did you get committed? How do you do it, Kathy?
I got tired of being tired. I did naturopathic. I tried to be vegetarian. I tried to be vegan. I did all this stuff. Nothing kept me on course. So I needed to learn some lessons. And from what I saw in your program, even if you don't feel like you can do it, just look at one thing, one little thing. Start with the baseline, one little thing, and reward yourself. Let's say if you get an extra 10 minutes sleep the night before, congratulations, look what you did. You got an extra 10 minutes. It's huge. If you can't get a shower and one day you get a sponge bath at least, and you're like, wow, you feel better when you're clean. Get some help, get some support. I'm big on people support. And I was very blessed to have so many good people in my life. Well, this whole 25-year journey, all my friends stayed my friends and supported me, and through all my ups and downs, and I was blessed. I was just blessed. But you just got to think that there is a light at the end of the tunnel. There is. And this program has a lot, if not all, the answers. I mean, I was only in it for 7 months, but my struggle was real. And I just went in, like I do with everything. I jumped in with 2 feet and said, let's go. That's how I started kickboxing. Oh, I love it. Let's go. I want to fight right now. That's maybe part of why I did it. But you just got to believe.
I love that. I love that. Like, I think it's important to make it work for you. I think so many people get stuck in, it's like it has to be cookie cutter version stuff. No, that's the last thing we encourage. It's like, you got to make it work for you. Otherwise, it's going to be not fun.
It's not, got to make it fun. You got to make it fun.
I always write notes when I'm talking on these calls. And the first 2 words are fun and games.
And you know where you really learn is when you fail. You know, when you're getting your baseline together and you get there and you're like, oh man, look at me, I'm going strong. And then boom, you go down a notch. Instead of going, oh God, no, here I go again. It's like, why did I go down? What did I do? What didn't I do? What can I learn from this? I think that's why I kept advancing, because I fell a lot. I'd go and I'd fall and I'd go and I'd fall and I'd go. So what am I doing? What is it that I'm doing or I'm not doing? And then I'd go look at videos. When I was able to, when I was cognitively finally able to sit down and watch a whole video.
That's what it is. You just didn't get stuck. You never got stuck. Yes, it wasn't perfect. And yes, there was weeks that you went backwards a little bit, but you never got stuck in any moment of time. It was just like, it is what it is. What can I learn from it? We have a saying, you either win or you learn. There's no such thing as failure.
Yeah, there's no failure. And there's nothing wrong with taking a backward step either, because sometimes you need it. So if you're trying just to get more and more of the baseline, that's really not what you want to be doing. You want to get that baseline, you want to stay there, and recognizing when you're ready to move up a little bit is the hard part. That's the trial and error thing. It's like, okay, I'm going to try this, and if my baseline falls, then I'm not ready. But good for you for getting there.
Yes, exactly. And just tapping yourself on the back. Before we go, have you got any last words of wisdom for people who are sitting on the fence, who want to join the program, or who are maybe in the program but just having those initial doubts that, are human, as I say to everyone?
If you're sitting on the fence, I really encourage that you do the program. You just got to pick out that old Nike saying, just do it. If it's too much content, back off. Step away from it. Just take one little thing that you did connect with and work with that. Maybe reach out to somebody like yourself or Ash or Aaron or anybody. Reach out. Use Facebook. I mean, it's really hard, and I found it really hard at the beginning too. There's so much. And when you're suffering, it's hard to read about other people's suffering because it overwhelms you. It's like, oh my God, everybody's feeling suffering. I feel like I'm never going to get anywhere because all these people are doing that. But they're probably all at the same spot. They're all new. They're all learning. They're all struggling to get there. Just think about what you're doing. Just stop reading all that. Stop looking at it. Just focus on the call. Even if you record it and try and go back to it, even if you watch it for 5 minutes, eventually you'll get there. Eventually you'll like the call, because everybody is so helpful and everybody has your back and everybody listens and everybody's going through what you're going through. Everybody's walking that same road, and that's huge, because If you talk to somebody that doesn't have chronic fatigue or has never suffered from it or don't know anybody, they can't understand it. It's like if you get a headache and I don't have a headache, you're going to say, oh, I have such a bad headache, and I'm going to be sympathetic, but I don't feel what you feel. But everybody in the group, they're always encouraging. They're there to hold your hand. They'll private message you, whatever you want to do. You pick one person that you really feel comfortable with, reach out.
You make friends for life in this program.
You do. I still remember the girls in my group. It's true. I mean, any one of them call me or PM me right now, I'd be there, you know.
So good. Danny, for anyone who's a supporter, what would you say to someone who's thinking about joining the program?
Just do it at whatever speed you can take it. You eat an elephant one bite at a time. And that's basically what you're looking at doing. When she was first telling me about the program, I looked at, that's a lot of stuff. But watch one video and go off and think about that for a day or two, and watch another one, and next week watch two, and one piece at a time. There's going to be some improvements. It may take a while, but you get that baseline identified, and you'll get the diet thing under control, and you get your sleep under control, and then you start working the program one little piece at a time, and you'll get there. Some folks get there in a short amount of time. Some folks take longer, and some of them may take forever, but we'll make an absolutely huge improvement in quality of life, which is, why you want to do this in the first place.
So eats happier.
Sure. She's not just piled up on the couch in there or doing whatever little bit she can do just to sit there and breathe. She's a wonderful wife, takes care of the house, takes care of me. It's a good thing, and I'm really happy she found a program and worked it. I was one of those things I couldn't do it for her. I mean, I'd be there on the side, encourage. But I'd say if you're sitting on the fence or you're thinking about it, just do it. I mean, the worst thing that's going to happen is you waste a little bit of time. What's the alternative? You waste a lot of time.
Yeah, I love that. Eat an elephant one bite at a time. Is that right?
That's it.
I love that. It's just kind of sums up your journey, and just tiny little bites at the start, like baby bites, and then bigger chunks, and then bigger chunks as the months went on.
Then you're going to be mowing down.
Now you're eating it one go at a time. It's been an absolute pleasure to talk with you, Kathy, and Danny as well. It was a real surprise and pleasure. Yeah, just so appreciate you, and on behalf of all the team and the members as well, and all the general public as well, just thank you, because there are a lot of people, especially I know women in their 60s, who have been struggling for a long time, and they've never met or heard a story like this, and there are actually lots of them out there. It's just that not many people have the bravery to share their story. So I really appreciate you doing this today, Kathy and Danny.
My pleasure, our pleasure.
Yeah.
Annie wants me to show you this. That was my first kickboxing fight.
Wow.
At 41 years old. Good memories.
So good. Kathy, you're a legend. You're a living legend. We'll stay in touch. We'll speak soon. See you soon.
Okay.
Thanks again.
Okay. Take care, Toby.
Bye, love. Bye.
Bye.
Hello and welcome everyone. My name is Toby Morrison from CFS Health, and on the other end of the video screen is Michelle McDonald. Hello.
Hi.
Hey, super stoked to have you here. Today we're talking about chronic fatigue syndrome recovery, and we have this really, really special guest with us today. And Michelle's story is pretty amazing, and it had lots of twists and turns, and she's a mum. She's freaking amazing at what she does in terms of work. She's super passionate about it, but it wasn't always that easy. In fact, it was really, really hard. And when I first met Michelle, when she joined the program, you were in a pretty dark place. And so I'd love to share your journey with everyone who's listening, because I think it's so powerful and profound. And I just kind of can't wait to share your story. It's going to be amazing. So thanks for coming in. Really appreciate it.
You're welcome.
If we can wind back the clock, before we even met, before you kind of reached out and applied for the program and all that jazz, where were you at with your life? What had happened to Michelle at that point?
Yeah, so I think when I first started to have those thoughts of like, something is not right with me, and I don't know what it is, was really after the birth of my daughter. So that was 2019 in March. And it is that confusing thing because it's such a new part of life and so many body changes that my brain would start to be like, oh, this is normal. This is just a part of that adjustment process. But yeah, it was just that niggling whisper of like, something's not right. So I think it took me, after giving birth, it took me 10 months to finally go, I should probably see a counselor or psychologist. And then it took me another year and a half before I was like, okay, well, something's not right with my body, because depression, anxiety, sleeping for 10 hours, needing to nap in the day, just feeling so tired all the time. So then I finally got around to seeing the GP. It was good that she was like, hey, you've got an autoimmune disease. So that was one piece of the puzzle that made me go, okay, it's not in my head. Something is going on in my body. But then, of course, it's like, you've got an autoimmune disease. Here's a couple of pills and on your way. And things didn't really seem to change. I got some supplements and it helped a little, but definitely the depression, the sleep, the feeling tired, not being able to concentrate, having what they refer to as that brain fog, where I'm just mid-sentence and then completely forget what I was saying. Just feel like you're somehow floating in the universe. Like, where am I?
Totally. So scary as well. And I want to pre-frame this by saying, what were you like before you had your baby? Because you're a pretty active person.
So before I had my child, I would say I was an elite performer in musical theatre. And, you know, we do 8 shows a week. The shows go for like 3 hours, very high energy.
I had no idea. I didn't know you did that. That's amazing. And so you're like a full high achiever. You sound like the nonstop type of person, living life to the fullest.
Oh, yeah. Like, how perfect is that kind of performing career for a push and crash? I'm going hardcore, 3 hours nonstop. You get this big applause at the end of the night, which is so like, feed my ego and like approve me. And then go home, maybe can't sleep, have a few wines, crash, wake up groggy, but you know, you have to do a show by 5 o'clock, 7 o'clock, and then you go again, you know, like perfect push and crash.
Especially if you're not looking after yourself, and, you know, knowledge is power, but then applying that knowledge is even more powerful. And if you don't know how to feed yourself, be in tune with your body, recondition your body properly, all these things that you've learned obviously now, it's an easy way to kind of not feel too great. It's really cool to paint the picture just for other people watching. It's not like you were just a couch potato who did nothing. And we never really have met anyone through the program, and we're talking thousands of people over the last decade, ever met a lazy person join this program. I don't think chronic fatigue syndrome affects lazy people, actually. What was it like for you when you've gone from cabarets and Chicago's and performing to then having a baby? Probably feeling the pressure of like you should be really happy right now, and then physiologically not being able to function. What were some of the thought processes that were going on at that time? And especially chronic fatigue syndrome, the awareness is getting better now, but even 3-4 years ago, it was still pretty rough. Like, here's some pills, good luck.
Totally. And I actually still don't really know, apart from obviously my husband who really saw the highs and lows. I still don't know if like some of my closest friends or my workplaces really understand the kind of state I was in during those couple of years and months. And I think that's because of this awareness of, people just think, oh, chronic fatigue, or you feel a bit tired, have a coffee and keep going or something. Oh gosh, it's way more emotionally, spiritually, physically, mentally complicated than that.
They're much more complicated. And so it's a very much a physiological experience. However, it does affect you emotionally because it's totally ruined your identity.
If I take it back to myself, I have this whole story from childhood. If I can be really good at dancing, then my parents will love me, friends will like me. You know, I did find joy in dancing, but that's one layer. Then if I can't do it anymore and all of a sudden my brain wants to tell me, you're going to get kicked out of the tribe. Nobody is going to like you or respect you or be there for you if you don't do this one thing that I've made up in my head. And you just feel like you're dying.
Pressure. I can just imagine backpacks of rocks just like layered on top of you, of like that pressure. So yeah, I guess the question was like, in those darkest moments, did you feel hopeless? Did you think it was possible for you? Were you one of those people that was like, shit, there's nothing I can do? Or are you someone who's just like, no, I'm going to find a way. It's just a matter of finding what it is that's going to help me.
Yeah, I think it was both. I absolutely felt hopeless and confused and lost. But, and this is not a comment on antidepressants or anti-anxiety medications, because if somebody out there needs to take them, absolutely take them. But when my friends and family started to say to me, maybe you should look at going on medication, some deep inner voice was like, no, there's something you need to work through here. There's some emotional, mental block, and just taking meds, because I was already taking meds for autoimmune and taking my supplements, I just kind of knew there was stuff for me to break down and break through. Yeah.
So powerful. Oh my God, got chills down my spine, because imagine if you did just keep going on that path of, taking the pills for the sake of taking the pills and ignoring that message. And for sure, antidepressants and other medications can be super helpful for a bunch of people. And there might be a message in the mess too that could be picked up and potentially utilized, which you did. And I can't wait to talk about it today. What was your biggest challenge before joining the program?
My biggest challenge was actually just to speak out what I needed. I felt trapped and like I didn't have an option of doing things differently. Obviously, this is all just in my brain telling me these things. So even though you can hear those whispers to yourself of like, whatever, even if it was something small, because remember, I was a new mum, even if it was like, I just want to go have a cup of tea by myself. But then the other part of my brain being like, you can't do that. That's not allowed. That's not what a mum does. All the reasons why you can't do the thing that your body actually wants to do. And I teach yoga, so I feel like my throat chakra was just locked. And then that energy just built up inside my body. And then obviously it needs to come out in other ways. But the biggest challenge was just not being able to actually stand in my confidence of being like, this is what I need. And nothing else really matters,
Really, it's coming back to boundaries. What you're saying here is like, I had no idea how to express myself and set boundaries for myself and also for people around me. Before you learned the tools to do that, how did that actually feel emotionally when you said you felt trapped?
Yeah, it felt like I was in prison. It literally felt I was in my own prison. There's no self-expression, no freedom. And that's when I got really sad because I felt trapped. Again, let's add another layer to that cake. I was feeling guilty for feeling sad because I'm a new mom. I have a great husband. I have a great house. And why do I feel this sad? So there's guilt on top of that.
Put your hand up right now if you're listening to this and you're resonating. You're like probably nodding like, oh, go, yeah. I mean, so true. The guilt on top of the sadness is just horrible and so isolating because people don't really get it, like even your loved ones, they don't really get it. And it's like, you don't know who to turn to or what to do. Appreciate you sharing. What changed after joining the program? How did you even find CFS Help? Was it on YouTube or?
It was just a twist of fate that I think I just typed into podcast chronic fatigue and you had talked on another podcast. And I listened to you and I was just like, yes, there are so many times in my life where I just, find this alignment with people. And I think I said that to you in one of the calls. I appreciated your authenticity and you just seem like a good guy. Like I don't know you that well, but you just seem like a good, authentic person. And I love authentic people in my life. I'm not here for the sort of jazz hands, even though that was the world I came from. I'll just add to that as well, because this came to mind, which I thought was really interesting, because I was seeing a psychologist at the time. But how funny is this? I remember sitting in the psychologist sessions, feeling guilty about the things that I would tell the psychologist. So then I would start to not tell the psychologist the full story. So of course I couldn't really get to the problem. Well, not the problem, but, couldn't really unwind everything. But joining the course, I think because of your authenticity and your sharing and the way that everybody does lift each other up and truly shares, and you can tell us the worst thing ever and we're just like, that is fine. I felt then like I could really start to speak.
We get
and that is just priceless to me.
Yeah, amazing. Thanks for sharing that. So you join this program, you don't even know what it's really about probably. You've just like, this feels good. It's my next step. I need a holistic approach. And you obviously felt like you were fully understood straight away, which is something that's really important to us, is that we get you. What changed?
I mean, so many tiny little things, but generally I always refer back to the guilt workshop, because in that workshop, I really got that I was putting everybody else before myself. I'm good with visualization. It really made me visualize and connect back to like my 5-year-old self. And I love her so much. And I was like, how can I do this to her? She needs to be held by me, you know? So that was such a huge turning point. And the second thing in that workshop was, which is so valuable, and I still use it now, is the voices in my head, those voices of guilt or anything, that question of like, is this my voice or is this my childhood teacher or my mom or my dad? Whose belief is that? Who told me that to be a good mom, I can't have a cup of tea by myself? Was that me? Is that what I believe? Well, actually, no. And once I started to unpack whose voices were in my head, oh my God, then I could truly figure out what I believed and what I stood for my life. You know?
Truth, yeah. Becoming the true you and owning it. Yeah, I see a lot of pressure from, it's unintended, but it's family pressure of like, you should do this, you should do that. When you're older, you should be this. This is how a good girl acts and behaves.
Oh yeah, that term I do not use with my daughter.
Which is fantastic. I mean, how amazing, how lucky for your daughter to have a mum like you now, you know, through what you've been through. So much wisdom. Being a mum and really putting yourself first is pretty hard. And I'm not a mum. I actually can't really say that I really truly get it, but God, I can only imagine how hard it would be. And I remember probably 3 to 4 months inside the program for you, there was a pivotal moment where you were trying really hard at recovery. You were really dedicated, but you also felt trapped. It was like, I've got this beautiful daughter, but I'm also like, it's hindering my recovery because I can't fully focus on me. It's either being a mum or not being a mum and getting better. Like that was kind of the thought process, kind of black and white, but
that's a perfect way to put it. Absolutely. Yeah. And then you coached me. I don't even know exactly what you said, but you made me realize that she was not the barrier. She was not the problem. She was not the thing in my way. And I was like, what? But if I didn't have her, then I could rest more. If I didn't have to look after my daughter, then I could go to yoga more. And if I didn't have her, I'd have blah, 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 all these things. If I didn't have her, if I didn't have these responsibilities, then I'd be better. And how great that you made me realize that that is just not true. Because one, hopefully I'll always have her, so she's not going away, you know. And two, it's kind of like, well, that was just an excuse keeping me trapped. I was just putting everything on some external person and situation, probably to be like in a little bit of that victim mode. I'm mom, you don't understand. When you made me really see that it wasn't her, oh wow, that was like cameras back on me. Like, okay, well now I've got to go deep, because if it's not her, it's me.
It was an amazing session. For you at that moment, it was so pivotal, because I think, and most mums do this, they're like, in order to get better, I need to put myself first. You know, that's what everyone thinks. But, you know, I say, well, maybe don't put yourself first, but at least put yourself equal, because that's doable. But when you've got a kid, I don't know how doable first is all the time, but equal, it's possible, right? Really what we're talking about here is a story. On the call, I was like, well, how's that working out for you, believing that she's in the way? Because you're probably never going to get better if you buy into that the rest of your life, because there's always a reason why you can't. And so again, it's about controlling our controllables. What can we control? And I feel like it was like a penny dropped in a moment for you that day, and there was lots of tears, and it was a hard call for you. I remember it was a really tough call, but it was so special because it was almost like the fog cleared and you looked different on the call. Like the energy came back into your face and your life, and it was like, wow, she's actually a blessing. She's not in the way. She's helping me get on the way. And it was almost like this immediate shift inside that program that was just like, wow, okay, cool. And then you started to really click into gear in terms of like owning your day, supporting your daughter, but also supporting yourself throughout each and every day.
Yeah, well, I think it gave me that next step of, well, now I feel free to place boundaries in place with my daughter, or just say what I needed. It freed me up.
I feel like everyone loves baseline, but people who aren't in the program, they're like, oh, I just need to get my baseline right and all that. You know, what are some tips around that for being a mum? Because I think it's pretty tough. I think the first one, you've already said it, which is totally okay to put yourself equal and start expressing yourself and asking for what you need. Would that be number one?
Yes, that. But I think almost the step before that is those things from the guilt workshop of like breaking down your story and your beliefs of what our mum, quotation marks, should do and should look like. They're just in your mind for such a long time. You forget to stop and examine, oh, hang on, I have this whole deep idea of what I should be doing as a mum. So definitely breaking that down, because you know what I've learned? Gosh, literally every parent is so different. One parent is like, let's just say, oh, stressed out if they don't have the perfect lunchbox. Me, I don't really care what their lunchbox looks like, whatever. So everyone has these weird different standards in their head to do with how a parent or mum or father should act. And that's a lot of pressure. I didn't understand in my brain. I was like, why can't I do this? Why am I struggling to be a stay-at-home mum? Like, here are some of these stories in my head. Doesn't this come naturally to everyone? I thought I'd be good at this because my mum was good at this. I don't know. My husband seems like he'd be better at staying home than me. Why is it me? Is it because I'm a female? Like, oh my gosh, I could just go on forever about all the stories in my brain that were not helpful. And that's your question. Is it helpful? No, it's not helpful.
How's it serving you? And for all the guys who maybe aren't mums listening as well, it's like, how is the belief that you're holding right now serving you? There's a story that you're telling yourself. Is it helping or hindering?
Yeah, and that's what I learned too as well about how when you got me to see that it's not my daughter or being a parent that's the issue, then you do start to see like, oh yeah, these things come up for everybody. So is it that you're telling yourself to be the best, whatever, that you have to, you know, be at work at 9 o'clock, or it's just all those stories of pressure trying to get it right. There is no right.
Charlie Benyon, one of our past members as well, I think you might have seen her for a little while. She was in the program and she did a success interview as well. And if you haven't watched it, go find it on YouTube somewhere. Program members, you guys know where it is in the hub. The pressure of a mum, she always felt like she had to be on call. She had to be the helper for everyone. And that was blocking her so much in her recovery. And we flipped it one day, again, through a coaching call. And I was like, why don't you let your children know that you're here for them if they need you? But I don't even know if your kids are actually asking for help. I think you're just trying to do it as a job role that you think you believe you need to do it. Exactly what you're saying. And she's like, oh my God, you're right. Like, they actually don't even ask for help. And they don't even appreciate me when I try and help because they're not actually asking for my help. And it's like, holy shit. And now she's got this awesome relationship with her kids where it's just like, hey, I'm here for you if you need me. You just let me know when that is. And then there's an open conversation versus like chasing the tail. Is there anything else you want to share through your journey through the program on the holistic approach, movement-wise, nutrition-wise, rest-wise? Is there anything that kind of would be helpful to share?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I think, we've talked a lot about the mental side and the stories in our head, but at the very same time, all of those practical tips, you know, no screen time right before bed, and I put white noise on to sleep. I ate every 2 to 3 hours, a mix of protein and carbs, like all of those practical things really, really did help. They just lifted, you know, they held me while then I could sort out what was in my head. And I bought a pair of those blue light blocking glasses that have the orange. If I take a FaceTime call or something at nighttime, my friend's always like, cool glasses, man. So definitely all those aspects played a huge role. And it was, even though I was only in the course for just over 6 months, maybe 7 months, even to where I am now, because that was only a year ago, it is still baby steps. It's amazing to look back over the year and think, okay, literally a year ago right now, gosh, I'd be asleep right now during the day. And, you know, it didn't happen overnight. It was really, really slow, steady changes. But I think it was really useful for me at the time about just starting with something small. That my first boundary with my daughter was that when I was sitting down to have a cup of tea, that I was not getting up until I finished the cup of tea. And I still do that. And it is gold. It is gold. So just make myself like 10 cups of tea a day. So no, yeah. And she knows there's no like fight or but mum or whatever. She's like, mum's having a cup of tea. And that was the perfect small boundary to start with. So I think that was really good.
I love that. Micro changes lead to macro changes. So tell us, where are you at now? You're pretty passionate about Pilates, which I am too. I love Joseph Pilates. His story is just so inspirational. But yeah, tell us a day in the life of Michelle now.
Oh, you've picked an interesting read.
Not this way, but this general, like you're a Pilates coach, is that right? Like you'd run group training sessions?
Yeah, so at the moment I teach yoga and I teach Pilates both in a group setting. So where you might have like 20 people on the mat or 10 people on the reformer. And then I also work in a small group setting where you have 4 people at once and they have individual goals that you're helping them achieve.
Where do you see yourself, in the future?
Yeah. I have no idea. I just know that it feels like I'm on the precipice. This whole last year with you, it's just been one layer and one layer. And it's funny again how my brain, for some reason, like, oh, it's a new year, it's 2023. I'm done with all that recovery or whatever. I'm just going to cruise. And then life comes at you and you're like, oh, I've still got more work on myself to do.
Well, it never stops, right? And this is what we say in Lifestyle Integration is like, life is hard. Recovery is hard, but not recovering's harder because there's suffering on top of suffering. Whereas now you're just experiencing life stuff and it's like, oh, okay, is this really what I want to be doing? Maybe it's not. Maybe it's something different.
Yeah. And also, I guess another really good point, which I find is just so interesting, was when I was in the course, everything that I was wanting to work through was to get myself to be back as the person I was beforehand. But as I'm learning now, 1, that's not who I am anymore because I know so many more things. And 2, that's just going to wind me back up in the same place. And it's so funny, all of that climbing the imaginary ladder in the musical theatre world. Well, now I'm just doing that in the Pilates world. And it's not working, and I'm going to need to have a little rethink and go back to some of those basics. People in the course now, or if people are thinking about joining the course, you come out a whole new person just for the better. I thought I wanted to go back to the Michelle I was before, but I don't want to go back there. I'm a whole new creation now, and it's so much better. Yeah. I just thank you so much. I think to myself, the story you tell when people were telling you, what are you thinking? This course, it'll never work and all that. And I just go, oh, thank you so much, Toby, to that person who intuitively knew that you were going to help so many people.
I told you not to make me cry on this. I said, do your best not to make me cry. Now you're making me tear up.
Everything you created was a lifesaver for me, and I will be forever grateful.
It's my pleasure. I knew exactly what I needed back then, and I just thought of people like you many years ahead of time and just thought, got to make sure you don't have to go through what I went through. It was total hell. So it's so good that you're doing this, and it's music to my ears. I feel like you're so on track, even though that career-wise things might be moving and changing. You're so in tune, you know what I mean? And that's what makes a difference. And it's not about fighting for the old, it's about building the new. And when you finally get that and the penny drops, momentum happens and you can start to move forwards. But until that happens, you're really going to just hit your head against a brick wall. Bang, bang. It's out of alignment. It's not who you are anymore. And you need to build what you truly want. So pumped for you. A couple of things before we round up this chat. First thing, if there's someone watching this and they've been watching a crap load of YouTube videos and they're like, consuming. They're like, I want to join, but I'm so nervous if I join. What if it doesn't work? What if I fail at the program? All these types of things. Is it worth it? What would you say to them?
And it's 100% worth it. And it's hands down, pick up the phone, write the email. But when I was thinking about joining, that was actually my main concern. What I was saying to myself in my head was, what if, Michelle, you do another course, you spend all this money that your family need and you spend all this money and nothing changes? Saying that to myself was disrespectful and kind of just a bit harsh. And again, just adding guilt. Like, if you do this course and you don't fix yourself, then you're not worthy and you wasted everyone's time and money. And again, there's just so much pressure on myself. So I guess I say to those people, just check in with what your beliefs are about doing the course. Notice if there's any guilt or pressure. If there is, that's probably not true, and give yourself the chance to explore. I think only good could come of it.
I had a mum once join years ago, and this is so long ago, like almost over a decade ago. She ummed and ahed for like 3 years. And anyway, she did the program. About a year and a half later, she progressively got better. She recovered, and she wrote a testimonial, and she said, when I joined the program, I was so questioning it. Oh, should I, shouldn't I? It's a lot of money. Maybe it's not that much. Is it worth it? All these things. And then she asked a simple question. If my daughter was going through this right now, what would I do? And she was like, I would have paid for it 5 days ago. And so she joined on the spot. And she said, thank God she did. But, she's like, what am I teaching my daughter? Provided it's the right thing, then it's in alignment. For some people, it won't be. And that's okay too. It's a fascinating process that we go through when we're investing in things. We all go through it.
And upon reflection for me as well, financially, it was honestly priceless. I'd pay that fee 1,000 times over. Absolutely priceless for me and my life and my family, everything. Yeah.
There's like so many gold nuggets through here. Like my mind says like boundaries, expression, consistency, showing up for yourself. Like how committed are you actually? All these things. For the people who are suffering right now, mums, dads, teenagers, athletes, academics, everyone, what would you like to share with them as we leave this conversation?
Good question. I just acknowledge them. I want to acknowledge everything you're feeling. It is real. It feels real to you. And I hear that and I acknowledge that. And I never would want those people to think that it's their fault to feel that way, or that it's all in their head, like you mentioned. But I just would tell them that, yeah, I acknowledge everything mentally, spiritually, physically. We hear you. Yeah.
Wow. Thank you so much for sharing that. Can feel everyone at home just feeling so much more at ease, because it's what you just said is very true. Thank you so much for doing this. I really appreciate you, and just amazing how you showed up throughout the period of working with us. Even on the hardest days, you still showed up, and you reached out for help and you did the work, and you got the reward because of that. So yeah, don't underestimate all that work that you did as well. It's unbelievable. Yeah, great to witness.
Thank you.
We'll stay in touch.
Thank
we might have
you.
to do a round 2 at some stage as well.
Okay, cool. Yeah, see where I am this time next year.
Yeah, exactly. Thanks heaps, Michelle.
You're welcome.
See ya. Hello, everyone, and welcome to another success interview at CFS Health. My name is Toby Morrison, the founder of CFS Health, and on the other end, we have Susie McKenzie, who is coming on to share her recovery story from chronic fatigue syndrome. It's pretty damn incredible. I've known Susie for a long time now, actually, almost 8-9 years now, maybe even 10. And so I'm getting chills down my spine because I saw an Instagram reel pop up on our CFS Health page the other day, and I clicked on it, and it was Suze McKenzie, and I go, oh, I remember Suze McKenzie. I've got a really good memory. And it was this reel of basically this woman who, went through these stages of recovery and is now out the other end. And sure enough, it was Susie McKenzie who did our original OG program, the CFS Health recovery program, which is pretty wild. And so I reached out to her, and you said, yes, you're up for an interview. So I just want to thank you for being here, because, not everyone, jumps on and shares their story. They just kind of move on. And so, I really appreciate you giving back as well. So thanks for being here.
Oh, you're very welcome, Tony. I know how important hope was when I was sick. So if I can just give that to one other person, that's awesome.
Yeah, you're amazing. Let's go back. Let's rewind the clock a little bit. You mentioned before off air that you were 26 when you first got diagnosed with chronic fatigue syndrome. And it wasn't until kind of 18 months in your journey that you found proper help. And I'd love to know kind of like, what led to you getting CFS and share that part.
Yeah. So I got a mystery virus. They never knew what it was that triggered post-viral syndrome.
Mm-hmm.
But in hindsight, I had not been looking after myself. I'd been pretty stressed, pretty anxious, and burning the candle at both ends. I didn't really know how to rest. I was very active, probably over exercising as a way to deal with the anxiety. And I had got sick a lot in the sort of year before, but I just kept pushing. And then I went to Germany for work and came back and just thought I was jet lagged. And then was like, geez, this isn't jet lag. And I had initially about 6 weeks in bed, just so overwhelmingly fatigued and in so much pain and such bad brain fog. But I was very lucky. My mum's a nurse and she knows how the medical world works, and she got me in to see the right doctors. And I ended up seeing an infectious diseases physician who tested me for everything it could be and then came back negative for everything. So we said it was chronic fatigue.
Wow. And what apart from the exhaustion and the brain fog and the pain, was there any other main symptoms? Those three are really common for most people.
Yeah, they were the big three, but I would sweat. I get a lot of sweats too. I had a lot of nerve pain. To be honest, a lot of it's a blur, Toby. It was so intense and so awful. I'm trying to think what my symptoms. Oh, actually, I had such swollen lymph nodes in my tummy, all through my body, but particularly my tummy. I could barely eat. I lost 10 kilos in 3 months. Like, it was crazy.
Yeah. And so you went from, because were you writing books, like editing books, like you were a full-time
Yeah, I was working full-time for a magazine, a monthly magazine, doing writing and editing. And yeah, my whole life, and I was doing my master's at the same time, and my life just got ripped out from underneath me. I had to quit my job, had to move home. Luckily, I had that option, but it wasn't what I wanted to do.
No.
Quit uni, and I spent pretty much 6 months just being incredibly sick. And then started about a year of just pushing and crashing and pushing and crashing, and no one could help me. It was so awful. The doctors would just be like, oh, there's nothing we can really do. I remember one of them actually saying to her, be like, well, you might get better, but you might not. It's like, I'm 26 years old. You can't tell me that.
Especially when you're feeling horrible. Like,
yeah.
And especially when there's no practical help. So you're feeling horrible, there's no practical help, and there's this gap in the world. Like, it's kind of like I'd imagine those 6 months for you would have been like just so depressing. Like, was it?
They really were, Sophie. I certainly had very low moments, and throughout 4.5 years of it, certainly had moments of going like, if this doesn't get better, like, this is, I can't live like this. And yeah, it was, you were really just, well, you know what it's like, you just cut adrift. Like, they just don't help you, and you're just like, well, what, you can't just not help me. I used to have a life, you've just taken it away from me. Though it was it was awful.
And I think also like that the doctor situation is tough too, because like we get brought up kind of being told that when you're sick you go to the doctors, and so you keep trying the same freaking thing for so long, and it's like like, when am I going to find someone who can actually help me?
Yeah, and I had a very compassionate doctor who was very nice to me, and gave me a script for antidepressants and a script for nerve pain, but he couldn't help me. Like, he did tell me to do graded exercise, but didn't explain it. So I did it wrong.
Yeah,
and
wrongly prescribed.
Yeah, so it really wasn't until I found you guys that I was like, oh, you guys actually understand what's going on with me. I don't have to justify it, and you've got some practical ways to help me. I was so excited when I stumbled across you online. Like, oh my God.
Now tell us how you found us, because this is a long time ago. This isn't like, last week or last year. Yeah.
This was about 10 years ago, maybe, no, 8 years ago. And I had, because I was a writer before I got sick, that's something I tried to keep doing. And I wrote a blog. I wrote a blog called A Snoozy Life. And someone commented on one of the early posts and on it saying they liked my photos or something fairly benign. And I clicked on their profile and went to their blog. They were in the UK, and I read everything they'd written. I'd never read anything that they identified with like this. So I was very excited. And then she put up these videos, these YouTube videos of Toby, of you. Right. And I was like, well, what's this? Like this guy, and I heard your Aussie accent and was like, no, he's Australian. And it turns out you were an hour down the road from me. So
Yeah.
I shot off a very excited email to you being like, oh my God, please help me. I think you were like, just chill.
Sounds like
It's
me.
a long-
What? All right, cool. So you've been kind of having a crap time for a year and a half. You tried lots of what did you try up until this point, like externally? Just give us run like
Everything.
the list, yeah.
I boiled up horrible Chinese herbs in a pot and
Yeah.
drank acupuncture, chiropractor, diet, fully resting, fully pushing myself, just drug, like different medications. It's a wonder I didn't rattle. I took so many vitamins. Yeah, you name it, I tried it.
Yeah, okay. That's, I think everyone will relate to that. And okay, so you find CFS Health, you're super excited. Toby Morrison says, calm your farm. I don't actually know that, but probably something along those lines. Just relax, like, you know. What was it like initially? Like when you first came in and you got help, like was there a reality check of like, okay, that, you know, I have to knuckle down and do some things here? Or was it just nice to go, oh, okay, like there's some things I can do? Like,
I think it was a combo. It was the solidarity was just phenomenal to just work with you and work with Raya and be like,
yeah.
let's get it. I don't have to waste any of my limited energy reserves explaining this. I think you both told me you wouldn't fix me straight away, which isn't what I wanted to hear. I wanted to.
You wanted to get better now.
Yeah, so that took a long time, that acceptance, and I found that very hard. But yeah, you gave me practical things to do that was just gave me something to hold on to be like, oh, thank God I can do something.
That's right, yeah. And at that point, I think your capacity wasn't super high. And I think a lot of people struggle with this where their capacity isn't that high, but they kind of just, up until getting help, they don't think they can do anything. And I actually think it's really powerful when you're at a lower capacity to actually go, I can do some things. And I think that actually really flips the entire day on its head. I mean, it's so long ago, but do you remember any kind of like the little things that we did at the start to take?
Yeah, I remember I did yoga in bed. Like I just
restorative movement in bed.
Yeah, in bed. Like I was really weak. I had no muscle.
Yeah.
So anytime I tried to do something, I'd just be in pain. So it was like, right, you're just going to do restorative movement in bed. And I was like, oh.
Like,
and I think
I can do
then
that.
and we just sort of made that a routine about the general stuff. Like, you know, I might just be watching TV all day, but let's break it up into TV. Then we're going to get up and have a cup of tea. Then we're going to have another TV. Then we're going to have a rest. And or even telling me just rest for 20 minutes. Don't rest for 4 hours. Just set an alarm, and just even those little bits just gave me something to latch onto. And I think meditation was too. That was, you guys really pushed that to just try to calm that nervous system down. That was jangling.
Yeah. And I think, oh man, it's so hard. Like, I think like it's just like the nervous system's so wide already, right? But then having no practical help and no hope makes that nervous system even worse almost. So
absolutely,
it's like a double-edged sword in a way. It's like there's the problem and then there's a problem on top of the problem.
Yeah, absolutely. And that really compounded things. You were just like, I don't know how to get better. I don't know how to get better. And even I think you guys taught me about like energy credits. And I was just like, oh, like that was just a light bulb to be like, all right, if I'm going to do something that I know is a bit much, this is how I can approach it. And I remember going to a wedding and talking with Raya about how to go to this wedding. And we were like, right, you're going to drive to the reception as close as you can, get there early so you can get the best park. And between entree and you're going to go back to your car and you're going to have a sleep.
Have a
and
rest.
then like we had a whole game plan around how to do it. And yeah, I crashed on the other side, but nowhere near as badly as if I hadn't had help.
Looked after yourself, exactly. Yeah.
And I think when I did crash, having someone to text and be like, oh God, like I've overdone it, what do I do? And
I want 3 things.
Yeah, or even just, you know, it's okay, this is just data. Like this is telling you what you can do and what you can't do. It's
Yeah.
such a different way to look.
Ah, yeah, interesting. Yeah. So we have what we call it's called the setback toolkit. And basically the first point of the call is to say, hey, it's data. It's like it's just showing you, yeah, not a big deal. Like, let's not beat yourself up. You're not going back to square one. It can feel like the problem is it can feel like you're going back to square one. You go, oh shit.
Absolutely. And I think that is the hardest part about chronic fatigue, Toby. It's the snakes and ladders. Like you're like, oh my God, I'm making progress, I'm making progress, I'm making progress. This is amazing. I'm feeling hopeful. No.
Go to a wedding, feel like crap afterwards, and then kind of have this all or nothing kind of feelings and expectations.
Absolutely. That was so hard to navigate. And the other really hard part was, watching everyone else in my life move forward. Like for 4 years, like 26 to 30 is when I was sick. Most of my friends met their partners then. Quite a few of them got married. Quite a few of them had kids. There were promotions. People moved overseas. Like it's a big time in your life. I just felt like I was treading water. I was just stuck there, just going, I want to be happy for these people, but when the hell is it my turn? Like, it's really hard.
A lot of mind stuff. What did you do? What did you do with that mindset? Like, how did you change your focus? Because we have a lot of members who go through this now, and people in the free community who are just like constantly doing that. They're all their attention and energy is just wasted on it's unfair. Like like they love their friends, and then they feel guilty and bad for feeling that way. But all the attention and focus is taken off themselves. What are some things that you applied that helped you kind of shift the mindset? Because obviously you changed, like you started to get better and you started to really focus on yourself. What were some of the things that helped you with that?
I think on your online community we had a no venting rule, and that was really good to know that I couldn't go and just have my pity party.
It's
a lot
true.
though. Yeah, but I did journal a lot, Toby, and I think that's always helped me. And I'd have my little rant into my journal, but then I'd pick.
Okay,
but
good.
I do remember.
So you would journal. You would use the journaling as an expression of anger, frustration, whatever the feelings were. You would get that out on paper, and that was your like release almost. Awesome.
Because it was wild. I reread some of them.
Oh God.
And I was like, whoa. But yeah, I did. I had to get it out. So I didn't want to, but I do remember a blog post I wrote called Grieving for the past 2 years. And I hit 2-year anniversary mark of being sick. And I spent 2 days just in tears. I was just I was grieving for 2 years. I didn't get to live how I wanted to. So it's a really fine line about having that control of like, and I'd done cognitive behavioral therapy with a psychologist, so I knew about, the thoughts impacting your feelings. And you did have to be disciplined and a bit regimented, but to a point, like you had to let it out somehow.
Let it out. No, 100%. And I mean, Gemma, one of our mindset coaches, she's amazing. And she talks about, feeling emotions and letting it all out. But I think that's really cool that you did that. Is your blog post still live? Like, can people still find that? Yeah, because I'm just thinking, like, I think that'd be really helpful for people who are right now in the middle of that feeling of grieving, and they need that permission. What's the website they could find that in?
So it's called www.asnoozylife.com.
Awesome. Yeah, we'll find a link anyway and put it in these show notes. But I think that'd be really cool for people to read that. Yeah, I think it's important.
It's a lot. It's really hard emotions you're dealing with, and no one really knows, other than if you've been there. You don't understand it.
Yeah.
I just also didn't think that young people got sick, Toby.
Right. Okay. Interesting. Until you experience it. Yeah, exactly. Right. And that's interesting, like with beliefs, how we can grow up thinking certain things, like, only older people get sick, but then we see people who are as young as 10 years old kind of getting long COVID and chronic fatigue syndrome these days, and older people too, 85-year-olds and everywhere in between. I really like the journaling piece because I think that's not spoken about that much in the wider community, about the importance of like expressing, like, yes, positive mindset, yes, you know, mental rehearsal and, you know, building those neural pathways, that is important, along with the physical stuff, which I want to get into in a moment, because that's what you spend a lot of time doing, that, you know, the baseline and building your progress. But I
I
do
also
think,
think my,
yeah,
sorry,
go,
you
go, 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 go.
I was just going to say, I think writing my blog really helps me because I was
Yes.
a writer already. I was like, I didn't make that most of the time. I did not make that a negative space. I made that as a way to educate my family and my friends about what was going on. And then more people around the world started reading it and commenting, and I was like, oh, right, this is cool. And then I was just like, it was a way to show progress and hope. So I was documenting. Oh my God, I did this weird thing. On a pin board, I had yellow, red, and green pins. I can be a bit anal about things. So
No, that's good. That's good. We like that.
I put a string on each day, and I put a pin as to each day as to where my energy felt.
Oh,
If it was
cool.
red, it was low.
You're
Yellow.
tracking your progress.
Yeah, and I'd get a piece of wool, I think, from Mum's knitting and make a little graph, like because
Wow.
I just needed evidence that I was getting better.
So good. Yeah, so good.
There was a lot of celebrating.
A lot of what?
Celebrating the little steps. That was really important for me.
Why do you think that was important?
Because it was so slow and so hard to see. If you waited for someone else to be like, you're so much better, they probably wouldn't. And I needed that confirmation that I was getting better and making progress. And that's probably why I resonated with the physical stuff so much, because it was so easy to see
it. And we used to track
probably
that.
something an overachiever too.
Yeah, well, yeah, the overachieving thing, we'll talk about that as well. Just curious, like, what were some of the such insignificant wins that you would celebrate at that lower level that most people would think they're insignificant, but they're actually really important? You know, like, what's celebrating the small wins look like at the lower level capacity for someone?
Yeah, good question. I remember going out to a cafe for the first time since I got my parents drove me, but to go and have chocolate in a cafe, I was just so delighted by that. That was just
That's quite a
really
big milestone. Yeah.
It was. I mean, and I remember my brothers are both runners, and they were doing like a trail run thing down on the beach, and I just went and held their jumpers while they ran and held the dog. But I was stoked because I was outside and I was with people, and I remember first time I drove again. So I didn't drive for 6 months because I was really so unwell and worried about running off the road, and all the roads around mum and dad's were like 100 Ks an hour. So the first time I drove, I was whooping for joy. That was awesome.
They're pretty big wins. Did you ever, you know, like ones where it's just like, I got out of bed at a set time every day and I'm proud of that?
Oh, yeah. I had a rule that I had to be out of bed by midday. I had my pajamas by midday. That was
out of your pajamas. Yeah. Huge.
And every day I did it, I'd be like, yes, well done. So there's lots of little moments of like, just well done, you've done that. A lot of positive self-talk. And what else? Yeah, I certainly did celebrate little wins, but I can't remember them right now.
Well, you remember the big ones, and I think that's common. You forget the smaller ones that you did along the way. But, you know, I think one thing, getting coaching as well, and being in that group, that private group where the no negative venting, I think for you, maybe that opened up your world to go, wow, there's other Susies like me.
Yeah.
Similar age or even older, but inspiring.
Absolutely. Well, that's how I met Gemma, who's still a wonderful friend of mine.
Yeah, friends for life.
Yeah. Absolutely. But I remember another girl who works for you, Erin, she was slightly ahead of me in her recovery. And she was in America.
Yes.
She just felt about 6 months ahead of me. And so when she went skiing again, and I love to ski, when she went skiing again, I was like, oh my God, if she can do it, I can do it. Yeah. And so and she went to a wedding again. I was like, oh my God, she's gone to the wedding. Like, that was just incredible.
Yeah. And you've done all that. Like,
yeah, absolutely.
We'll talk about all the milestones in a moment. Okay, cool. Let's talk about the physical stuff that you did. So obviously you'd come in and you get help with, you know, your baseline and building. And so like initially, like I think what people don't get, how important routine and structure is. especially at the lower level, because it's so easy to lie in bed all day and feel absolutely shit.
And that's what I was doing.
Yes. And you're like, why am I getting better? Because you think that resting is going to get you better. And it's like you said before, it's like, you know, when we set up your proper baseline routine for you, it was like, well, you don't need to rest for 4 hours. You know, it's energy in, energy out throughout the day, and credits in, credits out. So like, how important is routine and structure? Like, do you think that actually was the lifeline for you to kind of come back
It
on?
was. Yep. Like figuring out my baseline was total game changer for me. Or the concept. It took me bloody forever to find my baseline.
Thank you for sharing that, because I think a lot of people get frustrated with that because they think, well, like I've watched the concept, I've watched the trainings, I get the baseline, but then they're like, they get upset with themselves because they're like, oh, I haven't perfected it. You know, it's not perfect.
Yeah,
Or
it took me months.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
It took me months, and then every time it moved, it took me weeks again.
Figuring out weeks, yeah.
Yeah, because you can do it today, but how do you feel the next day? That's the hard part. Whereas if there was a warning sign flashing today, you'd go, oh, I'll stop. Like, it's all guesswork. But yeah, that routine for me, because I was used to being a busy person, quite high achiever person, the idea that I just did nothing depressed me hugely. So yeah, I used to write, like, actually, when I looked through those old journals, some of them were just me writing down what I did every day while we tried to figure out that baseline.
Yes.
Even that was good for me to be like, oh, so you actually got out of bed, and you had a phone call there, and you listened to that audio book. You had a shower standing up.
Yeah, awesome. So, you know, you were doing your daily tracking for periods of time to get the data to go, all right, sweet. This is good for me. And
And then when I crashed,
yes,
I could look back and see, I'd be like, what? I don't think I did too much. But often it'd be like, you didn't do too much today, but you did this, this, and this in 3 days in a row. That middle day is your rest day.
Yeah, exactly. And then you built up from that. Movement, you started just doing some light stuff in the bed, obviously, because that's where you're at. It was a bit of a process, I think, like 6, 9, 12 months of slowly kind of, we start low, we think about a graph going upwards of building back up your strength and stamina. What was that like? Like, you know, starting with stretching and then going into kind of more strength-based, strengthening stuff for your body. And what was that like as an experience?
It was hugely frustrating at first because I was used to playing sport, and I was I played netball cross, and I was like, what the hell is this?
You're like, what? I'm only allowed to do 3 minutes of stretching a day?
Yeah. Or you want me to do a wall push-up? Like, what?
Yeah, wall push-ups, that's right. Yeah, that's right. We got you started on wall push-ups.
Yeah. And because I'd already done yoga and Maria was a yoga teacher, we definitely built that in. And I remember starting off with 4 yoga, once I was out of bed, like 4 yoga poses was all I was allowed to do. And then I introduced a 5th and then a 6th, but like I introduced 1 every fortnight. Like, it was so slow.
Yeah.
But I remember too, the doctor had told me about walking, and I was trying to walk like a K, like as if I was able to do that.
Well, this is the thing I was going to talk about. I think like that frustration that you were having is like, it's crazy, right? Because you're like, come on, Toby, like wall push-ups? Are you serious? Or you know, Raya, you're only letting me do 3 minutes of stretching a day or whatever it was at the start. But the funniest thing is, like, you weren't doing anything anyway. You know, you were laying in bed all day, but you were doing that because you were comparing of like lacrosse and netball and all that other hiking and all that stuff. And you're like, well, if I can't do that, it's either that or nothing. Yeah, it's like that all or nothing tripping up. And the gap is like, no, we just need to get you started here to close the gap up to where you want to be.
Well, and I don't think I realized how much, like, that I'd lost all my muscle either, like from lying in bed. Like, I was so weak.
Yeah.
So what I started doing walking, because my parents were on a farm, is I used to drive down, because they're on a hill. I couldn't walk up the hill, so I'd drive down to the flats, and then I would walk along a fence, and I would go 1 fence post further each week. And I remember trying to explain to my friends like how slow the progress was, and that was how I could get them to understand. I'm like, I'm going a fence post more.
Yeah.
It's so slow, and then it did speed up quite quickly, but initially that was
you
really
got to build
hard.
that confidence back in your body again, you know.
Oh, totally. That was a huge part for me to just be like, you can do this. It's okay. Like you can walk 200 meters. It's fine. Like and prove to myself, because there's so much fear. Because when you've crashed badly and you've spent months in bed, like it's really scary and you feel really vulnerable.
That's right. Yeah. So I feel like the combination, or the winning combination for you, was doing what was appropriate, having the routine and structure now for like where you're at now, celebrating the small wins, and then building that confidence in your brain and your body, and that connection too. You know, the wall push-ups and the stretching initially, and the stuff that Ray's
Foam rolling.
foam rolling, yeah, like all of these little things that we were implementing daily was just like to rebuild that strength and stamina in your brain and your body to make the right decisions and move forwards. But God, it's a messy journey. Like I think people think before they go through it themselves and they get to the other end, they kind of have this idea of like, I'm here and I'm gonna get there pretty quick once I join or sign up, or and you're like, no, it's this up and down process.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But I even remember not understanding, Toby, the energy that was needed for things. Like I've always been a baker, and once I was feeling a little bit better, I'd be like, I'm going to make some biscuits, and standing in a kitchen for 15 minutes and picking up heavy ingredients.
If you haven't done it,
that's like physical movement. Like that's exhausting.
Yeah, it's right. Functional daily movement. And if you've been in bed for 6 months, like that's going to feel like a marathon pretty much.
So I think that education piece was really important too, to understand all the different stresses on your body, like mental fatigue, social fatigue, physical fatigue. Like understanding that really helped me too.
Yeah, because I think if we don't have the education around it, it's easy. It's just easy to get swamped up and consumed by, like what the hell's going on. Whereas you go, oh, well, and you know, if you're an introvert, let's say you're an introvert at home and you do socializing, well, even if you're not unwell, you're gonna feel drained. You know what I mean?
Yeah, whereas I was an extrovert, so I was like, what's happening?
Yeah, you're an extrovert, right? And then knowing that there's social fatigue because, you know, there's cognitive overload, there's multiple conversations going, there's more noise, there's more stimulus, and it's just more for the brain to process, you know. But as you get healthier and stronger, the brain processes things, you know, at a more optimal level. What other things, we'll get to the juicy stuff next in terms of like what you've been up to, all the amazing things you've done. But was there anything else that you want to share that was useful for you in terms of like nutrition or mindset or a certain belief that kind of, you know, that helped you kind of progress?
I had a door in my cupboard door in my bedroom, had just these little quotes all over it, most of them from you.
Yeah.
So one was, I can, I will, I am.
Ah,
nice. I used to say it.
Yes.
Get better, I will get better, I am getting better. Food is fuel was another one.
That's so funny. We've got these cards here. So we have these cards now. 10 years later, we finally developed our own and now we send them to our members. You know, like stop overcomplicating it. But the ones that you just said are actually in here.
Oh, that's so cool. And well, because I had no appetite. And so I just wanted to eat toast. But I made a rule that my food had to have 3 colors.
Wow, that's healthy. Good. It's so funny. Even to this day, Suze, you'll laugh because I still say, you know, if you think breakfast is toast, that's not breakfast. I'm sorry. It's not counting. We're not counting toast as breakfast.
And I had another one, my future will not be fatigue. That was just, I had to read that every day to be like, you will get out of this. Yeah. Baby steps, cut yourself slack. This is hard. Yeah. Like I bloody remember them because I read them every day.
So good.
But that, especially, I could read them when I was in a crash too, so I could just see them and be like.
So you're reframing the whole time. You kind of just like, you're releasing all the anger and frustration through the journaling, but then you're still kind of focusing on the things that's helping you reframe and feeling calmer in the moment.
Yeah, and I think it really was just evidence for me again and again. See, you could do that. You know, you're not where you want to be, but you're not where you were either.
Yeah, so good. And also those wall push-ups then turn into, you know, they go from a 5 to 10, and then you all of a sudden you're doing 20 in a row, and you're going, oh well, that's not that hard. Like, Suze, you were only doing 3 when you started. You know, it's like that's a
What was amazing is, I'm jumping forward a bit here. I didn't believe I was fully recovered. So I was so used to slowly progressing and pacing and protecting my energy that one of my brothers actually said to me, he said, "Oh, I think," because I said, "Oh, I'm not well enough to work full time yet. Like I'm still," and he goes, "Suze, you're working 3 jobs." Because I was doing 3 different part-time jobs, and
Wow.
he was like, "You are working full time. You're just doing it for 3 different people, which is
How
probably more
funny.
tiring." And I actually think you're just terrified to admit you're well, because you don't want it taken away. And I had to, in that part, I had to actually keep pushing myself to do new things and still even give myself evidence at that point. See, like, because
Yeah.
I'd sort of wrapped myself up in cotton wool. Like,
Yeah. That's the lifestyle integration phase where
yep.
you've got to kind of ditch the recovery focus and then you build the life focus, which you were doing, but on the mental side, you hadn't fully, consciously gone,
Absolutely.
all right, cool. I'm focusing on, I'm doing 3 jobs for God's sakes. And then you probably, if you already assumed to yourself, well, I'm recovered, you probably wouldn't have done the 3 separate jobs. You would have just chosen one full-time job, right? That's so interesting that it was almost more, like you were doing 3. Yeah. Oh, wow. That's so fascinating.
Yeah. And I was so scared to do a full-time job. And I even stayed in Geelong where my parents are and didn't move back to Melbourne just in case I got sick again. Like I was so, and I didn't. I was fully recovered. But I was just, what if I need support? Like I was living on my own, but I just needed that safety net there.
Well, I vaguely remember, if I'm correct, that you moving out of the mum and dad's house into your own apartment was a huge process in and of itself, getting that independence back in.
Yeah, because by that point I was 30. I really didn't want to be living at home.
That's right.
And I was so scared to go and do that and to cook for myself and to clean for myself and do all this. So I probably moved out before I was fully better. Like I was still.
But that's part of it, right? That's part of the next step. Like you have to make that decision too.
Yeah, I reckon I was about 29 and nearly 30, and I was like, "Oh, this is so scary." And 6 months later, I was better. Like I knew I was better, but it took so long to believe it and trust it.
Yeah, and I think it's just one of those things that you for 3.5 years, there's this recovery focus of just such nuanced approach. But then as you get better, you do have to loosen the grip, and that's where you can socialize more. You can go to the cafes, you can drive around in 100 speed roads, and it's just like the envelope gets bigger. It opens up, it's like the world opens up again. But with that comes life challenges, and I think people don't talk about that enough. We talk about, we've got a separate kind of next level program called the Lifestyle Integration Program now. So basically when members start to feel better and they're like, they don't need to focus on their baseline. They know their nutrition. They know how to listen to their body. They don't need to, think about any of that stuff anymore. It's like, okay, cool. You're ready to start thinking about life. Like, what are we going to create? What would you like? And so we kind of help people then deal with life challenges, because I think, and you can back this up probably, of like, when you're going through recovery, you kind of have this fantasy that once you get better, life's just going to be a dream.
Yes.
And it's
perfect.
One perfect dream. Like everything's perfect. You feel perfect. You smile.
You're never tired.
No, you're never tired. Exactly. You're never tired. You never feel a bit grumpy. You never feel a bit irritable. You never feel a bit wired. Like there's this idea that, and I think it's just because you've been sick for a long period of time, that you just fantasize about this whole Disney experience, but then you get there and then you go, oh shit, like this is hard.
Life's tricky.
Life's tricky. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Can you talk about that? Like, what was your experience with that?
Well, I actually remember the same brother saying to me, like, I think you're just normal person tired.
Your brother sounds tired. Brilliant.
It's very wise.
Shout out to Sue's brother.
Well done, Mark. He said, you're just CFS tired. So you're just normal person tired. And I was like, oh, he's like, and because I remember we went to my cousin's wedding up in New South Wales and we flew up there. It was a big thing, and I did feel really tired the next week. He's like, oh, I'm tired too. It was a bloody long flight. We got drunk. Of course we're tired.
So good.
Yeah.
This is good.
I think too, I think I found really hard too, Toby, rebuilding that life. All I was focused on was health. And then I got better. And then I was like, shit, I don't know what I want to do as a job. I don't know where I want to live. I don't know what I'm doing. And I felt very lost. So that was very hard. And I was very lucky. I had met Gemma, this awesome chick who had chronic fatigue at the same time as me. So we really supported each other through that time.
You did.
As well.
Yeah.
But yeah, it is hard because your whole focus has been getting better. And then you are better and you're like, oh shit, I don't know what I'm doing. Like, and I didn't go back to my old job. I started a different career and I made a baking business. Like who
You did.
I made wedding
remember
cakes.
That's amazing. Yeah, and I think like that you need to know, we have a whole training now called knowing the difference between chronic fatigue syndrome tired and normal life tired.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because it's so important, and you need to know the difference. You know, like you know, and you needed confirmation from your brother who was feeling the same way you were feeling, because you're like, "Are you sure?" And he's like, "I'm tired. Like I'm yawning. I don't want to talk to anyone." And you go, "Oh, I'm normal after all. You know, this is normal tiredness."
Well, you've just reminded me. Yeah, I went skiing again, and skiing is exhausting.
Hard work, man. Those muscles, those leg muscles.
It is perfectly normal to fall asleep in your dinner at the end of a day skiing.
Yeah, everyone's buggered in the snow slopes.
Yeah. And it was really interesting. Sorry, that's my dog flapping her ears, if you can hear that.
Yeah.
So it was really important to me to go skiing again. And I remember I went up with my brothers. It's about a 4-hour drive from home. So I went up with them and I wasn't going to ski. I just wanted to be in the mountains. Yeah. And I was stuffed from the drive. Like it was exhausting. And then the next year I went up and I was able to, it's been my goal for about 6 months working with Raya about getting my legs strong enough, my mindset about it. And I went skiing, but I had visualized, Tobes, for all that time. So I don't know if you know it, but the sound of clicking your boots into your skis, it's kind of punk click. You click into your bindings. And I had visualized it again and again and again. And the day I clicked in, I was like, yes.
Wow.
But I only went out for 2 hours, and a lift ticket in Australia for skiing is horrendously expensive.
Yeah, it's expensive.
But I was like, I'm just going for 2 hours.
2 hours is huge, you know, but you know, in relative terms, from where you were freaking 4 years ago, you know.
But that was how disciplined I was about it. Is I put an alarm on my phone and it went off 2 hours later, and I went back into the lodge, and the people that were skiing was like, I can't believe you're going in. Like it's so good, and you know. And I was like, no.
No, I'm happy. Yeah, you've done it.
Yeah. And I could go out the next day. And then I went back the next year and I skied for the whole day. But yeah, I got really tired and I got a bit worried. And they were like, you're meant to be tired. You've skied all day.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So good. Far out. Absolutely amazing. What are you up to now? Like you started a baking, you know, you've done a lot since you've kind of come
Well, the baking business really was just to do something while I was getting better. It's something I could do from home.
But I love this because again, you were building slowly and appropriately, you know, like you were integrating into life. You just, you know, it just didn't seem like it was like a big jump, which is a smart thing. Yeah,
well, I made my friend's wedding cake and then other people heard about it and then I somehow made a business. It was quite bizarre. But it was perfect. I could do it at my own pace.
Yeah.
I'd be like, all right, I'm gonna cook and then I'm gonna go and sit down. And then I'm gonna make the icing and then I'm gonna sit down and you do it over days. And I'd only take as many orders as I could. So it got to the point where I was doing like 4 wedding cakes a weekend. And I was like, well, this is a lot. That's a lot. This is I don't think I want to do this many. But it wasn't about my body. It was
just like work. Yeah.
Yeah. And then I worked for you guys for a little while.
You were doing all the social media stuff, thank God. And because you're an editor and my hand, you know, my writing, not great. It's a lot better. You'd be proud, you know, 10 years later, we're working on it. But I appreciate you being part of CFS Help and doing that work for us for sure.
And then I worked for my dad's accounting business, which was pretty dry. It just gave me some admin stuff, but then I couldn't get a job, Tobes. It was so distressing because I had this giant gap in my resume and I lucked into the role, into the company I still work with now. I got a 7-week temp job as an office manager,
That's right.
and then got hired as the executive assistant to the CEO because they could see I could do a bit more than what I'd been hired
You're
for.
smart.
Yeah. And then the role got bigger and bigger, and then it became executive manager. And yeah, I've been a right hand to a CEO for 5 years now.
Absolutely
And it's
amazing.
busy and it's very cognitively demanding. It's big hours and I can do it. So, and done lots of physical things. So when I got better, my mum and I went to France to celebrate the fact I was better. It was a celebration of health.
How good.
And I went on a yoga, hiking and cooking retreat in France, and I
That's
climbed
right.
mountains.
I remember that. You did some cooking pastry and you were telling me about the flour, that how much better it is over there than it's in.
Yeah. Yeah. And but yeah, then I got really into hiking after that trip because I sort of was reintroduced to hiking, and I've done a couple of multi-day hikes since. So the video you saw of me was me hiking the Milford Track in New Zealand. That's a 50K through hike up over mountains.
And how long was that, a 3-day hike or was that?
It's a 4-day.
That's a long way.
And I did the year before, I did the Great Ocean Walk in Victoria that is 60 Ks, I think.
Wow. Unbelievable.
The back half. And it was actually, I distinctly remember this, Toby. Day 3 was so hard.
Oh,
I was having.
You got a backpack on and everything, right? Like you've got everything on your back. Yeah.
Yeah. And it was very hilly, and I was like, this is fucked. I hate this. I was having this little pity party, and I literally felt like I caught those words in my hands and was like, oi, just have a remember where we used to be. Like, you're on the annual leave from your full-time job, you're hiking, you drove here from your house that you live in independently. Like,
wow.
Come on.
Yeah, you get to choose your hard now.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And I've gone skiing every year, and I played netball again. I played touch footy. I regularly do yoga. I've got a dog I walk twice a day, non-negotiable.
Yep. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, I have a whole full life, and I kind of doesn't even seem real now what I went through. Like it was so shit and so awful and scary that it's quite hard to remember it. And I don't know if that's a trauma thing or a brain fog thing or what, but it's quite intangible.
Well, it makes sense. You don't really, like I said, a lot of people, we have so many people who get better. We say, would you like to share your story? And they go, no, I'm good.
Well, it's interesting you say that, because I put a post up from New Zealand, the one you saw, and I went back to my old Instagram account I used to have for my blog, and I don't use it. I don't really go onto it except when I go and do cool stuff like that.
Yeah.
And so I did it whenever I've done something really physical, really challenging. I just make a point of going back and being like, recovery is possible.
Yeah.
Because the internet is full of stories saying it's not.
Yeah.
And it's so bleak and scary, and it's so easy to go down that rabbit hole and be like, oh, well, I'm just going to be like this forever, which I certainly did. So yeah, it is really cool. But you asked me, I was like, yes, I want to.
Yeah. And I guess like for you, it was kind of normal to put yourself out there because you were sharing your journey already, which was cool. And I think also what you got out of the private group and that community in those years for you, I mean, one, you got you got a great friend for life, and you've built some connections through that, and it happens still now. It's so cool with people going, they catch up in person, they take photos together and all that. But also like the inspiration that you were able to get from other people, but then also the inspiration that you gave to other people in your journey. And I think that's something like a problem shared is a problem, but almost the opposite is true when when the progress is shared, the progress is it drags you faster forwards,
Absolutely. Well, I had this amazing experience years after I stopped writing the blog. This email popped up in my inbox from like WordPress. I was like, oh, what's that? And someone had commented on so it sent me an email actually, and they were like, oh, you don't know me, but I've just read your blog from Go to Woe, and I had to write to you and just tell you that how much it meant to me. It was like, it's like you were in my head. And people used to often say that to me, Toby. They'd be like, oh my God, I've just shown this to my mum, or I've shown this to my teacher or
Mm.
my boss. And it's like you're in my head. And because I could write, that felt almost like, oh, it's going to sound a bit wanky, but it kind of felt like a privilege I had, like, because I knew I could explain things well and
Yes.
use words well. It kind of felt like I had that ability, I should use it. And I remember this woman from Ireland, she emailed me and I was just on the floor bawling afterwards. I was like, that is exactly why I started that. Like, that was just because I just wanted people to know that, yeah, it was possible. Because I had 3 people in my life, Toby, who'd all got better. So my best friend from uni, my neighbour's mum, and a friend from school's older brother had all had CFS and had all got better. So that was so important for me. I was like, until I met you guys, they were the only stories I had that you could get better. I was just like laser focused on that.
Absolutely amazing. Yeah. Well, I want to say thank you for doing your blog. You know, I'm getting I'm getting emotional, but you know, but I remember it was a big part of your journey. I still remember now, like when you used to post it, and yeah, it's cool. Like it's absolutely insane, and it's so that's great. But also, what's even greater is you just living your life, you know, by demonstration and living it and hiking and just living fully, you know, being true to yourself.
Well, even yesterday, I was looking after my 3-year-old nephew, and he's like a hurricane. And I was like, oh, yeah, I'm chasing a child around a beach and throwing him in the air and doing all this stuff. It just was so not possible 10 years ago. And I have lots of those pinch me moments. But I also had like a wild ride last year when I got COVID. I got COVID 3 times, and the first and second time I thought I had long COVID. I was scared shitless, Toby. I was just like, oh no, we're not doing this again. I can't do this again. And both times at about the 3-month mark, I came good.
Yeah.
But the mental gymnastics to not go down the gurgler about that.
Yeah, absolutely. But you know,
I also knew what to do.
You knew what to do. Exactly. That's what I was going to say. Like, thank God, almost in a way, you went through what you went through early on because you have the tools and the frameworks to go and, you know, all right, I know what to do when I've got a virus or a flu or whatever it is. And yeah, it's funny. We've had a lot of clients, similar situation where they're getting better and then they got COVID and they freak out for about a day or two, and that's as much as we give them. And then we say, all right, you know what to do. You follow the setback toolkit, do this, do that, and they're like, oh, I'm so glad I'm here and I've got these teachings in front of me just to go and implement them when I need to.
Yeah. Well, I even I had COVID just recently, and so I'm only walking 2Ks a day with the dog. And she'd much prefer to go for longer walks, but I'm like, no, this is what we do. And
yeah,
but I also
yeah,
and I also think the thing that you guys taught me, which has been invaluable, is to advocate for myself. So I did say to my boss, I'm working half days. And he's great. He was like, okay, if I get you for half a day, that's better than nothing. Like,
exactly. Yeah.
But I probably didn't know how to do that before chronic fatigue.
Yeah.
I would have just
you would have pushed through and felt like crap and
yeah.
And good on you. And that is
I think that was a big part of getting better, was asking for what I needed. And I had to ask my mum to drive me up to Melbourne to see you guys.
That's right. When you first started at the very start, when you first started your journey, you know, it was getting your family to support you every step of the way. And then it was about letting them go off the support chain so you could then do it yourself when you were able to, obviously. Absolutely amazing. Couple of things before we wrap up. There's lots of people listening to this right now or watching this, and they're just sitting there, they're going, I don't know what to do. They're inspired, they're hopeful, you know, it's been amazing, like such a great story. What message would you like to say to them?
Oh, that I get it. It's fucking hard. It's so hard. But there is hope. You can get better. You're looking at 2 people right now who were very sick for a long time. Like I was 4.5 years. I don't know how long. You were about similar, weren't you?
Yeah, similar. Yeah, but I feel it was 2 decades ago now. So I forgot
Yeah.
I even had it.
Yeah, it wasn't a quick thing. Like so that you can get better, but it is a long journey to get better. There isn't a sort of quick
Overnight.
click in. So that's really hard to accept. That's going to take time. But it is possible, and it is about progressive overload and finding a baseline and just slowly teaching your body that it can do things again, which sounds ludicrous when you don't understand that.
That sounds really smart to me. Yeah, simple.
But once you get it, you're like, oh, this is what's happening. So
yeah. So
I'd also say I'm so sorry you're going through that. It's so hard, and there are people out there who fully understand it, and I hope you find people who help you.
and yeah, thanks for sharing that. It's a good sound message, you know, and I think people often we overcomplicate something that doesn't need complication, you know, because it can feel so overly complicated going through it, but what you've said today in this interview is just such smart, logical, practical information, you know, and it's like you don't need more complexity on top of complexity. Like you need simplicity. So the message is pure and strong. For people who are either in our program right now, who are on the journey and it's taking a bit longer than expected, you know, which is human. We all want it yesterday. Or for people who are sitting on the fence and they want to get help with CFS Help, but they're not sure, what would you say to those people?
Ooh, well, I really empathize. Like it is the hardest thing I've ever been through. So it is hard. For people who are feeling frustrated that it's not happening, I'd look for those little wins that I couldn't remember, but I certainly used to. I document what you're doing. That really helped for me to see, oh, okay, there is progress. It's not as fast as I want, but there is, and that helps a lot. And for people who are feeling a bit scared to get help, I get that. Like I get that you've tried everything and you feel like, oh, what's the point? And there's no one who can help me. I really understand that. But for me, finding people who had the illness was the difference for me, because there's one thing to try and understand it from a textbook, but to have lived experience, that is just so different. So I'd say kind of take that leap of faith and just, you know, hope that someone else can help you, because there is life to live on the other side. I'm living it, and so is Toby. And but I get the fear, because I tried so much before I found you guys. So.
Don't let your past struggles ruin your future dreams, basically.
Yeah, thank you. Sum that up.
Well, Suze, I appreciate you jumping on. It's been so, like I said, I was so looking forward to catching up with you. Yeah, and just a recap of that website, because I really, if it's still live, I would love for people to find those articles that you wrote.
Yeah. So if you just Google A Snoozie, SNOOZIE, life, that's where my blog is. I copped some flack for that title because people were like, "Are you saying we're just tired?" I'm like, "No, it's saying my name, Susie." But okay.
Jesus. Well, there's good quality content, and I think it's just really cool that you shared your journey, and this particularly the grief article. I think that's a real major one that might really help a lot of people right now.
Yeah, and that is a really hard part of the illness, navigating, but trying to stay positive and trying to look at the win. But you also do need to acknowledge that what you're going through is really bloody hard, and there's feelings that need to come out.
Yeah. Well, son, thanks so much. Appreciate you. And on behalf of the world,
you're very welcome.
Yeah, we really do appreciate you spending this time to do this. So thank you.
Well, thank you for starting CFS Health, because I don't know what I'd be doing if I hadn't stumbled across you guys on some English woman's blog.
Thank you, English woman. If you're listening to this, we thank you as well for connecting us. And then Susie helping inspire thousands of other people as well. All right. Speak to you soon.
Thanks, Toad.
Pleasure.
Bye.
My pleasure. Bye for now. Hello, everyone. My name is Toby Morrison, and on the other end of the screen is Tara Putnam from USA. Hello, Tara.
Hi.
Hey. In today's conversation, we're talking about an amazing chronic fatigue syndrome recovery story. Tara has been through it all. She's a mum. She's an amazing woman. And today's story is really about sharing the journey of the highs, the lows, and then the highs of going through this journey of recovery, what it took, what you had to give up, the process of going through motherhood and how to navigate all that, and so much more. So thank you so much for coming on. I'm, like I said, I'm so excited to do this interview. I think it's just going to be so special, and it's also going to help so many, not just mothers and single mothers, but also just everybody, young and old. I think this is going to be a really powerful interview.
Thank you, Toby. I love the opportunity to be able to come tell my story. It matters to me to be able to, if I can help in any way. Where I was 2 years ago was completely hopeless. There was nothing that could help. And where I am today is a completely different life.
Let's go back there, because it was a pretty rough journey for you at the start. What was going on 2 years ago for you?
I started getting sick about the end of 2019. I had my baby girl and I was the healthiest I had ever been. Yoga here, there, doing great with an infant. And then I slowly started getting sick. I was losing weight. I was losing handfuls of hair. I had this weird lip infection that just wouldn't heal. And I was working really hard. And then COVID hit. And within a couple of days of the shutdown in the US for COVID, I went down. I tested negative for COVID multiple times, but the symptoms that I had were like classic COVID infection, crawling up the stairs, unable to get up off the floor because I was so tired. I was in so much physical pain, the brain fog, just unable to focus. And so that lasted about a month. And then eventually was able to test positive for mono, EBV, Epstein-Barr virus, which now we know studies that sometimes COVID can actually cause the Epstein-Barr virus to get reactivated in your system. And so there's a correlation there, which, you know, at the time we didn't know. And my general practitioner was, oh, you'll be fine, you'll get over it. And I was yo-yoing. I was getting better, I was getting worse. I was getting better, I was getting worse. And that lasted for a year of getting better and worse and better and worse. And I was one of the people who spent over $30,000 going to doctor after doctor, trying to figure out what could possibly be going on. And it was pulmonologists, cardiologists, general practitioners, psychologists, psychiatrists, the whole gamut. And I found a couple of really bad doctors. I know at one point, one of your podcasts talked about there are some pretty bad doctors out there. And I hadn't considered it. I was going anywhere for someone to tell me what's wrong and how am I going to heal. And when I was getting close to, so 2 years ago at this point, I finally went out on disability from teaching. I was teaching special education at a school and I just couldn't keep going. I would walk on the trail outside of my house and I'd make it about a mile down the road and I'd actually have to call my husband at the time to come get me because I couldn't get back to the house. And it was an emotional nosedive as well because my daughter was just turning 1. She was just learning how to walk. And I was laying on the floor staring at her and I couldn't play with her and I couldn't be part of her existence. I had this amazing, beautiful stepdaughter that I adored and I didn't have time to connect with her. I felt like I was letting everybody in the world down. My husband at the time made it very clear he couldn't keep taking care of me. He wasn't getting his needs met and the guilt and the weight of that reality, and I couldn't do anything to fix it. And then I had a couple of doctors actually prescribe me stimulants to help, which talk about the bust in the crash and the bust in the crash. And
not a good idea.
And it made it so much worse. And it wasn't one doctor, it was two.
I can understand why you would go there, though. If you're feeling the pressure and the weight of the world, you've got kids at home, your daughter's turned 1, she's about to start walking, and there you are, flat on your face on the floor. You would literally, in that moment, you would try anything to get back.
Anything. I would have traded anything. I would watch movies of people traveling, and travel is my passion. Dance and travel are my passion, and being mom, of course. And it was all the things I couldn't do. I couldn't dance, I couldn't travel, and I couldn't be the mom I wanted to be.
What did that feel like emotionally? Did it feel like you were alone, like you were the only person in the world going through this at the time?
The only one that could possibly, with the brain fog, I couldn't have phone conversations with friends and family anymore. I'd make it about a minute and then I couldn't keep going. So I had no friends left. Like, anybody who was any bit of a friend was so valuable to me, but I couldn't be reciprocal and build that relationship. It was so painful to think that this was it. This is what life was like from now on.
Did you think this was it?
I didn't think there was any possibility of recovery because I tried everything. And in my head, I had tried everything that a doctor could tell me to do. And I grew up, very Western culture of doctors and psychologists can fix it. Yeah. So that's where I was at 2 years ago. I was in a wheelchair at the zoo with my 2 girls and my husband at the time. And that was as good as I had at the time.
The story gets deeper and it's pretty profound. When was the moment that there was a glimmer of real hope? You've gone through that 2-year battle of it's not possible, maybe this is it. Like you said, it's the death sentence that you never really wanted. When did this change?
It was the moment I found your podcast that talked about baseline, because there was an element of I could understand that I could do something that could possibly make a difference. Because at that point, I had been looking to anything and everything outside of myself to find out how to fix me. And what CFS Health honestly offered me more than anything is throw everything everyone has told you about yourself, everything out the window. The goal, the job here is me find out who I am. It is my job to know myself. And no one could possibly know me better than me. There's no doctor you can talk to for 30 minutes every 2 months that can tell you who you are, what you need, and where to go. That's not realistic or reality. And I had people in my world that were telling me such terrible, awful, horrible things about myself.
What would they say? In hindsight, it's easy to understand how people can be so judgmental when their life is fine, they've got energy and they can get dressed and they don't even think about whether they can leave the house today or not. What were some of the judgments that you received?
I had a lot of hard ones that I was emotionally unstable and mentally ill, and some really awful messages, physically incapable, that I wasn't able to take care of myself or my children, my daughter. And those were told to me pretty regularly. And I bought them. I took them internally so deeply as I must be a really awful person and I must be really deficient as a human being and as a mother, that I couldn't meet other people's needs, let alone my own.
Did you feel like you needed to then try and fulfill everybody's needs? Was there that pressure after that?
Where I found value in my life was that I was a really great teacher. I was wonderful for children. I connected well with parents. I was a great wife to the best of my ability, except for cooking, because I was terrible at cooking at the time. I loved being my stepdaughter's stepmom. I adored doing everything I could to be great in those roles. That's where I found all of my value of who I was as a person. And all of those things were taken away. Every single one of those pieces fell away through this process.
What was that like at the time? Like, it's almost like you're just left in a dark room and there's like, who am I?
Yeah. There were times where literally I put the covers over my head, just sobbing into the pillow, trying not to let other people hear me sob, sometimes sobbing so that someone would come and just hold me because I just wanted to be held. I just wanted someone to tell me it's going to be okay. Of course, other people didn't know if it was going to be okay either. So I didn't get that. I had to find that in myself. And honestly, through the program, finding the community of people who could hold each other's hands and say, okay, we can do this. There is hope. There is something better.
What was it like when you found the program? Were you skeptical, or did you just get to the point? It sounds like you spent like $30,000+ to this point, and then you watched some free trainings and the podcast and whatnot. Did it just make sense? And it was like, oh, this actually is like what I need to do? Or were you still like, is this just another thing to try?
This was another thing to try, for sure. This was like, it made sense, but it was another like, if anything can help, you should see my supplement cabinet.
Yeah.
At that point, like the holistic health practitioners and the acupuncturists, I think I spent $700 on supplements the same time I signed up for the program.
Oh, shit, right.
Because I was like, whatever I can do. But I did a nosedive into like, okay, let's listen to as many videos as I can. Let's learn what I can. And boy, you guys are great at like, ooh, rein that back. Like,
yeah, totally.
It's not about how fast, how quick. When I first heard you start talking about 6 months to a year, I was devastated.
Wow.
I was still looking for my quick fix. Who's going to fix me? And in my mind, I was still like, I'm an overachiever. I can do this faster than other people. I was put in my place.
It's really common that people with chronic fatigue syndrome typically are overachievers. They're perfectionists. They're type A personalities who, yeah, they're not lazy people. So I've never met a lazy person with chronic fatigue syndrome ever, full stop. And I've met thousands of people. You know, it's a tough one because it's on the outside, everyone thinks you're lazy, and then you almost believe that you're lazy because you're not always doing. And again, like you said before, it's like your whole life just got pulled from underneath you. And it's, what do I do now? I'm worth nothing. No one values me. Do my kids still love me because I can't give them what I normally give them?
Yeah. I was so bankrupt and void. And within the first couple of weeks of the program, I started seeing glimmers of, I see the logic in this. You had the go back to 50% of what you think you can do, but 50% of what I think I can do is barely leave the bedroom. And I was like, yeah, that's where you're at. That's what it's going to look like for now.
Yep, that's right. Exactly. And that's a great mindset to have because it is just initially. If you look at someone like you who was just pushing and crashing like a yo-yo all the time, you need stability. You don't need more and more. You just need stability. That's why consistency is so important initially, to be able to do the same stuff every day without feeling any worse. When you finally got that glimmer of hope, and it might have been, you know, you might have met people in the program who were further along than you and that inspired you. What were the things that made you start to go, okay, this is working? Was it a matter of just applying this work and feeling it in your body?
Yes, it was that. It was starting to get to know who I was to the core. The first time I remember looking around and going, I don't see myself in my own life. There's nothing about anything around me that was actually reflecting back to me who I really am. And I had to really step back and go, I need to know who I am spiritually, emotionally, mentally, and physically. And started to do small things like I can stretch today. And I set a timer on my app to breathe and to remember to take deep breaths. And then I had to figure out all my triggers. My nervous system would get overloaded really quickly, especially with a lot of clutter around the house. And so I'd start picking up and I'd get into the spin. You guys talk all the time about I just couldn't stop. And even though I knew I had hit tilt and past tilt, I just kept going. And then I would crash for a couple of days, not even just like a couple of hours. And of course, the house would be messy by the time the 2 days were done anyway.
Same rules apply with that, like consistency over intensity. There's two things that really happened with you, and I'd love to speak to both of them. One was the physical. You were so deconditioned, you'd lost a lot of muscle mass and weight. And that was a huge part of your journey, really, over a long period of time to rebuild your strength and stamina, gain healthy weight again, which you did. You look amazing now. You can see your shoulders, like the strength in them. And I remember the first time you messaged me and told me I've got biceps now again. And that was a really amazing journey. And then the other part was becoming a single mother. And the deeper service below that is actually getting really true with yourself and getting in touch with what is in alignment for you. And so I'd love to speak to both.
Yeah.
Where would you like to start? Where do you want to go?
So I'd say about 3 weeks into the program, I watched one of Gemma's videos, and it was 30 minutes into the video. And what she had said was, you really have to figure out your environment. You cannot heal if you're not in a healthy environment. And you cannot heal if you're not surrounded by healthy people. And I was in a terrible environment at the time. Very unhealthy, very toxic. I was constantly on eggshells, wasn't sure when the next argument, fight, explosion was going to happen. And I had to really take a moment of, can I do this? Or do I stay and just do the best I can? Because I loved my life in the land of loving my family. I loved what we were, but it was so toxic. I knew I couldn't survive physically. Like, I wasn't actually going to physically keep living if I didn't actually make changes that I had to make. And at first it was small changes. It was like, I have to fix my sleep cycle. My sleep was completely off. And so one of our family routines that was so valuable, because I couldn't do much with my family anymore, was we'd watch a program together and eat popcorn and cuddle up. And you got to stop the media right before bed and stop eating food right before bed. So that was both of them. So it was like, I have to let that go. And the program really held me accountable. I had to create rituals around my sleep ritual, the right mask, the right bath time, and my sleeping by myself, started really sleeping well, which was huge. But then it was really having to address, like, I can't get healthy and stay in a toxic marriage. I just couldn't. And it was a tragic, terrible divorce. It was it was brutal. It was so cruel and so much betrayal. And I'm so glad I had the program and the people, because I ended up being 100% alone. Every friend, every community, every favorite place in Austin, everything was taken away. And my physical system couldn't be around the toxicity at all. So anything that was connected, I had to walk away from and give complete space.
Yeah. Shout out to Gemma Hanley, who's our resident mindset coach. For anyone wondering what Tara's referring to, is we have a mindset aspect of the program to help you go through all these things and to stop things that aren't working and to increase things that are working. And it sounds like you started on the small changes first, which is just amazing, because you can't make the big decisions till you make the little ones, really. It's too hard. It's way too scary. It's impossible. But it's almost like once you fix those things to support yourself, you were ready for a bigger decision. And the bigger decision was like, do I stay in this marriage that isn't serving me anymore to the core? Or do I leave and honor myself? And I vividly remember you posting in the group, because we encourage people to reach out for help when you need it. And you did that. And I remember seeing the post, like, I've watched one of Gemma's videos and, oh my God, I don't know what to do. Has anyone got any advice? And I just remember hundreds of comments. Like, there was so much love and support for you. And I remember how hard that was, because you weren't at a great place physically at that point. You hadn't gained the muscle strength yet. You weren't doing the restorative strengthening at that point properly. But it was almost like that had to change for you to allow yourself the space for healing to occur and for you to do all the right things. You took action pretty fast. I feel like in hindsight, when that came to you, you acted on it within, I think, like a few weeks. You didn't muck around. It was like almost like non-negotiable.
It was a non-negotiable, but it also, the way things unfolded, my spirituality says it lined it up perfectly, that it was like you got the realization and then things happened that was like, oh, okay, this is the opportunity. And it was terrifying making that kind of life change and thinking that all of a sudden it's going to be just my daughter and I, and can I do it when I've hardly been able to leave the bed? Can I actually take care of her on my own? Is that actually possible? And having to trust that, yeah, I don't have a choice. I can do this. But the amazing part to me, as soon as my environment in my house became peaceful and I was able to close the door to toxicity, my physical body, my mental body, the clarity started quickly getting better. And the one thing that didn't, though, was the weight. I was 15 pounds less than I am now. And I looked in the mirror and I'm like, I look like a skeleton. I look like an old woman. I've lost tons of hair to the point where I had to chop my hair off. And I felt decrepit as a human. The one thing about my ex-husband is he was a very good cook. So I had to learn how to cook. And I had to realize, like, gluten and dairy, which I had too much of for so many years, I had to throw out the window. But I adore cooking. I really love to cook when I do. And you taught me the strength training, like slowly, my 2-pound weight. But I was a competitive gymnast for a long time. And, you know, I was like, and this is where we're at. And we've got this. And we can do this. About 6 weeks after my environment in the house got peaceful, I was able to take my first bike ride, pulling my daughter in the bike trolley. And yes, it was only about 4 blocks, but I did it. And Ananda, who was 2.5 at the time, was in the back seat going, "You can do it, mommy. You can do it. You've got this, mommy." And I was just sobbing. And I stopped and I asked a perfect stranger to take a picture of me and my daughter doing the bike so I could post it on Facebook. Like, look what I did.
Yeah. You did. It was one thing after another. I just want to state the fact that throughout this entire time and you making that decision to leave that toxic relationship for you, and they say that you can't heal in the same environment that you got sick in. And I want to say that after that, there was still many times throughout every week where there was breakdowns and huge letting out emotions, but still it wasn't just the mental, emotional side of things. You still did the physical stuff every day to allow yourself to get through those hard periods of grieving and letting go. And then I know lots of other things came up throughout that entire breakup and divorce. You know, so I just want for the people at home to know that it wasn't like, happy days.
And it's cyclical. It was like I would physically feel better and emotionally tank, and then I would emotionally tank and physically feel better. But it did feel like it was spiraling up, which was great. And I had to put some pretty strategic things in place and I have a poster on my wall that I'm looking at that said she remembered who she was and the game changed. As I got to know me and I got to know what mattered to me and what was truly important, and I could throw everything else away for now and focus. And I found some amazing friendships that I nurtured and supported and that were tremendously important to me. I did things like I used a babysitter for drop off and pick up just to give my nervous system a break from having to be around anything that could potentially be toxic. I got someone to help read messages just to help buffer things that just could really help me take care of me so I could be a kick-ass mom at home because I had the energy for her and I had the energy for me instead of having it go out. When there was any engagement with toxicity, the physical body would still react. My body had been trained to have a pretty large emotional reaction so that it could try to keep it safe to help protect myself. And so I had to retrain my body to have resilience, to have, okay, what grand scheme, where are we at with this? Okay, let's feel this reaction. Let's go through all this pain and it will pass. One thing I tell my daughter when she'd see me crying, because it happens at times with any parent, and I'd say my favorite thing about being sad is it always goes away. And she would even repeat that back to me at times. Oh, mommy, I see you're sad. It's going to go away. And I'd be like, you're right. You know, and then we'd have our moment and then we'd go play. I think it's been a real asset to her. She's got an incredible emotional awareness. You know, and now it's just so easy, her and I. She and I have been through a lot together and we're two peas in a pod. The other piece, I had to find new doctors who know chronic fatigue syndrome. My supplement cabinet went to fish oil and vitamin B. The hundreds of things I was taking could be thrown out, but all of that couldn't be taken care of until the basics and starting little by little equals a lot. I actually like your version of little by little equals a shit ton.
That's the Australian version.
Yeah, exactly.
I asked our community, like in our larger community outside of our program, if they had any questions for you for this interview, especially being a single mother and going through what you went through. And I'd like to just ask you a couple because it's really in line with this. The first one is, when you were ill, what did you do that still made you proud as a mum? What gifts did your illness give your child?
Ooh, that's a really good question. The journal that we had every morning, and it talks about what's something good that you did, was so important to me. Yes, exactly. And I still have it. And I made copies.
We have our custom daily planner for our members. And so that's what Tara's referring to, is the daily planner. Yeah.
And with that, my self-esteem and what I believed about myself was so low. And it was so depleted. And I had been listening to such terrible messages about myself that I believed she and I played 2 minutes together.
Wow.
That is huge. What became very small that I had to value and realize that I was giving her slowly grew into huge things. I think my daughter, more than anything, knows a warrior as a mother. She will forever know that you can heal and grow as a human because she watched it in a stage that she doesn't have conscious knowledge of it, but she was there with me on this journey.
Yeah.
She knows that grief is not going to kill you, that grief is hard. It's brutal when you feel betrayed to the depth of your soul. It's not a small thing and it's not an instantaneous fix. That's a healing process and it takes until it takes. There's still some hard days. That's humanity. It's not supposed to be over in a heartbeat. Even when it was a time where I could watch a show with my daughter and cuddle, that's what I could do. Even when I had to do cheats for food, where I had like organic little mini meals that I heated in the microwave for 50 seconds, but I know I gave her a nutritious, organic meal, and I knew how to make my cheats to help make sure that I could show up for her and for myself to keep healthy.
So it was almost like you put yourself equal to her.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I had to put myself a little bit above so that I knew I could be there for her completely. If I would have put her equal or more, I couldn't have made it either. I had to make sure that I had my oxygen mask first as we were on an airplane yesterday.
What an amazing teaching to have at that age. Look at how mum was so empowered and she chose herself over everything else. And she put herself first so she could support me. What are some other things that helped you do that? Was it expressing boundaries to your daughter and saying, hey, mummy's just going to go and do this for a little bit and then she'll be back? What are some things that you put in place?
At the beginning of this, she was tiny. And so it was like, mommy needs some personal space. I need 5 minutes to just go take care of myself.
Yeah.
And even if that meant she had a TV show for that time, and she became really good at it. And honestly, she asked for personal space all the time, which I find hilarious. And she's like, I need my space, mommy. And I'm like, I got you, girl. I totally understand.
So sweet.
And she'll have her moments of like, I just need to cry, mommy. And I'm like, I got you. Do you want me to hold you or do you need your space? And there were times where I'd be like, can mommy have a hug? And she'd be like, yep. Or she'd say no. And yeah, when there were tender times where I cried in front of her, man, two, 3 or 4-year-olds can be really ruthless.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah.
They're like telling you things that you wish they wouldn't tell you. And she realized she doesn't have to take care of me. That's not her job. And I was very clear with that. Mommy's got her own feelings and emotions. She's the boss of her and takes care of her. I'm the boss of me. And we live and take care of each other in our own way. But that she's not responsible for me and she doesn't have to fix me. That we get together on this journey.
How did you manage recovery while looking after children? I guess you've answered it in those ways. The physical side of things, you set up resources to support you. I know as a single mum, asking for help was hard initially, but you did it in the end.
Yeah, because, too, with being a single mom who lost all of her friends and all of her support system completely, I had to find new babysitters, and using people from her school was really helpful. And then meeting a lot of my friends because she made friends at school and then they became my really close friends. It was a beautiful experience for me to meet new types of people. It was really easy for me to feed her, love on her, take care of her, but I had to set timers to remind myself to eat every couple of hours. Anything I could think of that made life easier. So if I had the lunchbox packed in the evening in the fridge, it's such an easy, seamless way to get out the door in the morning. I still do sensory breaks, which was a really important piece for me, where I have my weighted blanket, I have my eye mask, and I have the timer. And instead of sitting up for meditation, which I still do that too, it's a laying down and just deep breathing. She sits right next to me while I do it. And she knows that mommy's taking her sensory break, or she'll sit and meditate with me. She and I will do yoga together.
There's a great question here, and I can't wait to hear the answer. What did you have to go through to become well?
Oof. Hell. I had to change everything. I lost a child that I loved and adored. I lost a husband. I lost all of my community. I lost my faith that everybody was good and wanted to help each other, and had to realize that some people actually don't have the best intentions. And I had to learn that I had to do hard work that I didn't want to do. I didn't want to lose my family. I didn't want to go out on disability. I didn't want to postpone going back to school for a year to take care of myself. I had to do some really hard things that intuitively, instinctively in my heart, I knew I had to do. And until I got into the program where I knew I had a support system and I had someone holding me accountable. And honestly, until I got so sick, I thought I was dying. And it wasn't until I got that bad that I could finally start making the changes I had to make.
Yeah, I feel like you really chose every day. You were very committed. And I think being a single mom and having a child, especially at that age, with no support, you don't have a choice. You do, because you have to choose it, but it almost feels like there's only one option. The option is to choose me and choose everything that's in line with my soul, with my physical capacity. How did you navigate the mum guilt at the start? And also, you were at such a low physical capacity, and I want to move into that next. You were at such a low physical capacity on your own. How did you deal with those scary days, the days where you're like, holy shit, I can only play with my daughter for 2 minutes? How did you deal with those really hard days? And then obviously, as you started to get better, it got easier, but at the start.
When she started walking and running and I couldn't follow after her, a lot of those times I would be just crying, laying there, wishing I could be a part of her life and feeling like I was letting her down. I was letting my ex-husband down. I was letting my stepdaughter down, myself down. Like, it was so painful emotionally, just all the time. And Toby, the gift out of the illness is that every single moment I get with her now is so valuable. And I know she feels that to her core. I mean, for her and I to be able to dance together, for me to chase her on the playground, it is overwhelming with joy because there was a time where I couldn't do anything for her other than lay on the floor and watch her. So finding the value in everything around me.
I'm having flashbacks of all the little wins that you used to post throughout your journey with us over those 1.5 years, 2 years, whatever it was. And the thing was, it wasn't like you waited until 10 months or 20 months in and you're like, I've made to the peak of Mount Everest. It was literally like, oh my God, I just picked my daughter up from school for the first time. And that was huge. Or I just dealt with a really toxic situation way better than I have in the past. Or I just went on my first bike ride with my daughter for 4 minutes or whatever it was to start with. Or I've just gained 1 kilo of muscle, all these things. And I remember vividly, it was 1 year in, and I think it was San Francisco. Correct me if I'm wrong. I've got a pretty good memory usually, but it was your first flight. I think it was a holiday, and it was 1 year in, and you didn't need the wheelchair. And it was just such a huge, pivotal, empowering moment for you as someone who was so reliant on everybody, and to then have the self-resiliency within yourself. And you went dancing from memory.
I went dancing. Yep. I went to San Francisco, visited my sister, met her there, and had a great weekend. Yeah, and I even remember like walking to the airport, almost feeling like an out-of-body experience. I don't even remember doing anything alone or on my own. And yeah, Toby, in this year alone, I've done San Francisco, Cancun twice, El Salvador, Brazil. I took my daughter, mommy and me, to Cancun. We went on a Disney cruise, just mommy and me, like things you could not, there was no way 1.5 years ago I would have thought in any way I could have ever done any of that in my life at all. Yeah, the travel piece, the dance piece, and there's still the awareness that I still have to be mindful. I've still had moments of crashing. A couple months ago, I had a pretty hard 3 or 4 days. I was around a really toxic situation that didn't have to do with me, but yet peripherally had to do with me. And my physical body just was like, that is a no. But what's great now is even though you initially get that, oh God, I'm sick again, you go, no, baseline. No, you don't panic anymore. That's not where we're at in life anymore. It's just, you got to have a couple of days of down days and breathing and baby steps, and that's totally okay.
The way I look at it in that instance is it's just your brain's protecting you from shitty experiences, and also you're healthy now. So it's just normal tiredness that any human feels, the draining people. That's just a normal body response.
Yeah, that's a great way of putting it, because I didn't have a filter for that. I didn't grow up around extremely toxic people. There was definitely plenty of its own toxicity, but there wasn't explosive, crazy drama spin. Like that wasn't part of my existence. And when that became like normal, the body very clearly kept the score. Like that toxic, angry, really lashing out at people, putting people down, making them feel small and bad. Like my body is incredibly reactive to that now, and just says no, it can't be around it, and it won't, and it won't be in the same space. And that's a way to protect my daughter and me.
Exactly. It's actually really good. That's a healthy boundary.
Boundaries. And I didn't know what boundaries were. And then to hold those steady and just be like, no, we're just going to make life easy. We're just going to follow through with what we have established. And it makes life so much easier and even keel if you just live in that realm. And now I have this strength easily to just set those boundaries and hold them. I couldn't even return a pair of my hearing aids because I was scared to return them 2 or 3 years ago. And now I'm like, oh my God, I can't believe that was something that would scare me. That's so minor. It's so small.
Yeah. the greatest thing is that you went from victim to victor. You really turned it around fast, and you just made decisions little by little, decision, make a decision, do it now, make a decision, do it now. And those tiny little steps helped a lot. Love to talk about the physical. At your lowest weight, what were you?
I was 105 pounds.
Okay, so that's like roughly 50 kilos, maybe probably 48 potentially.
You could see every rib that I had. I looked so old. Like, looking in the mirror was scary. How I felt about who I was as a person was fed by feeling like I was a beautiful woman, and not having that even was like, that was a hard journey to be like, oh, I don't look good. I don't look healthy.
You look like 15 years younger than what you did when you started the program now. Crazy difference. So.
I hear that from recovery with CFS a lot, like the reverse aging happening. I'm like, I feel like I do look a lot younger.
Yeah, you do. Yeah. You'd lost a lot of muscle. You lost a lot of weight. I think you started in the restore stage. So you were definitely doing like restorative breathing. Calming your nervous system down was a huge piece for many months.
Yeah, breathing, the Tai Chi, the stretching, the restorative yoga. Like, I couldn't do anything beyond very gentle movement. Wall push-ups, not real push-ups.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So you started really light, and the idea was, let's recondition your body appropriately within your baseline, and also factor in all the chaos that was going on at the time, making hard decisions and going through emotions. What was the key thing for you where you built up your strength and stamina? Because I vividly remember you sent me a photo and you were doing your flex and you said, look, I've got my biceps back and my muscles are coming back. So what did that take?
So it was baby step. And there were days where I'd push too hard and have to step back a couple days. And then I would try again and come back a couple of days. And then there was one specific day I was at the trampoline place with my daughter, and I busted out 3 back handsprings and a back layout, which I took a video of and posted on Facebook. And was like, I'm 43 years old and I just busted that out. And that's when I could start doing climbing gym, which I love to climb. I could dance for a whole hour and actually like start pushing myself. You have to become completely at harmony with who you are, physically, emotionally, spiritually, and mentally, all 4 components. And listen. And if you hear a whisper in the middle of a workout, like, today, this is just a little bit too much of a push, cool, tone it down. And if you do over push, have the compassion to take care of myself the next day. And I call it compassion because it's self-compassionate to say, okay, what do you need today to feel healthy and whole and sane and safe?
Yes, exactly. It was very structured. I remember you had a specific movement plan we built up over time. It was a longer term plan, but I think you started with one set of like maybe 3 exercises of getting your muscle groups working again, your front of your body, your back, posterior, anterior, and then your legs.
And it was 1 pound weights to start with. And then after 2 weeks, it was 2 pound weights. And it was slow. For me, it felt so slow. Now, obviously, it was exactly what my body needed, and thank God I went slow. Toby, you and I crafted the specific plan, just you and I, like this many weights and this app on my phone to remind me to eat. My body needs meat. I had to figure that out. I wasn't getting enough of that. So
high protein, good carbohydrates, exactly. And then the consistency of it. And what people don't understand, and this is what is so frustrating to see, is that they think that, oh, it's just going to be 2 weeks, or like, I need to go hard. It's all or nothing. You know what I mean? Like, it's all or nothing. And what people don't understand that really works is 12-month plans, properly working towards where you want to go. And it's micro changes. And the thing that most people don't understand is that when you're going through CFS or long COVID or anything like this, your body sensitivity to adaptation is very low. Initially, you can try and overload it, but the system won't hold the adaptation. It can't. The system just can't process the adaptation. So that's why you were able to gain the weight in a healthy way and consistently build. And I was never surprised. I was always really glad, but I was never surprised because I was like, yeah, well, of course you're going to gain healthy weight because you've been doing it 8 weeks straight and then another 12 weeks and another 12 weeks. And then we kept building up and it just got better and better as time went on. And your body got more resilient through these micro changes, not macro, to the point where you were able to then do macro stuff like fly to Mexico. I think it was your first trip with your daughter was at Mexico last year, and go dancing for an hour and rock climbing and volleyball. I saw you've been playing that recently. Yeah, you can do that now because you did all the micro mini adaptations. Your body built the resiliency, the capacity to be able to do more. And people at home who are watching, most of them don't have a plan. They really don't. They think they do. They're like, yeah, I eat healthy and I do a bit of yoga here and there. It's not a plan. It's not really a pathway to where you're really going. And I think that was truly one of the reasons why you were able to get to where you're at to today, is the ruthless decision making that you made every single day for you first. And then the second piece is just that consistency every single day, regardless if you felt like it or not.
Some of those things I did not want to do.
Exactly.
A lot of the days I did not want to get up and get out of bed.
Face the world.
There were some really sad days where I had to push through, and finding out I'm not a fragile person. Like, I'm actually quite strong and quite resilient. But I had to prove it to myself, and I had to do that.
Yeah. I just remember there's so many times that you went through so many hardships. There were so many knocks in the road where you'd almost feel free again. And then more shit from the past would come up and it's like, oh, not more problems to deal with, but you just kept showing up. And this is why we say, please don't rely on motivation, because half the time you are not going to feel motivated. You want to give up every second day. And what are you doing in the days that you feel like you want to give up? Are you still showing up regardless? And I feel like you did that.
Exactly. Yeah. Had to push through.
What's life like now on the other side of all this?
Life's amazing right now. My daughter's 4 now. She just turned 4, and
Happy
she and
birthday.
I are heading off to Mexico for our mommy-daughter trip here in a few weeks, just the two of us. And I'm getting my PhD. It's a PhD in psychology, focusing on education. And I figured out my dissertation, which is a cultural study and learning about how cultures come together to coexist and cohabitate with love and harmony, and how to utilize the school system to offer life in harmony as cultures coming together. I adore reading, writing, studying, where 2 years ago I couldn't even read a couple pages without being exhausted. I'm a volunteer for child advocacy for the court system. So for kiddos that don't have anybody, who have severe problems in the house, I do all the research and I stand in front of the judge and give recommendations on what I think could be best to help serve them. And through figuring out my values and what matters to me, service work is my number one. How can I be of service to others and to humanity? And being a mom, right there parallel with it. And I love it. I love spending time with my daughter. We have a lot of great quality time. Yeah, life is full. There was a time where things weren't so busy and I was resting and recovering. And now it's like, okay, when do I have an open window to go walk with my girlfriend and go meet with my other friend? I have great friendships now. I still miss some places in Austin that I used to love to go to, but just to keep it so there's nothing challenging or toxic, I honor that within myself to be in healthy places. It would be nice if we could split and share. That would be really great, but that's not how this unfolded. And then there's that acceptance piece of, it's much easier to accept that this is not ever going to be easy and gentle. That's just not life. That's not humanity. And especially not this life and journey. And that's okay. I've got the tools, I've got the ways to set boundaries and honor that. I've got the ways to be resilient when things are hard and the support systems I need. And I get to travel the world when I can.
Exactly. Oh, man. So amazing. What would you say to people who have stumbled across the CFS Health channel or program and they're like, umming and ahhing, should I do it? Should I not do it? Or people who are actually already in the program who are kind of a little bit stuck right now. What would you say to them?
why not believe that there is a possibility to get better?
Mm.
There wasn't any hope for me at all at the time where I stumbled upon your video, Toby, and you helped me. The program helped me find who I am and my soul and how to get better and heal. That's a huge piece. Also, find the people in the program you connect with soul-wise. You know, Felicity was one of my soul sisters. Find those people who have similar life experiences happening and connect.
Yeah.
Use them. Use the community. Be gentle with yourself. Have self-compassion. It's okay to be messy. That's all right. There's nothing wrong with being emotional and messy.
Yeah.
You're not human if you're not.
So
Allow
good.
yourself to grow, heal.
Yeah, you did the program imperfectly, you know, like you were
Perfect,
never
imperfect.
self-judging. Oh my God, like I should have this perfect. It was like, no, here are all the tools. I'm going to do it. Some days I'm not going to feel as good. I'll still do it. And you just went on with it. There wasn't any questioning or anything like that. And I think that's why you've just been so successful and you've just gone from strength to strength. And lastly, Tara, just any kind of final words of wisdom to the people out in the world who are suffering from this, because sadly it's just getting more and more prevalent, especially after COVID and, you know, kind of the world that everyone's living in right now.
There were some comments made about this is just psychosomatic and my judgment of that, and that I was starting to get sick before getting COVID or whatever it was that caused me to go even more sick. There's nothing wrong with psychosomatic. That's part of the human body. That's a real thing. Your mind, body, spirit, emotions, all are connected. That's how this works. There's no judgment on that. There shouldn't be any making anybody feel small or bad about losing it as a human and needing to heal again in any way, shape, or form. Go ahead and be messy and find a way to heal.
I feel like this whole journey for you is all about alignment and helping you become more authentic to you. Would you agree with that?
I found out who I was for so long by what people reflected back to me, and I've realized that none of that was ever actually me. None of it. Who I am is now who I find within me. And now the world actually reflects that back to me in a lot of ways, which is neat. My whole spirituality has changed, my connection with nature and spirit and God, to my relationship with my mental world and my emotional world, my physical world. It's been fun to get to know me and put all those other stories and everybody else's opinions and thoughts away, and fun to use that in my PhD program of here's how I can make change. Here's what I can offer.
I can't wait for you to continue the work that you're doing, because it's so important. And you and I have spoken about this recently when you reached out and you told me what you're up to these days. And the system needs to change, especially the school system. And we as a society need the bridge together and find a way that we can all live and work harmoniously together with respect and honor. And so, yeah, I just want to thank you so much for the work that you're doing and how you're showing up in the world. It's making such a huge difference and just makes me so happy, because this is what this is all about. You know, we say at CFS Health, it's about creating ripple effects far greater than we'll ever know in the world. And by you doing everything that you've done, all the shitty things that you've had to go through, all the hard decisions that you've had to make, you know, that is obviously having an immediate effect on your daughter and your family, but also the world now. And I just think that's really what it's about. And yeah, well done, and keep doing the great work. I can't wait to see where it goes.
Shout out to my family, my mother, my sister, my father, rock stars. From their feeling so scared, their judgment, their pain, their struggle, watching my journey, they 100% learned about what this is, stood by me, held my hand, showed up, and celebrated every single win with me in the most unique, remarkable way, and couldn't have done it without them and without the program. So thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Oh, no words. Yeah.
Thank you, Toby.
My pleasure. Yeah. You're amazing. Making me cry.
That too.
Oh, God. Yeah, thank you so much. And on behalf of everyone who's watched this, yeah, thank you for giving us this time and sharing your story. It's a really special one. And yeah, just blessings and continue to go and spread your wings. Yeah, have fun. Yeah, thanks heaps, Tara. Appreciate you. Speak to you soon.
Thanks, Toby.
Bye. Hello, everyone, and welcome to this amazing interview with Kathleen Guire. Kathleen, we are about to jump into your story about recovering from chronic fatigue syndrome, and it probably feels pretty surreal to you. You know, it's like a full circle moment because when we first met, things weren't so rosy for you. They were they were pretty tough. You know, you were in your 50s. You had 7 kids, which I was blown away by at the time. And I remember when you first started your journey with us, you know, back to health, and it wasn't easy. Before we get into like all the fun stuff and where you're at now, which I can't wait to share and hear, I'd love to know like kind of where were you before we met in terms of like, you know, age, kids, what were you doing? And we'll go from there.
Well, I was originally diagnosed with chronic fatigue syndrome in 2004. So when I was a young mom.
Wow.
And I found a really great doctor in Pittsburgh who is a naturopath, and he really helped me. But then I would get into this cycle of pushing and crashing and pushing and crashing that we're all so familiar with when you have CFS. And right before I joined the program, I was the worst that I'd ever been. Like I just had like a major crash. And I remember like for 4 days I was in bed, like not, you know, and I'd been in that bedridden part before, but this felt the worst that it's ever felt, to the point that it just kept stretching on and on and on. I thought, this is it. I'm going to die. Everything's going to shut down. My body's shutting down. And so I know I told you this. So I started reading a book about heaven, like get ready to go to heaven because I wasn't going to be here much longer. And then when I would have a good day, I would get out of bed. And by 9:30 a.m., I was back in bed. And then I would sleep for a couple hours and get up and then go back to bed. It was just, I mean, it was the worst. I didn't have any hope because I thought, I guess I had heard that once you get older, that if your CFS crashes get worse, that it's just, that's the end. Your immune system's just done for. Obviously that's not true because here I am. Yeah. So when I joined the program, I was pretty hopeless. And I even had a lot of not only self-doubt, but doubt like, yeah, is this going to really help me? But I was so desperate.
Yeah. Tell me, you know, when you're in bed and kind of feeling like you were dying, which is what I say to people, you know, people don't really understand, but it can feel like you're dying when the symptoms are so bad. What kind of symptoms were you experiencing?
Well, my joints felt like they were on fire. I was super achy. I had fevers all the time. And I just would get to this point that I was so fatigued, I was dizzy even when I was lying down. And like nothing would make that feeling go away. And so I would just, you know, sleep and not really sleep. I mean, like my body felt like it was shutting down, but I really wasn't asleep. And my mind would be racing at the same time, like anxious thoughts all the time. So that's how it felt. 7
kids, married, you have a partner. I can't imagine, like, you know, I know it's hard enough as it is, like, and we help people, we help a lot of people in lots of different situations, lots of mums too, who've got maybe 1 or 2 kids, but I can't imagine the immense kind of pressure, unknown, the guilt with 7 kids, and I know you have grandkids as well, and having a husband. Like, what was that like? Like, were you able to have communication and conversation with your partner, or because you didn't know what was going on? Like, yeah.
I think that for my husband, for a lot of years, going through the pushing and crashing and going to my doctor, he just didn't really believe what I was going through was as bad as it was, because I had this ability to, my husband worked out of town a lot. And so I was on my own. I was homeschooling my kids. I homeschooled them all the way through. And I would get up for a few hours and I would do school with them. And sometimes I actually did school in my room and had them all come sit on my bed. And then this is funny, I just thought of this. I just found the other day this document I made when they were teenagers that said what to do when mom can't get up.
Wow.
And it had all of these things like, you know, get the little kids breakfast. It had this list of things for them to do. And you're right, the guilt and the shame it's overwhelming, because I felt so broken. And even before I got my diagnosis, I was going, even when I was in high school, my mom was taking me from doctor to doctor to doctor because I was still having those crashes then, but nobody knew what they were or what it came from or why I was doing that. And they were doing all of these weird things, like all of these allergy tests and glucose tests for the, you know, you sit there for 5 hours and drink this goop and you're hypoglycemic. Well, you know, all of these things, but nobody could pin down what was actually going on. And even when I started going to the doctor, Dr. Parati, it's still the work, which I've realized now, was on me. There was no like, hey, just take this. There's no medication that you just take this medication and you're better. And I know a lot of people seek that, or they seek this certain supplement's going to make them better, or this certain thing is going to make them better. And it's not true, because it truly is up to us to start first managing our symptoms, knowing what our symptoms are telling us, and then trying to work on consistency and health. Consistency over intensity. I still say that all the time.
Yeah, it's one of our mantras inside the program, which is consistency over intensity. You know, I think, yeah, it's hard. Like most people, when they've been sick and struggling with chronic fatigue syndrome or something like that, long COVID, they have no energy. But then as soon as the day comes when the energy is there, they go all out with intensity. They try and do every single thing on the to-do list. And I know you were doing that before you joined the program. What do you think caused your chronic fatigue syndrome? Do you remember, was there a virus or anything like that
Yeah, in fact, after I joined the program, I started asking some of my family members, because I had gotten bacterial water poisoning at a family reunion where we used to rent this big cabin and stay. And I guess some of the girls were drinking out of the well, and I was one of those girls. And we all ended up in the emergency room.
Oh, wow.
And I ended up being sick for the rest of the summer. And I think I was like 14 or 15 at the time. And that's when the cycles began. The headaches, the nausea, post-exertional malaise, because I tried to run track, and all of these things started cycling through then. So they became cycles for me. But honestly, I didn't know that other people didn't feel that way, because I was so young. I thought, you know, if you ask an adult, hey, I'm feeling this way or I'm feeling that way, and they're like, oh, you're a teenager, you know, whatever, this is going on, you need more sleep. And so I didn't know until I was an adult that some of those things that I was feeling were not normal.
Yeah.
So.
Wow. And was it a comment? So obviously that was the starting point, the virus. And then it sounds like having 7 kids, being a stay-at-home mum, and like being a teacher, basically, like full time, you know, running the show, stress, combination of pushing, crashing, all of that kind of was a recipe for, you know, chronic fatigue syndrome to occur.
Right. And then I kept getting these major viruses like mono, and, you know, it'd go away, you know, so yeah, it's cyclic. The viruses, when my immune system would go down, I'd get a virus. And
it was fascinating because you obviously were really proactive going to your doctor, and you used to get lots of blood tests, and it was really, really cool. I remember oh, it must have been maybe 9 to 12 months into the program, you went and got your bloods done again. So it's like before the program and after the program, or during the program, and your blood work came back so good. Like the doctor was like, "What the hell have you been doing?" And,
Right.
and we'll touch on that later, because that was profound. And I remember just like you posting that win, and it was like hundreds of likes. Like everyone was like, "Oh my God, like how good's this? Like amazing." But when you first started the program, or at least your journey with recovery, what were some of the roadblocks that were first coming up? You know what I mean? Like when you first joined, like you said, you were skeptical. Is this going to work for me? I heard that if you're older, you can't recover. Like for you, like what was going on for you?
Well, I think that the biggest mental roadblock was that belief that it works for other people, but it's not going to work for me. Or, and I hate to say this, but it's true, I didn't value myself enough to like invest in this program and invest in myself. I was always on the back burner. And I felt like if I did something for myself, I actually felt nauseous about it. I felt wrong. I felt like this is not something that I'm supposed to be doing to take care of myself. I just need to take what I'm going to get. And if it's bad health, then I just need to accept that, which is totally wrong. So if anybody's thinking that, please don't think that. Honestly, that was the biggest roadblock for me. And I still struggle with valuing myself above others, above what other people in my family need from me, and putting up those boundaries. But I'm so much better about it, or I would not be sitting here. I'm so much better at boundaries.
Totally. I remember I had a client many, many years ago, and she wanted to join the program, but she believed it was too expensive, right? And so she's like, you know, I can't afford this. Like it's too much money. It's too expensive. And I was like, you know, that's okay. Like you can watch our free stuff if that's the case for you. And a year later, she came back, and I remember we jumped on the phone together to have an enrollment call. And I said, we spoke a year ago, like, why now? And she said, you wouldn't believe what happened, but I was sitting here the other day thinking about if my daughter was in my situation. Getting chills down my spine thinking about this. If my daughter was as sick as I am and has been for the last 10 years, I would have signed her up to this program 10 years ago. Like that. I wouldn't even think about it. It wouldn't be a second thought. It was like, if she's sick and she needs help, I'm going to invest in it. And then she had this epiphany and realized, oh my God, like, what am I teaching my daughter if I can't even invest in myself? And I would do it for her in a heartbeat. And she realized that she needs to put herself or treat herself like she would treat her daughter equally, at least to show her and teach her daughter, mum's going to put herself first as well, you know?
Yeah.
It was actually so incredible. She went on to recover. It was a really cool story, because she went on to do the program. She fully committed. She, exactly like you, like just did everything she had to do in order to get better, and got her life back, you know? But I don't think it would have happened if she didn't self-value herself, you know, like that, you know, it's too hard. Like you just can't, like you're just going to keep tripping yourself up, right? Because you're never going to do anything that you need to do in order to move forwards.
Right, exactly. And if you have this idea in the back of your mind is, this is happening to me, so I need to accept it. And it's like, but why? Why did I need to accept it? And I think that another stumbling block for me is my mom died pretty young. And she had a lot of health issues. So I kind of just thought, well, you know what? That's the way it is.
Oh,
but
okay, I see.
It doesn't have to be that way.
No,
it doesn't.
Yeah, I love Craig Harper, one of my first ever mentors. Actually, he was the one that inspired me when I was going through recovery. Even though he was a motivational speaker, he had no idea about chronic fatigue syndrome. You know, he used to say, "Oh, but my genetics, you know, it's just there's nothing I can do. It's just my genetics." You know, whether someone's overweight, he used to help a lot of people with weight loss. And, you know, those types of people would come in and, oh, I just can't lose weight because it's in my genes, you know, it's just who I am. And he would say, and what choices can you make? You know, does that mean that you can't stop eating the chocolate cake for breakfast that you're having every day and the oversized pizza that you're having at night? Is that got nothing to do with your weight loss? It's just all genes. And, you know, it was all about choice. Like you can manipulate your entire life to enhance your health and well-being, not the opposite.
Right.
Mm.
Because there's epigenetics that we know
Yes.
a lot more about now, that you can change your genetics by making lifestyle choices, and it all starts with your thinking. Like, you have to think it first, and then there has to be an action that follows. Because if you have so many limiting beliefs that you can't move forward, and a limiting belief, like you were just talking about, is it's in my genetics and this is the way it's going to be and I can't change that. That's a limiting belief. So then you won't move forward. You'll stay stuck.
I think it's so hard. This conversation's so hard because on one hand, like I know how much you struggled and suffered in bed. And if I said to you, Kathleen, you just got to think more positive, you'd tell me to, you'd probably say some.
Well, I would use some words.
Yeah.
I would use some words.
Me too. Because it's not about positive thinking. This is the problem. Like,
No.
This is the problem that most people don't talk about, is like, there's so much fluff on the internet. It's like, you just need to think more positive. Like, your attitude sucks. And it's like, yeah, attitude's important, but it's not about the positive psychology that makes the difference. It's about seeing where you're stuck. Like, chronic fatigue syndrome isn't a mental problem.
Right.
I think this is the issue. Like, there's this, when you're going through chronic fatigue syndrome recovery, almost like you could feel attacked by someone saying you need to change your mindset, or you've got some limiting beliefs.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not really about that. Like, if you think about it, it's like chronic fatigue syndrome is so physical and neurological, like you said, like the achy joints and the muscles and everything. But laying in bed thinking that it's not possible for you isn't going to equate to a behavior or an action that's going to change your life. And that was the case for you until you realized, oh, actually, what would my life be like if I didn't believe that it was just my mum's genetics and I could potentially take a little bit of ownership in my own life, and how would that feel? How did you make those changes? What flipped it for you?
I think some of the coaching calls that we just talking about being self-aware and like what was going on in my mind, what was going on in my body. And like Dr. Caroline Leaf talks about, you can't just have self-awareness. You can't just say, I feel angry, which is where I was. I was so angry that my life was being taken from me. That's the way I felt about it. But then you have to move on. Why are you feeling angry? What's going on beside that? And for me, it took a lot of like journaling out my feelings and then editing what I was writing down. And sometimes it would be just so exhausting to do that. It's like, I've got a little bit of pocket of energy right now. What am I going to do with it? Am I going to wipe the kitchen counters down, or am I going to sit down and journal some things out? Because wiping the kitchen counters, okay, I'm really picky about keeping everything clean in my kitchen. And I'm only saying that because sometimes that would stop me from doing the real work, because I thought I have a little bit of energy. But I felt better if I started journaling my feelings, putting the past in its place, because trauma has a lot to do. A lot of people that have traumatic beginnings, like I did, end up having chronic fatigue. It's just one of those things, they go hand in hand. And I needed to and here's a funny thing, Toby, you're going to laugh about this. You know what I do, being a trauma-informed teacher and speaker, is I had someone say to me before I joined your program, well, all of those things that you say that we need to do with our kiddos and you teach us, why aren't you doing those for yourself? Like reframing your beliefs, making sense of and peace with your past. Not that that's going to just wipe away all of the physical feelings and change everything in 1 second and you're better. I just need to deal with my past. It's just part of the process.
100%.
For me, it was part of the process. I had to do that.
Yeah, like one of my favorite sayings is like, you can't drive forward looking in the rear view mirror.
Yes.
Like, it's very hard. Like, imagine driving just like this the whole time. Like, it's just super hard. Like, and so many people stay stuck in the past, and it's just a memory of the past And it's like, let's just create new memories and start working towards what you truly do want in your life. And
Right.
momentum will take the shift, and then you'll act and do behaviors, and physiologically your body will change over time. And
Right. And writing down, what do you see, what does your best day look like? I did those so many times, like, what does it look like to be well? What would I do? What do I do first when I get up in the morning? What would I do second? And it's so funny because all of those times that I did those writings over and over and over again, at that time, I wasn't doing those things, but now I do them every day. Like, and these are kind of physical things too. Like, get up and the first thing I do is fill up my quart jar with water, and I drink water, and I exercise in the morning, and I walk and I do all these things. And like just last week, I logged 38 miles hiking and running and took my kayak out. And it's like, I don't even think about that stuff now. And I only thought about that because I was going to be on here. I'm going to make sure I know what I did this past week.
That's incredible.
And those started, and I will go to the walking for a second because I love to walk. I love to be outside. Gets my brain going. It refreshes me. But when I was in the program and I needed to start walking again, my daughter, who is a physical trainer, came over, and we would walk back and forth in front of my house.
Wow.
And it would be like 10 minutes at a time. And I would just literally be on the verge of tears. Like, I don't understand. It was only like a year ago that I'd been running 5Ks, and then all of a sudden I had this huge crash. And she was like, Mommy, it only takes 2 weeks to lose that cardiovascular strength, and your lung strength goes 2 weeks and it's gone. So then you got to start over. So she was having me do these little tiny, and I mean tiny, interval training things where I would walk for 5 minutes and then walk back down the hill and then breathe and do it. And she's like, no, don't do it too long. So those kinds of things, I had to start at ground zero again.
Talk to me about your mindset there, because I think so many people say it's easy to do more than it is to do less.
Yes.
Like, it's easy to push myself beyond where I'm at versus actually holding myself back and being more consistent day to day. As you said before, it's like, this doesn't make sense. Like, I normally can run 5 kilometers. Like, I should just push myself. How did you, was being in the program the thing that helped you stay accountable and like know that, consistency over intensity and step by step you're going to get there, like progress months, maintenance months? Like,
yeah, definitely. Because my habit in the past, when I would crash, was what you were talking about earlier. As soon as I had like a good day or a good hour, then I'm like, I'm going to go run. And then I would, and then not be able to do anything for 2 days.
Yeah.
And that consistency. And I remember even asking in one of the coaching sessions, like what the difference between being disciplined and being too driven. And I can't even remember which words I used, but it's like I have this inner drive all the time. And some people call it perfectionism. And it's like, you got to do the best. You always have to do the best. You always have to. But then it was like, that's just self-sabotage. If you feel like you have to go overboard, like, okay, I can walk for 15 minutes today, but no, I'm going to walk 30 because I have to walk 30. Looks ridiculous to walk 15 minutes. Well, it doesn't look ridiculous if for the next 2 days you can't do anything. So yeah, being in the program really helped me with that consistency and staying on target. And I remember one of the big things I've learned, and I'm still learning it, is, the things that energize me and the things that drain me. I had never thought about that in my life. And I think that's very common with moms. I was talking to a couple moms at a Bible study a couple weeks ago, and they're like, why did it take us so long to figure out what we're really, really good at? And I said, because we had to do all the things that didn't matter if we're good at, like washing the dishes and cooking the food and doing the laundry. And then our kids get to a certain age and we're like, hey, I think I have some gifts and talents. And so that was a biggie for me, which things really energized me. And I remember somebody in the program had made a little chart, and she had highlighted, these are the things that give me energy, and these are the things that drain me. So I did it. I was like, I had never thought about that before. And so now I try to keep that balance, because the thing is, we have to work on our health for the rest of our life, no matter if we were, if you never joined a program or you don't do
Whether
any,
you're healthy
you
or not
have
healthy,
to.
chronic fatigue or no chronic fatigue, like health is a forever.
Right.
Yeah, totally.
Right.
Oh man, this is so good. So helpful. I wanna go back and circle on what you spoke about before. Not perfectionism, that drive, like the drive. I think that's really hard. Like you're a driven woman. Like most people that I meet, like people with chronic fatigue syndrome, they're not lazy people. Like they're just not. Like I've never met a lazy person, and I've met thousands of them. Like I've never met a lazy person who's like, oh, I just got chronic fatigue because I just lay on the couch all day. Like it's just not
Right.
right. They're always like, I had goals and dreams, and I was like doing all this stuff and pushing myself. Literally 99% of the time. Like, what did you? I actually remember the coaching call now about the drive. How do you repurpose the drive in recovery so it's not the thing that takes over recovery, basically.
Right.
I don't know, like, was there any kind of things that you did to repurpose that drive to recommit to yourself in your recovery when you did have to hold yourself just a little bit back, so you're not doing these pushing and crashing, and obviously over time, which you were able to do, which was to build your capacity. And as you were building your capacity, I remember you went kayaking, you started walking again, you started, basically integrating back into being a mum and looking after the kids and the grandkids and all that jazz, and eventually starting your own business. Like initially, how did you repurpose the drive when physically at the capacity that you couldn't do what you wanted to do all the time? Like how did you interweave that purpose or the drive back into your recovery?
I think one of the ways that I repurposed my drive was the other thing that I was talking about, finding out what gives you energy and what takes away energy, knowing that and interweaving those things throughout my day. And then also I started just setting a timer. Like when I could start working at my desk again and start writing again, and it's like I would be tempted. I'm going to sit here for 3 hours and write, and just I would set a timer.
Yeah.
And here's the thing, I don't set a timer anymore, but I already have those habits so ingrained in me that if I'm sitting and working at my desk for an hour, I'm going to get up and I'm going to have a little dance party. I'm going to get up and I'm going to go out and walk some laps and then come back. So it was just taking that drive and saying, you know what, my job right now is to get healthy. So my job right now is I'm going to stop and make a green smoothie before I go on to my next task. And that was really hard for me. I didn't realize until my last child moved out, which was like 7 months ago, that those were the people that made me feed myself. So then I had to start saying, well, now I have to make a menu just for me. And I have to prepare food for myself. And so just keeping that schedule. And I was very adamant about it at first, like, okay, this time I'm going to have my smoothie, and then I'm going to work for this time, and then I'm going to take a rest, and now I don't have to do that anymore. But that's what I took my drive to do. I used it for that, to implement a schedule. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, it's amazing. It's so good, which leads me into like two things. Like one, inside the program, we have a specific training called the Perfect Imperfect Daily Routine. And it's a new training, but it's one of our longest ones, because I believe that routine and structure is so vital to recovery that everyone misses it. They're like, oh, brain retraining. And it's like, you can think all the thoughts you want and visualize all the things, but like you need to start reintegrating back into life. And so a routine and structure is going to do that, whether you're a 1 out of 10 in energy or a 7 out of 10 in energy, because it'll change over time. And you've got a healthy person schedule. The second training, which I know you switched your focus to, that I think is really important to talk about, is symptom focused versus health focused. And like, it's one of my, I think it's one of the most important topics that like everybody needs to understand. And everybody who recovers does this, is they switch their focus from, symptom focus, which is like, oh my God, I'm feeling this and this symptom's happening. And why is this happening? And I don't like, I need to
Right.
understand, like, why is this like, has anyone else experienced this? And it's like this snowball effect that literally stays in the loop of sickness, really.
Yes.
But then switching the focus to health focus, which is exactly what you did, which I love that thing of, what does a healthy person do? Even though you weren't feeling healthy, it's like thinking about,
Yes.
how does a healthy person act? How does a healthy person respond? When a healthy person gets a cold and a flu, what do they do?
Mm-hmm.
I know when you started, like, you were very heavily inundated with symptoms. Like, it was, you were,
Yes.
you know, like, so how did you go
Yes.
from switching to the health focus? Was it just being in an environment that was health focused? Was it having permission, like me telling you,
Yes.
hey, like, that's not going to help you anymore, like, this is what we need to do?
It's the combination of those things, like going to the coaching calls and watching the videos and being like, okay, my job right now is to get healthy, and sitting here thinking about, oh, my heart rate's only 41 right now, or all the things that we do, like, wait, I think my throat is hurting, and you get into those symptoms and you're like, what's going to relieve this? Should I make tea? Should I move? And I remember I've done a lot of study now about health and the body, and it's like, one of the things I learned, how we freak out about feeling like nauseous or achy because we get up and move. It's like, well, okay, the lymph nodes have no drainage system. So even if you're sitting in your bed and you start doing some arm exercises, you're going to feel nauseous and feel yucky. That's a good thing. Drink some water. Like, figuring out your symptoms is not going to just be like, oh my goodness, what pill do I need to take? But knowing how the body works, knowing some of that really helped alleviate those fears, and just being like, you know what? I felt like this before, and my job right now is to get healthy. So what's next on my list? And that's how I started approaching it. It's like, this is my full-time job. I have permission. I'm taking I think I told you guys, like, I took time off of writing. I took time off of everything. Obviously, anything I would have written during that time anyway wouldn't have made any sense.
I'll tell you what, though, but the journey made for a good story after. We'll talk about what you're up to these days. I know you've basically written 3 books in the last little while, which is wild. Yeah, I think it's like, it's kind of, like I said, it's hard. Like, I think you don't realize it, but one of the things that you did, and you probably don't really realize this too, but in order to be health focused, you have to create safety first.
Yeah.
And having a baseline is kind of what creates safety, because the baseline is about stopping the pushing and crashing, and that is, it's not good for the brain or the body. Basically, the brain detects threats, and so, if you keep pushing yourself and feeling horrible, that's not a good safety sign for the brain or the body. But when you do things appropriately, like you did, like you were doing slow walks, you were eating well, you had a good routine and structure, everything was appropriate. You weren't sprinting up hills and depleting your energy stores when you didn't have the energy to do so. So I feel like that created the safety net for you to then go, I can be health focused.
Yeah.
I can respond versus react, and for me, it's no surprise, like, when you posted that win about your blood test coming back really, really good, it doesn't, like, I love it. And it also doesn't surprise me, because as one gets healthier, their symptoms decrease. Like, you can't have health and have symptoms at the same time. And so this is why we're so health focused at CFS Health, because it's like, as you get healthier, your symptoms decrease. Now, if we stayed symptom focused, it's just a tug of war the whole time, and it's just nothing to change,
Right.
So we've spoken about mindset, definitely limiting beliefs, like unlocking that first really was the key part. Doing the physical stuff, number 2, because that led into 2 in terms of like baseline, restorative movement, nutrition, boundary, like a lot of emotional work, journaling, boundaries, finding your energy gainers and energy drainers and sticking to them. When you started to get healthy and you got your blood test back, and it's like, oh my God, like, this is, that was freaking amazing, like winning lottery, basically. Tell us about that experience. So you went to the doctor.
Well, and I'll tell you, I'm just going to add this because I haven't talked to you since then. I went back in June and got all that same blood work done again, and it was even better.
Wow.
And my doctor is like, your heart is perfect. You're not at risk for stroke or anything. I was, before that, I'd been getting into a junctional rhythm. I don't want to go into all those symptoms, but and it's like, he said, your cortisol level is perfect. And he said, and I haven't seen your cortisol level this perfect forever. Like all of these things were even better, not like tons better because I was already better. But yeah, it's just, and to me, it's like I would have this,
I've just found the photo of you.
Oh my goodness.
Who's that?
Oh yeah, with my grandson. Oh my goodness.
And you said it's a little bit of a long post, but all you said was, I had comprehensive labs done recently and they came back better than I've ever had. Kathleen from USA. Toby and the CFS Health team asked me to reflect on my wins since beginning the program mid-July. Do you want me to read this out? Like you might even.
Sure.
You said, physically, I'm able to do Pilates in the morning, walk, swim, kayak some afternoons. I'm not killing myself trying to do intense workouts anymore. I'm enjoying the outdoors and just moving. I've been to host 2 harvest days for my family and enjoy them. That sounds fun. That's a photo of my daughter took of me playing in the leaves with my grandson. Mentally, I've had a lot of mind shifts and sometimes they shift back. You're human. I'm moving away from perfectionism and embracing myself for who I am. Oh, I'm getting teary.
Oh my gosh. You're triggering me.
Why is this happening? I always cry on these talks. It's just so special because it's like, it's just, I've seen your journey and it's just cool to see. I know I have the gifts and a purpose for this season in my life that were different than when I was homeschooling my kids. I'm telling guilt goodbye when I put up my boundaries. I'm enjoying my life so much more, even when I have a slight dip. I'm pursuing something new with my writing. I'm still writing books, but I'm also working on building a business to help other writers pursue their passion. I realize there is always an exchange. A balance is a myth. I'll never turn into a superhero with infinite energy. So I choose more carefully now what to invest my energy and time in. I'm working through my values, the values models program with Toby, and working on my 3-year plan, which is amazing. Last year, I bought a book on heaven because I thought I was going to die. I wanted to instead of living the way I was, but not anymore. The book was good, but I'm not ready to go yet. I have a purpose here now. Medically, I was diagnosed with CFS in 2004. I had comprehensive labs done recently. They came back better than ever. No viruses, thyroid's working really well, heart rate's working really well, cortisol levels are great, liver is awesome. I'm better on paper than I've been in my whole life.
Oh my gosh, that's what I was going to say. It was like seeing the paper was like, are you sure this is for me? Are you sure this wasn't, when I got the lab results back? And it's just like, even since then, I feel way better than I did even then.
Yeah.
And I mean, the fall harvest day, the kids were asking me about that. We have it coming up in 2 weeks. We still do those. Like today, I took my grandkids hiking. I ended up carrying a 45-pound one of them for a mile. And, I just do it. And oh my gosh. Just to even think about, I'm glad I didn't have time to think today, because just to think about talking to you about what I was like at the beginning of the program is triggering, because I don't ever want to go back there. And I know what I need to do. And I did want to say one thing about when I first started putting those boundaries up.
Please.
With my family and friends when because you know what it's like, but you can just do this. You can just rest the next day. You can just do this. And I remember sometimes someone would ask me to do something and I would say yes. And then all of a sudden I would get a sore throat or a headache. And it was like, I'm trying to think of the name of that book. But anyway, I remember learning that if you don't start speaking up for yourself, and if you start just letting the circumstances boss you around, then your body is going to say, hey, let's get a sore throat because I don't really want to do that. And the funny thing is the sore throat would go away a couple hours later. It wasn't like I was really sick. It was just like, oh, I don't really want to do that. I need to just say no. And I don't want to make it all about, the symptoms, but that's the way it was for me. And I started recognizing that. So now I just say, no, I don't want to do that. Or, you guys go ahead without me. So, yeah, that's been a game changer.
Yeah.
But yeah, that blood work and that, change in my health, I was in such shock at first, like, is that even me? And now I look back at how I was when I joined the program and I think, was that even me?
Yeah, well, that's right. Exactly. Like, you become a new person. Like you don't stay the same person as you were. You're still who you are,
right,
but in essence, but you change because change is required in order to elevate out of that anyway.
Right.
Where are you now? Like, tell me, like, just because you're a passionate woman. So you were saying that you've got one book with the publishers right now, a fiction book.
Yes. It's a new fiction book. And then I have 2 other fiction books that are ready for editing. I've been working with a cover designer. Actually, she lives in Australia. And she's been really great.
Amazing.
And then I also have my website, Trauma Informed Parenting, and I have a podcast, and I do workshops. I do a live one once a month in our community about informing parents, like how trauma affects the kiddos and what you can do. And one of the things that you were saying is like, I teach about felt safety all the time. That's like calms the cortisol level, gets the amygdala to be quiet. And so, yeah, I had to apply that to myself. So I write nonfiction as well. My latest book is How to Have Peace When Your Kids Are in Chaos.
Wow.
And yeah, it's all about how trauma affects kiddos and different practical tips you can use, and even some stuff for the parents, like how to make sense of and peace with your past and reframe your beliefs, not only about yourself, but about your parenting. Because traditional parenting doesn't work with kiddos that have trauma histories and neurodiversity. So that's one of my big things. It's like always talking about that. And whenever you become a trauma-informed parenting, the first step is reframing your beliefs, maybe about parenting, maybe about your expectations, making sense of and peace with your past, learn the science, apply the science to yourself and your children, and then change the behaviors, yourself, your behaviors, and your kids. And then there will be more peace in your home. And that's pretty much the blueprint for that book.
Wow. Sounds like a bestseller to me. I love the title. And I think, I have said to you before how important the work that you do is. I think it's really, really, really fantastic. And yeah, it's just incredible. It's just cool to see you to create your own change, like what you're doing. And yeah. And just what a legacy, like, think about your kids and the grandkids internally too. Like, I think that to me is really inspiring, you putting your purpose, at least equal to everybody else's. And I think they'll remember that for a very, very long time. Kathleen, before we wrap up, 2 quick questions. One, someone at home is listening to this right now. They don't have hope. They're probably thinking what you thought at the start. It's not possible for me. I'm different. Just one bit of, word of advice for the people at home who are struggling.
I think that I would say to that person, you're on this earth for a reason and you have a purpose. And part of your purpose is valuing yourself first, being able to say, I'm valuable enough to get better. And it can happen. It can happen, because that was the thing that I said was holding me back. And if you value yourself, then that value is going to have a ripple effect on those people around you. And they will, your family will value you more. They'll value themselves more. So just, I'm kind of meandering around, but
Yeah.
value yourself. Consider yourself valuable enough to invest in your own health.
So good. And for anyone who wants to get help or is thinking about joining the program, from your own experience, would you recommend it? What would you say about that for those people? Because there are, there's people who really want to do it, but they're like, it might not work for me. I've tried everything. I don't want to fail again. Like, what was your fears? And two, what would you say, to someone who wants to join?
I would say I'm a researcher at heart. I love to dig into the science, and I was already digging into the science a lot. And doing that alone wasn't enough. I needed a community. I needed coaching. I needed to hear some things that I had never heard before in a supported group where people were saying, this is what you need to do next. Like, I think that I did your free program about pushing and crashing, finding your baseline.
Yeah, the free training.
That's what, like, okay. I was like, I need this. I need them to help me with this because I cannot figure it out by myself. Yeah. And I think that, especially, I'm just going to say, because I'm a mom and I'm a woman, I think that we struggle with this more than anything. Is like, oh, I don't need the help. I have to do it all by myself, or I don't deserve the help. And I did deserve the help. I did need the help. I did need the community. I needed the coaching. I needed to be called out on the carpet sometimes so that I could move forward into true health. So if you're doubting, like, should I do this? Should I not do this? You should do it. You should do it because you're worth it and your health is worth it. And I know what it's like to feel like you can't even get out of bed. And I don't want anybody else to live that way.
No.
I just don't.
Yeah. Well, that's why I started this whole thing, because when I went through it, it was so painful and excruciating that I was like, I do not want to let anyone else have to go through what my family went through, and so that's how, the mission and the vision was born many, many moons ago.
Yes.
Thank you so much. You're amazing, such an inspiration, and I can't wait for your book to get out into the world. I think that's going to be absolutely brilliant. Yeah. Thanks for your time, Kathleen. I really appreciate it. Hey everyone, it's Toby Morrison from CFS Health. In today's interview, we are doing a success recovery story with the amazing Anina Kay. Hey Anina, how are you?
Hello, I'm good. How are you?
I'm very good. I am so stoked to be here to share your recovery story and journey with chronic fatigue syndrome. This is special. It's special for me because I've watched you go from basically living reality of hell and suffering, and to watch you blossom into the young lady you are today, and just what you're doing, not just with your work and the impact that you have in the world, but just the person you've become. I'm really, really proud of that, and I'm really excited to share your entire story because more people need to know that recovery is possible from chronic fatigue syndrome, and particularly when you've gone from complete pain, isolation, suffering to thinking that, is recovery even possible, to traveling around the world, to surfing. I think it was in Portugal you went, to doing your PhD and doing, cancer research. It's a pretty mind-blowing story. So I want to go back to the start. Like when this all happened, when you kind of got sick with chronic fatigue syndrome, this was before we met. I'm curious to know, like, what was going on in Anina's world back then?
I feel like when it first hit me, I just moved to Denmark. I just started my PhD, actually. I just tried to find my foot in a different world, right? I just moved to like a new country. I tried to make new friends. I tried to have an exercise routine. I just tried to get it all under one. I just tried to find my place in Copenhagen while also trying to learn a new language, a new work environment. The pressure of just
That sounds kind
thing would switch to you. Yeah, I mean, I think it was quite a busy period, and I felt there was so much pressure, or like I put a lot of pressure on myself of getting it all done the quickest I can, and yeah.
Did you have like glandular fever or like a virus or anything like that?
Yeah, I caught COVID in April 2022, and that's when it kind of started. Yeah.
Okay, this makes sense. And so if you couple that with the pressure that you had, the stress, do you think that was the kind of the cause of it all? Like getting the virus and then on top of the stress, the physical and the emotional stress that you were going through at the time?
I think it was for sure part of it. Yes. I do think because I felt the pressure of returning back to work quite early, like I came back to work too early. And I think my body was actually pretty robust. I recovered fairly okay-ish, and then I just got sick over and over again, which actually led me to then be bedbound and not be able to leave the house. But I think it was definitely the pressure of me just wanting to go back to where I was at that just was not helpful.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Would you say you're a type A personality, like a high achiever? Or were back then, at least? Were back then?
I do think so. Yes. In a lot of ways, I am and I was. I th- I think I didn't notice how much I was a type A until I got really sick. Because then you can't achieve a lot. You can't do a lot. You can't have a lot of friends. You can't be successful in that sense. And I think then I realized I actually do tie a lot of my worth to what I do and who I'm with and how my life looks like.
It's a pretty big awakening for a 20. How old were you at the time? I think you were, because you're 27 now, so you would have been 24.
Yes, 24.
That's a pretty big awakening to have as a 24-year-old woman finding her feet in the world.
I think so too. I mean, now I'm happy that it was that early, right? Now I get to live the rest of my life without awakening, but it was tough.
What was it like? So, you got COVID, then you did, you basically continued to get sicker and sicker and sicker. Eventually you said you were bedbound and
Mm.
I think you kind of, the way you described it is kind of like the carpet was swept from underneath your feet, like you had this ideal lifestyle and image of what that looked like, and then the image was no longer your reality. What were some of the thoughts going through your mind at that time?
I think I tried to hold on so much. Like I tried to just keep that carpet underneath me. However I could. I couldn't let go. Like I still went to conferences in Europe because I felt like I needed to, and I just pushed myself so much that I then after the conference in the weekend went on a hike and I felt like absolutely horrendous. But I was like, but this is what I want to do, so I better do it. Doesn't matter how I feel. I'm not gonna allow myself rest because I don't know why. Honestly, now I don't know why I didn't allow myself to rest and just let it slip away a little bit. I think I always just wanted to seize the opportunity, no matter how I felt.
Mm. And then when you said you got to that place where you were basically housebound and bedbound, what were some of the symptoms that you were experiencing? What were your main 5 or 3?
I had crazy brain fog. I did not recognize myself anymore.
Wow.
It was always almost like I was just playing a first person video game, you know? Like I looked at my hands and I was like, these are not my hands, but I can use them. um, Other than that, it was just pain. Like just my headaches were insane to the point that I just went to the doctor and was like, can you please prescribe me something to just make me feel better?
Wow.
And then the third one that crept in really late, I think actually, was just insomnia. And if you don't have insomnia, you don't know how much of a hellhole that is. It's crazy. It's just two nights of horrible sleep made me question my life, and it's insane.
I'm so glad you brought that up about the sleep, because there's such a misconception around chronic fatigue syndrome and sleep. Like everyone on the outside who doesn't go through it, they're like, oh, that must be nice. You just must just sleep all the time. And, you know, and how lovely that is. But the truth is, you know, there's a period of time through recovery where sleep actually becomes really irritable and disruptive. And so it sounds like you went through that too, where were you sleeping during the day and then that was affecting your nighttime sleeps and all that kind of stuff? Or was it just like a blur?
I think it was just me not being able to fall asleep and just the panic of knowing what the next day would feel like if I wouldn't be able to sleep and that not letting me sleep. I think my body was just producing so much adrenaline and cortisol and whatever that just kept me up. So then I would maybe fall asleep at 7 a.m. and then I slept until 11 a.m., which of course, like my entire cycle was just all over the place. And then if I could, I would just nap during the day. And I can't even pinpoint what affected what because there was so much wrong with it.
Jeez, that's tough.
Um,
In terms of friends and family, what was that like going through that period where they know one side of Anina, the happy, pursuing, driven woman that you are? What was that like for you when things slowed down?
I think I was quite, because I just had moved to Denmark, I just felt a lot of grief for the connections that I couldn't make or the connections that I couldn't really consistently keep going. So I think I constantly kept wondering how friendships would have worked out if I would have just been able to show up as I would want to. But I think on the other hand, I was so surprised by how supportive my family was. Like being in Germany, like my parents, they were always there for me. And in the toughest times, I knew I couldn't take a train back to Germany because I would feel horrendous afterwards. But at the same time, I knew at some point I would just need to do it to keep myself going. So I knew I could always come back home and just be with my parents and they would take care of me and they wouldn't judge. And I think that was something that was really helpful.
100%. Shout out to mum and dad.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's true, you know, having good support it's a real luxury, you know, because not everyone gets that. And I want to just say out loud, you know, it's possible if you don't have good support at home that you can get better, because I've seen it over and over again. But boy, is it nice when you do have that support. So, you know, our hearts go to you if you're not getting support right now, but do know that it's still possible to get better. So there was a chasm period where, you know, you're isolated, you're sick, you're suffering, and you don't know what the hell to do. How the hell did you find CFS Health and myself and the team? Like, how did you even find us?
I think because I took time or like I had to quit work. And so suddenly I had all this time on my hand, right? And because I think I'm a bit of a researcher and a scientist, I just got curious, like what's going on with me, right? Like I don't know. And I think whenever you put it into Google, it's like, oh, only 25% of people with CFS can actually work, and they mostly work only half time. And we're like, but I don't want this for myself. Like, I mean, of course, if that's what it needs to be, then that's what it needs to be. But I was like, maybe there's another possibility. So I just searched for ways to get out of that, right? And I think just one of the Google like when I put it into Google, it was just CSF Health, and I was like, well, I want to do something. This sounds like a solid approach for something that I could do. It sounds logical. Sense. Let me try this.
Wow, that's cool. How soon did you join the mentorship recovery program from the time that you saw up there on Google? Was it fast or?
It's very late. Yeah, I think I used the free resources and they also helped me a ton actually. And I was so appreciative of those being out there for free that I was like, okay, let me try by myself first. Cause I was always horrible at asking for help anyhow. But then, yes, so I needed to learn to also be like, you know what, I can't do this by myself. Maybe let me join.
Wow, okay, that's cool. I'm stoked that you did the free stuff first. Like that's always our go-to of like, you know what? Do the free stuff. Like understand some of the free trainings and our concepts and the frameworks that we do to empower yourself. What made you reach out for help then? If you know, obviously you're a scientist. Scientists don't muck around, and you guys don't muck around. You want to know, you want to know the research, you want to know, you want to know all those things, which is great. What made you go, I'm just going to get help. I'm just going to reach out to them and get a proper plan and proper support. What was the thing that triggered that?
I mean, the free resources were great and they were working. And I think that's part of why I decided to join, because I already saw it working in myself. But it was just this period where I had this issue of whenever I had the flu, I was telling myself I'm getting really bad again. And there's no way I can recover if I always get the flu. And so I just got a really bad flu and I felt like everything was falling apart again, everything that I had worked for. I just went back home to my parents and they gave me a lot of support, but I just felt like I needed to talk to people that understand what's going on. I needed to have the validation and the acknowledgement of people knowing why it's so bad. Because even though my parents could understand or could see what was going on, they wouldn't. You can't make someone that didn't have this understand what it's like.
No.
And I just felt so eternally alone, even though my parents were there for me, that I was like, I want to do something different this time because I can't keep doing this. I can't keep recovering a little bit and then going back and recover a little bit and then go back. It just felt so frustrating and I just became so impatient. And I was like, I need to do something different because otherwise I can't keep going. And that for me was like, I don't care how much money it takes anymore. I just want to talk to people that understand and that can uplift me in those worst days and celebrate when things get better.
Chronic fatigue syndrome, when you don't have a plan, is like a merry-go-round of a vicious cycle, and it's not a fun one. It's like, yeah, the thought process is, I'm sick and tired of being sick and tired. But you kind of want to scream it at the top of your lungs. And the second thing is that I'm so glad you mentioned that is, 90% of the team at CFS Health have had chronic fatigue syndrome and recovered from it. What was that like for you entering the program, knowing that you're meeting all these coaches and mentors and experts who have lived your experience but understand it and are on the other side? What was that like?
It was amazing. It just felt like such a huge weight off my shoulder. It just dropped. It was, I don't know. I think it was on my Kickstarter call that I just realized I'm in the right place. And I think it was the first call that I ever had where I just cried because I just looked at all these faces on this screen being in the same position as me and being in the same spot of also wanting to become better, right?
Yeah.
Because I just felt so connected and I couldn't believe that I was just sitting with so many like-minded people. And I loved it. And I just had to cry so much.
Oh, there's almost like a release, of like, can breathe now. Yeah, I'm not alone anymore. Is that the feeling?
Yes, it felt a bit like, okay, I can finally be a passenger princess, I can just sit on the sideline. I can let someone tell me where we're going and I'm just going to show up, right? I need to be there, but I can relax.
Oh, I love that. I didn't know this about you. Like, I didn't know this particular nuance part about that part of your journey, but I love that because in life, sometimes we need someone with the stick to say, hey, go over there. The traffic controllers are like, stop, wrong way, turn the other way,
Yeah.
do the detour. The fastest route's this way. It's like Google Maps, it's like a compass.
Yes.
And you just type in this is the destination I want to go. These are my goals. Coaches, how do I get there? How do I navigate this? Yeah. And so that's cool. I didn't know that about you. The passenger princess, I love it. And I just want to be told where to go and what to do. That's smart, right?
Mm-hmm. But I don't know. I always, maybe I had so much pride in myself. I just want to recover by myself. I don't know. I don't want to need that help, right? But then when you just get that help, you realize that was nonsense. Why would I not ask for help? Right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Do you think you would have, do you think recovery would have been easy or easier or or harder if you hadn't joined? Like, how long do you think do you think you would have recovered eventually on your own by figuring it out? I think you would have.
Mm,
I'm curious.
I think it's hard for me to say, but I do think I probably would have recovered. But I also know that the moment I joined, I felt like I had the tiniest string of hope
Mm.
that I would actually still recover. And I felt so hopeless in that time of my life that I'm not because I always felt like I wouldn't recover fast enough. I don't think I really, maybe I wouldn't have questioned that I would eventually recover. But for me, it was like, I want to recover fast enough for me to actually be happy because I felt so unhappy. And I think I really questioned whether life like that was worth it. And so I probably, with maybe moving back home, with making a lot of big changes in my life, I could have recovered. But I'm so much happier the way I recovered now and like the path that I took now.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's pretty crazy, really, if you think about like where you've come from, the speed of recovery, considering how unwell you were to you're a healthy human being now. You know, and it's just it's so you look, you know, I can say you look great because you do look great and you feel great too. Um yeah, it's one of those things. I think I'm curious to know, what were you surprised at how many nuanced changes are required in through your recovery? You know, like it's not like a, you know, short piece of string that's like, it's here and here, do these three things and you're going to get better. Like, it's a whole proper process, you know, it's a rehabilitation process of everything. Were you surprised at the nuanced changes that we had to do together over, you know, a period of 12, 15 months to get you to where you are?
I think so. And I didn't think that mindset would have had such a huge role in that.
Mm-hmm.
Because I think one always says what you think you're going to follow, or like what your thoughts are going to determine how you're going to act. And that was so true. I think once I relaxed and let go and just trusted that it's going to work out in the end, which was a huge challenge sometimes, like especially when going back. But I also want to, at least for me, going backwards was part of recovery. Like, it's not like you're failing. It's just finding out what doesn't work. And I think it's so important, but I couldn't see that outside of the mentorship, that those setbacks were actually part of my recovery. I just thought, okay, I'm just going back. I'm just getting worse again.
Wow.
But
I'm writing down notes here because this is juicy. My question is, and you've already answered them too. You've already answered two. It's, what are three things that help the most inside the program? And I want to talk about them with depth because I think what you're saying is freaking really true and something that is so overlooked. You said, number one, trust the process. I had to learn how to trust the process. Tell me what that looked like, because it's true. The people who succeed and recover faster are the ones who don't question anything. They go, show me what to do. Let me be the passenger. You be the guide. I'll do what you tell me to do, and I'll go and do it. And there's a success story. What's her name? I'll remember it. Blonde lady, Hanny, Hanni. You would love her. I don't know if you ever watched her success story, but she's just like you in the sense of, she was just like, you know what, Toby, I'm just going to join. Tell me what to do and I'll do it. No question. And she recovered within like 9 to 12 months. Like, it was a pretty quick turnaround. Yeah. Like, it was a quick turnaround. For you, how do we trust the process? Like, how did you do it?
I think for me, it had a lot to do with trying to not listen to my brain too much. Whenever I got sick, I had these voices like, oh, you're going to just get so much worse again, and all the work you did was for nothing, and you're going to be that bad again, and you're going to lose all those friends again, and you're not going to be able to do anything again. And eventually I was just like, what if that doesn't happen though? And what if the people that all recovered in the mentorship also went through those things and still recovered, right? What didn't I do like a lot of work? My probably is probably more capable than I think right now because I put in a lot of work and I did eat right and I did keep to my base. I did do all the things that theoretically should work. So why should I not maybe get curious and be like, what if the outcome this time is different?
Okay.
And that was incredibly difficult, but in the end, it helped so much, and I can't believe how much of a difference that made.
Totally. I mean, it makes total sense to me. Do the right things. If I'm doing the right things, why wouldn't it over time work out? I feel like there was a sense of relaxation through this process. Like it wasn't like, I feel like you weren't looking at the clock going, all right, I stuck to my baseline today. Why aren't I getting better? Or it's been a week. Why, like there was none of that real analytical back and forth. I feel like, is that true?
I think it's also because I was maybe already a bit further down the recovery process because I had worked half a year by myself with this. I also feel like my baseline, while it's not my ideal vision of how I'm going to live, it was good enough for me to be like, you know what, but look where I come from, right? So I think that helped tremendously of not being so focused anymore on like, when am I going to be better? And I also knew at that point that if I would really want to do specific things, I could adapt them in a way that I could do them without getting worse. Like, even though I wouldn't be able to attend a full event, I could attend it a little bit, focus on the things that I actually want to focus on, and then go home and rest. And just, I think that helped so much, and just not feeling like I am not capable of doing anything. I'm capable of doing the things, but in a different way.
Totally. Number one was trust. Trust the process. Do the right things. That's important. You said the second thing that I pulled out from the first part that you talked about was you said I just started cutting out things that weren't working for me.
Mm.
Tell me about that.
Yeah, I think maybe it was just me figuring out that some ways that I approached recovery were actually not beneficial to me. It was why I think simple things as why do I want to recover, right? I think in the beginning it was just like, I just want to get back to my old life as fast as I can. And I think then eventually I realized maybe I don't want to. Maybe I can take away more from this than just getting back to my old patterns that got me here in the first place. So then I also think when you get really sick and you lose a lot of friendships or connections, you also realize those connections wouldn't have stayed for other tough times either. So it wasn't necessarily a process of me cutting out things, but it was also me losing some things and just not wanting to return to them.
It reminds me of old life, new life.
Yeah, I think so.
Right. So, and this is so awesome, and I'm so glad you mentioned it because I've never met a recovery success story who wasn't thankful for the journey.
Mm.
Ever. Like, it's impossible. I literally got a text message from an old client literally 15 years ago. We're very good friends now. She's had kids and she's married. We went to her wedding. It was awesome. She was one of my first 100 clients. And she said, I'm so grateful for it. If it wasn't for that, I wouldn't be who I am today. And there's a juncture point in recovery where you stop trying to chase the old life and go backwards, and instead you kind of just like you're accepted where you're at, and you go, I'm going to build a new life, and I'm going to start building it today. And I feel like that's what you 100% did, which in line then kind of helps with trusting the process too. And then thirdly, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like it was baseline. It was doing the appropriate thing. Like you mentioned before, I can't go to a full event, but maybe I can go to a quarter of an event, or I can tune into my body and do what's right. Tell me about baseline and how powerful and impactful that was for you.
I think eventually focusing on baseline was always because I loved having the freedom to do whatever I wanted, like in my old life, right? But then came across this quote, and I think it's from The Handmaid's Tale. It's like, we have freedom to and we have freedom from. And I feel like baseline gave me the freedom from symptoms. Instead of having the freedom to do whatever I want, I had the freedom to choose not to do the things I want, but at least not have any of the symptoms. And I think at some point I realized that that is a much bigger freedom than just showing up wherever I want to, but feeling horrendous and not being able to enjoy any of the things that I actually wanted to do. So sticking to my baseline and just doing the right things and just being like, maybe today I just need rest and that's okay. And maybe I can make that rest as enjoyable as it can be for me by listening to a podcast, watching a video, I don't know, like learning how to knit, right? Like those things, just you can make rest enjoyable too. And in the end, you get a nice, like you don't have any symptoms. So I feel like that always helped me reassess, do I actually want to do this enough to maybe have to have symptoms afterwards? And I feel like a lot of the times the answer was no.
Mm. Did you have big goals and dreams that you know, we do vision work every year at CFS Health. We do the annual workshop, which you know about. Did you have goals and dreams that you had for the future?
I think you always ask for like the one thing that you want to do, like your North Star, right?
Yeah, yeah.
And I think in my first ever call, I said, oh, I just want to get back to my PhD. I want to finish my PhD. But then I realized that my much bigger goal was actually to go back to hiking, because that's something that I wanted to do for myself. I wanted to do like an overnight weekend hike somewhere in Sweden. And that was my North Star for sure. Like that was me just being like, when am I happiest, right? And it's for me when I'm out in nature and I just look around. It's ultimate freedom to me.
Just awesome. I'm in the headquarters right now, and Anina, seeing the new headquarters, but right at the back of that says 3 words. Can you read them out? You can read them out.
Choice, freedom, and success.
Yeah. And it makes me super happy that that middle word popped out at you. Because that's what you created, you know, and that's what you create. This is the craziest thing. What you just said was so profound about you can get freedom from or freedom to. That's a brilliant quote. I've never heard it like that. And the fact that, you know, baseline was the framework that enabled you to get freedom from something is just profound, because CFS Health stands for choice, freedom, success. And because when you choose a different choice, you create more freedom, and that freedom then ultimately leads to success, which is you hiking in the mountains in Sweden, or surfing, or traveling, or PhDing, or whatever the hell you want to do. And it's so cool to hear it in reality though, you know, like it's one thing to like, oh yeah, they're just words, or, you know, but this is what happens when you do and follow the work and you trust the process, you know, just absolutely profound. Where are you at now? Like, just give us a little overview of like, what's Anina's life like now? Who's Anina 2.0?
I'm still doing that PhD, so I guess that's stuck. But I feel like I approach it a bit differently now, maybe. I have a social network around me that whenever I hang out with them, I feel loved. I feel like I'm in the right place, and I just feel so connected. And I think that's maybe the biggest thing that has changed. I mean, I travel around Europe, I think, more often than I would have seen myself to, like from work, but also for going surfing in Portugal, right, as you mentioned, or just flying to Switzerland to go hike. Or there were so many nice like trips last year, which were
We'll see if we can get some photos up and put them up on this video to showcase it. But yeah, I loved that. The photo of you surfing in Portugal, you know, obviously I'm a surfer, you know that as well. And there's no better feeling when you're on that surfboard and you're riding the wave, and, you know, it is one of the most ultimate feelings of freedom that you can experience.
Yes, for sure.
Yeah.
No, amazing. And yeah, I mean, I've just been trying out loads of new hobbies, like hobbies that have always been on my list. I've been doing ceramics. I've actually made this mug.
Oh, you made? Wow. That's amazing. I would buy it. I've got one at home that looks like that. I'd pay for that.
Or I don't know, going spinning. I think I also shared that in the mentorship. Like at 6 a.m. in the morning. I've never been a morning person. I'm not sure I ever will become one, but that morning was amazing. Just spinning class, feeling like riding a high. It was amazing. Yeah, my life is full. I feel so grateful for everything that I have right now.
It's so full. It's so full that it took 5 back and forth email with our general manager Ash to organize this time slot. And I said to you that it's very rare that I'll take an interview on a Friday evening, but because it's you, and we've had such a journey over the last few years. I was like, hell yeah, I'm gonna hang out with Anina because we need to hear this story. So I appreciate you coming on and being courageous and it's just amazing.
No, I'm also very grateful for being here. I think, as I said, I don't know where I would have been without the mentorship. Probably somewhere, but not surfing, maybe not doing ceramics. So I'm eternally grateful for your work.
Thank you. I'm emotional. I get emotional. I'm an emotional person, but getting to witness, the change in individuals like yourself who you just deserve it. Like it hasn't been easy. It's been challenging at times. There's been weeks and months where it feels like it's hard and never going to end. And why is there more challenges? And your energy and your attitude in a time when you didn't have much energy and it was hard to have a good attitude was always present. And it's really great and a real sign of who you are as a person to even be a mentor at CFS Health. Now you're part of the mentorship group as a mentor on the advisory there, and that's a reflection of who you are as a person too, giving back. And now as a mentor, you get to give back to all the other members who are currently in the program. And I love your posts, where you're sharing your wisdom and you're sharing your practicality of what you did and how you did it, and maybe try this. And those little actions and insights that you got through your own journey that now you pass on to other people is also pretty profound too. Before we wrap up, I want to ask you 2 questions. The first one is, if you could share anything you wanted to share with the people who are suffering right now, in the program or not in the program, just generally in life right now, what would you want to say to them? And you can take your time here. Take your time. Like, if you could even think about it for a moment, please do, because have a real think about it, and whatever comes to you, please share.
I mean, I think first of all, I want people to know that there is a way out and that there is the other side, that it's maybe sometimes difficult to see. I think it's what I needed to hear when I was really, really sick, that there is a way out. And I don't know, I think the other thing is, for me, is it's so important to be connected to people, especially people that go through the same thing. I think it made the biggest difference in my recovery to know people understand me and know people can support me in the way that I need, because they know what it's like. And that it's great to be in that mentorship. It can also be it can be a friend, it can be someone very close to you. For me, sharing what you're going through is important. And I think we all need to reach out more and ask for more help sometimes in very difficult areas or periods of our life. And that can make recovery so much easier and so much, maybe just easier. It's it makes a huge difference, I think.
It does. My father always says, a problem shared is a problem halved.
Mhm.
And you don't know it's true until you share the problem, and it's like it literally halves, and you're like, oh wow, God, that actually helps. Just being around like-minded people. It's just so.
Because I feel like once you share it, it's not you against whatever problem you have. Then it's two people against the problem. And that maybe makes it feel half because you know someone's with you.
Sometimes you split into more than half, right? If you're surrounded by mentors and expert coaches and hundreds of people around the world in your country, it's almost like it's a warm blanket. You know what I mean? It's a safe space to be. Thank you for sharing. Very, very profound.
Mm.
You're an incredible leader. I'm really excited about your future. I don't know exactly what it's going to be, but I just see you as a real, true leader, sharing a lot of wisdom. So, here to support you wherever you want to go, because I just think you're amazing and I think you're destined to do great things. As we wrap up, there's some people watching this who are either in the program right now or thinking about joining the program, and they have their doubts. They're like, is this going to work? Like, they're not trusting the process, or they're scared of trying something new for the first time because they've done a million different things before and they're very skeptical, and it's totally appropriate and normal to feel that way. What do you want to say to those people?
I had my doubts for probably about like 9 months before.
Tell me about your doubts. I want to hear about it.
I was like, do I really need this? Right? Can't I just figure out a way to do it by myself? Why would I want to invest all of this money in myself? Like, it's so much money. I could do so many other things with that money. Yeah. But it's so important to invest in yourself. And I just know the time when I tried to figure it out by myself and the time in the mentorship, they just felt like two different worlds. And it was worth all of it, all that I gave. I think it's worth a try. You have nothing to lose, or I did not have anything to lose. So I was like, well, I might as well, because why would I not? And I think in the end, I could have done it sooner. I could have joined some, and
I don't know if everyone's
been
that.
easier for much longer time.
Yeah. And for the people who are in the program right now, not trusting the process, what do you got to say to that? Because I think there's something special there.
I think maybe we should all lean back and become a passenger princess. What if the driver knows where we're going? I don't think you need to find a way by yourself if you have so much expertise and knowledge on the other side of the car.
Powerful. Yep.
Mm.
Powerful. Thanks for being here.
Thank you for the invitation on a Friday night.
Yeah, it's dark. I think it's like 7 p.m. Australian Standard Time, and I wouldn't want to be anywhere else. It's honestly been an absolute pleasure. Like I said, I'm just so grateful for you and all the work that you've done. I'm really excited about your future. I think you got a big, bright future ahead of you, and one that's just true for you and authentic, and one that you're just in alignment to, and you're already living it, Anina. And I just think the world is your oyster. So go and conquer. Go and conquer. You're already doing it. I appreciate you. Thanks for sharing your story, and we'll speak to you
Thank you,
soon.
Toby.
My pleasure.